Welcome back, everybody, to our latest live stream. I hope everybody's having a good morning or afternoon so far. We are going live much sooner than expected because there is currently a PDS tornado warning in parts of northwest Tennessee. This is pretty far west of Nashville, and this is a confirmed tornado. So if you're in this tornado warning, you're going to want to make sure you're seeking shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This storm is quickly moving off to the east-northeast. Again, this is a PDS tornado. That is a particularly dangerous situation. Going into the high resolution velocity radar right now, the rotation is located over Sharon. This is just south of Martin, and we've had an ongoing strong tornado confirmed by radar. Notice the correlation coefficient has been picking up on a clearly defined tornado here on radar just north of Greenfield, and this will be moving toward Gleason and Dresden, Tennessee over the next several minutes. So again, if you are in this tornado warning, you need to make sure you're seeking shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This will be moving off to the east-northeast, going toward Whitlock, Paris, Midway, and as well as going toward Puryear over the next several minutes. So again, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And again, I know a lot of you are going to be tuning in over the next several minutes, but this is again a PDS tornado, a particularly dangerous situation in parts of northwest Tennessee. We also have Storm Chaser Connor Croft with us. He will be joining us. I'm not exactly sure where he is located right now, but we'll have more with him here pretty soon. I think I have to fix that live stream. But again, seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are currently included in this tornado warning in northwest Tennessee. Again, this is a PDS tornado. It is likely strong at the bare minimum, potentially even a large tornado moving off to the east-northeast. The Connor live stream, by the way, should be pulling up here in just a second at the bottom right. Again, this is on the ground, moving off to the east-northeast. New radar scan will be coming in here in just a moment. Again, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are included in this tornado warning. And this is the only tornado warning, by the way, right now that's ongoing. All right, we got Connor at the bottom right now, whenever he starts to get going. No problem, JD. Yeah, we're going live much earlier than expected. I literally just made my food. I would have been live like a few minutes ago, but like literally I was making my mac and cheese, and I'm gonna have to try to eat it during the PDS tornado warning. Let's go back to the live radar. Again, this is also rain wrapped. We do have a cyclone port on radar Omega in the area. This is at the UT in Martin. So again, you can notice the rain. This isn't really a great shot of it because we are looking more to the west here, and that's not where the tornado obviously is. The tornado is located back just around Sharon, Tennessee, going toward Dresden. We will have more cyclone ports out in front of this, closer to like Nashville, for example. So if there's any tornadoes, we'll have a better view of it that direction. Here's the velocities again. Again, the tornado is going to be located right about here. It's just east-southeast of Sharon. Let's go back to the correlation coefficient, and that's your debris signature right there. That is near Mount Herman right now, moving off to the east-northeast. Closer view of things, a little bit of a rural area overall, but there's definitely a lot of homes in this area near Sharon. Dresden, more populated area here as this moves off to the east-northeast. And here's the last 7 scans, by the way. So you can kind of see how it's evolved. It's been on the ground for several minutes now. I mean, again, it started back near Walnut Grove and is now moving toward Dresden. So again, this will continue to move off to the east-northeast over the next several minutes, producing damage. Again, this is again a PDS tornado warning, not something that you see very often. PDS tornado warnings are not like a daily occurrence by any means. So again, you're going to want to make sure if you're in this area, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is again a life-threatening situation right now here across parts of northwest Tennessee. Northwest Tennessee, John. And here's a wide view of things, by the way. So again, the severe weather event was really supposed to happen more during the afternoon. It wasn't really supposed to happen right now, which obviously, granted, we're about to hit lunchtime. But I was honestly thinking the greatest severe weather time frame would be between 3 and 7, which I still think it will be when it comes to the damaging wind threat. But we have multiple storms ongoing. Again, we got one down near Little Rock, just southeast of there. Tornado watch is ongoing, by the way, from Kentucky back into southeast Arkansas for the next several hours, and that'll go until 7 o'clock Central Time. So it's going to be active this afternoon. I mean, if we're starting out with the PDS tornado warning not even at lunchtime, you can only imagine how active it's going to be this afternoon, especially with, you know, all the factors in this weather setup with the low-level jet cranking and whatnot. But I think that tornado threat will be really maximized, I think, over the next few hours. I don't think it's going to really continue too far beyond like 5 o'clock today. I think that the greatest potential will be really in the next few hours, just with the latest data that we've seen. How's it going, Jaden? New update on the tornado warning, by the way. This is still a particularly dangerous situation. Again, some details on the right side of your screen. Or actually, I'll put it on the left side of the screen just so you can kind of read it. I'll put it on the middle. Let's just read it together. Again, this is a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly for those that are caught without a shelter. Again, you're going to want to make sure if you're anywhere out in front of this tornado warning, or if you've not even been hit by a storm yet and you're in a mobile home or an RV, you're going to want a backup plan. You want to find an area that has a safe shelter for you, especially since, you know, tornadic supercells like this will really be a hinder to your afternoon plans if you're in one of those two buildings. They're not very sturdy when it comes to severe weather, so make sure you have an alternate plan, like a storm chaser or something like that. Again, Dresden is the area where there is a tornado on the ground. The correlation coefficient is indicating the tornado's right here, by the way. So it looks like it might be weakening a little bit, but this is going toward Dresden. Gleason will be in the track of this, and it'll be going toward Midway and Cotton Grove, and eventually toward Whitlock and Paris. And again, this is in northwest Tennessee. Again, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. We'll have a live cam, by the way, at the bottom left of your screen out of the Martin, Tennessee area, which is where the storm just went through, in case you're interested. It'll be at the bottom left there. By the way, there's not been an upgrade to the severe weather risk. We are still on a slight risk of severe weather. So just for reference. Which, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they amended it for possibly a 10% hatched area, but might be a little bit of a stretch. I mean, again, this is one out of the really very little storms that we have out of there right now. I mean, there's multiple thunderstorms, but the ones that are actually producing severe weather, there's only about 3. This is the other one back down in Arkansas. Not really much rotation with this one. It's more of a hail threat right now, a lot of lightning and also some damaging winds. And obviously, the more concerning storm right now is this PDS tornado warning that's going to be moving toward Paris. And again, this is a rain-wrapped tornado. So again, if you're anywhere in Paris or Puryear or Gleason, again, anywhere in this tornado warning in northwest Tennessee, you're going to want to make sure you're seeking shelter. Don't try to look outside, because again, a rain-wrapped tornado is dangerous because you can't see it. Again, it's rain-wrapped. It's very difficult to see. Thank you, Olivia. I appreciate your $5 super chat. Yeah, Evansville, I don't think it'll be too bad. Again, back up in Indiana, maybe isolated large hail right along the border there. That'd be about it. Thank you, Dom, by the way, for the 199. Yeah, I hope it's not bad. I mean, again, I was surprised that, I literally woke up like an hour ago and I literally was making food. And so this kind of came out of nowhere. To be honest with you, I was kind of expecting this threat would materialize more in the afternoon. Here's the velocities again. So again, we have a pretty good wind bag going at the bare minimum, some damaging wind potential around 60 to 70 miles per hour. That's going to be moving toward Midway and Paris. Again, if there were to be a tornado on the ground still, it would be located right in here. And I'm not seeing nearly as much rotation in terms of a tight rotation, but there might still be at least some sort of tornado here. At the bare minimum, we still have a correlation coefficient drop here just south of Dresden. So definitely still stay in your safe place. Again, this is still a PDS tornado, which is, again, a particularly dangerous situation that's moving off to the east-northeast. I mentioned this last night when we did our live stream, but I don't think this will compare anything to what we saw 2 years ago with the Mayfield tornado and whatnot. This event isn't the same, and it's definitely, I mean, obviously things have changed a little bit over the last 12 hours where, you know, the ingredients are a bit more favorable here as we go into the early to mid-afternoon hours, even in Tennessee. But this is what we were kind of expecting. Now, again, PDS tornado, were we expecting strong tornadoes? Not necessarily. I mean, it's definitely always possible with any severe weather event. You can always get a strong tornado like this, but you know, back down to like Alabama and as well as southwest Tennessee, that's, I think, where the more interesting tornado threat might set up later today with the ingredients all in place down there. But this will not compare to the event 2 years ago. They're not the same events by any means. They're definitely pretty different in their own regard. And this event obviously is a positively tilted trough that's way back up to the north. And so they're definitely different. And the cloud tops on these storms today, by the way, probably will not exceed like 40,000 feet. I mean, the equilibrium level is pretty low today. So I did not witness the 2021 tornado. I was not live. I didn't do nationwide weather until like the middle of last year. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Let's just kind of check this out. This is still 12 o'clock on the velocities. Here's the latest update. So if there's still a tornado on the ground, it's going to be right here on the south side of Dresden, Tennessee. This is going toward Midway right now, and it'll eventually go toward Paris. Correlation coefficient isn't showing nearly as much anymore. Granted, we're a little far away from the radar site, so there is some range degradation when it comes to that. Let's see if we have any view on this radar site. The one that's back down near Memphis hasn't really been very good for this storm, and yeah, it doesn't look very good. I'm not seeing much on this radar site at all. We're gonna have to stay with the one back near Paducah. We're gonna be in between 3 radar sites here for a little while, but this is the one right here. Again, that's the rotation. It's just south of Dresden right now. It's moving toward Midway, gonna go toward Whitlock and Paris. So again, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. If you are included in this tornado warning, again, it is a PDS tornado. That means a particularly dangerous situation is currently ongoing, and this is gonna be, again, moving off to the east. Again, the cloud tops today are not extremely high. Oh, we're not going to get like super tall thunderstorms, I don't think, today. The tornado is I can't say it's on the ground still. I mean, about 5 minutes ago it was, but the correlation coefficient isn't verifying nearly as much here anymore. We still have a little bit of something, it looks like, so maybe like a small tornado, but other than that, the rotation's definitely weakened in the last few minutes. Let me check radar here. No problem, Randy. Thank you, by the way, Robert, for the $1. Yeah, it looks like there's still something here. It's definitely smaller, though. I mean, we don't have the dark blues representative anymore. And so when we're looking at the correlation coefficient radar, the red and all the kind of like gray sort of colors in here, that is all rain, right? And then we have some yellow and a little bit of orange mixing in there. Those are higher correlation coefficient values. So that basically means we have a smaller, probably weaker tornado overall. When we get that dark blue stuff going, which if we go back to like, you know, a few minutes ago, look at this back near like Kimmery, for example, that right there is definitely a strong tornado and perhaps even large. And then it kind of weakened over time. It still stayed there through Sharon and then it started to weaken. So the darker blue would represent a lower correlation coefficient value, usually around 0.2, 0.3 out of the, you know, the scale goes from 0.2 to 1.05, and right now it's closer to about 0.8 to 0.9. So it's definitely a bit of a smaller tornado most likely now, but we'll see if it tries to redevelop. Again, this has been obviously a very potent storm to this point, and the latest radar scan just came in. We'll see what it looks like on the velocities. And this is your velocities here on the backside. This is, again, still a rain-wrapped area of rotation. Correlation coefficient still showing a little bit, but it's not very convincing at this point. We also have possibly a little bit of quarter-sized tail ongoing near Dresden. But definitely a rain-wrapped storm. So even if there was a tornado, it'd be pretty hard to see for sure. What about north of Dresden on 118? My power just went out. If your power went out, it either was one because of the tornado and the power was somehow like hooked up down here, because the tornado path has been right about here, right? That's pretty much been the tornado path so far. More than likely, though, you had some straight line wind damage, is my guess, up there, because there is definitely some straight line winds up there. Notice there's not really much lightning, by the way, on the radar Omega lightning detection here, and then also there's some hail in here, so there also could have been possibly some quarter-sized hail embedded in the storm that might have knocked out your power, but more than likely it was the damaging wind threat that's coming out of this. Severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, just got canceled for the back end of this storm. Obviously, the tornadic part of this storm right now is moving toward Paris and going toward per year. This is currently a slight risk of severe weather. It's not marginal, at least in this particular area. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is in northwest Tennessee. I'm going to zoom out a little bit for perspective. Again, this is back near Paris. It's going to be going toward Clarksville and Hopkinsville on the long-term side of things, but granted, storms are usually not the same as they are, you know, hours in the past as they get closer to that area. So it could be a completely different storm by the time it gets to either of those locations. It also could be similar. You never know. So that'll be something to kind of think about there if you're back up to the north and east. And here's the rotation. So again, near Dresden is where we have that tight rotation. Here's your velocities going toward the radar or away from the radar. That's, again, your typical counterclockwise spin, cyclonic. And then, again, notice the correlation coefficient not really picking up again on nearly as much anymore. I think that the next tornado warning update will probably be just a radar indicated tornado, because I think the storm's weakening out. They actually just issued a severe thunderstorm warning on this, so the PDS might just get canceled entirely. We'll see. New severe thunderstorm warning for those in Greenfield and Buchanan. It's actually, this severe storm is going to be on this storm back here. So there's a hail core developing here near Greenfield, quarter-sized hail likely. That's going to be moving off to the east-northeast toward Paris, and that'll also be going toward Buchanan over the next several minutes. So again, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're included in this warning. It's been cold, I'm surprised. It doesn't have to be that warm for severe weather. I mean, you really just have to have dew points around or above 55 degrees Fahrenheit, which usually means a temperature at or above 55 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's kind of the what you need in terms of temperatures and whatnot. Let's actually go back to this Greenfield storm real quick. Yeah, no rotation on the storm right now near Greenfield for reference, even though it has a little bit of a hook shape here on the radar. This, again, the hail core, and there will be probably at least some gusty winds with this, maybe some damaging winds, so definitely something to keep in mind. Yeah, the temperature doesn't have to be like 75 degrees or something like that for severe weather. We've seen plenty of severe weather events, especially during the winter time, that the temperatures are, you know, around or just above 55 degrees. I mean, up even, like JD just said in chat, Saginaw, Michigan, for example, I mean, they're upwards of the mid-50s already. There's actually a chance for thunderstorms back up in parts of southern Michigan today, which is kind of crazy, but it won't be a severe weather event by any means up there. I'll show the storm fuel. Yeah, I'll show the instability. I'll show some other stuff after this tornado warning is done with, but still some rotation right now. Again, Ore Springs, Como, Eagle Hill, Midway, New Boston, and Cottage Ridge. All of you need to seek shelter. And this is moving to the east-northeast going toward Puryear. Nobles will be in the track of this in northwest Tennessee. Correlation coefficient no longer indicating a tornado on the ground, so the PDS tornado warning may be let to be downgraded here just to a normal tornado warning. We'll see. There's definitely still some rotation though here. Let's go to the other velocity, slightly higher up. Yeah, not nearly as tight on rotation, even a little bit off the ground right now. I'd still stay in your safe place because, again, this storm has produced a strong tornado already, and it's entirely possible that it happens again down the road. And if we go back a few scans, again, if you've been here the entire time, this was the PDS tornado near Sharon, clearly on the ground at about 11:54 a.m. So this was on the ground for several minutes, and then it's kind of weakened over the last several scans. But this began back around 11:45, I believe. It started right about here, so about 11:40, 11:45, that's when it began. And then this is when it was around 11:46. Probably the strongest that this tornado was right about here at SR 445 going towards Sharon. That was probably when it was the strongest with that dark blue correlation coefficient drop. And then after that, it's kind of fizzled out here. There's some contamination that's kind of filtering in on the backside of this. That is just from the hail core that we have. Likely a little bit of hail falling in that storm. Yeah, here's the correlation coefficient, not really showing much. The velocity is definitely weakening on this. This is definitely not a tornado anymore. I'm going to drop this to a tornado warning on here. Obviously, this is still technically a PDS tornado, but there's no reason to keep it as a PDS tornado on here if it's a weakening storm right now. Again, still stay in your safe place. By no means should you be getting out of your shelter, because, again, this could still drop a tornado down the road. And here's Palmersville right here, SR 89 and SR 190. Some hail there possible. Damaging wind still remains a threat, especially back where this tornado just occurred. There's definitely a chance right in here with these brighter greens that there could be some damaging winds associated with this storm. No problem, Lucy. Do I think an enhanced risk will happen? Honestly, I kind of think it's possible if things keep going the way they're going. I mean, this is one of the multiple storms that we're going to see today. And really, again, this is a bit of a surprise, I think, to a lot of us, including me. I mean, I didn't really expect a PDS tornado at 12 o'clock today. I thought the tornado threat would start to kind of build up a bit more as we went into the afternoon, closer to like 2 o'clock or so. But Granted, we have a pretty favorable environment, at least through the mid-afternoon hours for tornadoes. I mean, we have the low-level jet and whatnot that's definitely cranking around 50 to 55 knots. But the surface winds are definitely going to weaken as we go to the afternoon, so that'll be something to kind of watch for and see how the tornado threat plays out with that. But yeah, I think an enhanced risk is possible, but it's one of the things where the Storm Prediction Center is very hesitant on that because of all the variables that are going into this. I mean, there's a lot of things that are going to limit the tornado threat and the damaging wind threat. So it's kind of one of those things where I think, I mean, it's entirely possible. It would probably have to be an amended outlook, though. It wouldn't be at the 2 p.m. outlook, is my guess, which the next update from the Storm Prediction Center is in an hour and 45 minutes, approximately. So it's entirely possible that it happens, but I do think overall that chance is honestly still probably about 40% chance that we actually have an enhanced risk. But it has to be a pretty localized area for that tornado threat. Here's the latest velocity scan, by the way. This is still technically a PDS tornado warning, so stay in your safe place for sure. Again, away from windows, lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building. But again, the rotation itself, just not nearly as strong as before. It's very broad now at this point. Here's your velocities. Again, this is going away from the radar. That's going toward the radar. This would be where your tornado would be located. But again, notice it's pretty broad. We have very dull green and red colors here, and they're not very coordinated in comparison to about, I don't know, 10-15 minutes ago. You know, let's just go back, like, you know, several minutes ago. This is the beginning of this storm, by the way. So notice how strong it was, the tight rotation near Sharon. This is when it was PDS, and it still is PDS, but it was pretty strong there for about 5 to 10 minutes. But it's definitely a weakening storm, so that's good news. But again, stay in your safe place just in case this ends up dropping a tornado here in the next few minutes. Yeah, this cell could easily recycle. It's entirely possible. Again, the environment is ripe right now for tornadoes. Granted, there's a tornado watch ongoing. Again, the tornado watch goes all the way up into parts of central and western Kentucky, back into Arkansas. Again, this is the area that we're watching for through 7 p.m. Central. Will be this entire area. And this is, again, where we're going to be looking for the threat for a few tornadoes being likely. So you're definitely going to want to make sure, again, if you're anywhere in these areas, have a tornado action plan in place and have multiple ways to receive alerts. Yes, this is the tornado season technically has begun for the Dixie Alley. It runs from, I think it starts in November and it goes through February. That's the 4-month time frame for the Dixie Alley in particular. But even areas like Tennessee and Kentucky can still see severe weather during this time of the year. It becomes a bit more common around this time of the year. Oh, I forgot to put Connor on here. Let me do that real quick. Yeah. Just before I forget, I want to make sure all that stuff's on there. Again, we have Connor Croft with us at the bottom right of your screen. This is not live in Lantana, Texas, by the way. I don't know why it says that. One moment, please. There we go. So, again, he's currently, I believe, in Tennessee. I'm not exactly sure on his exact location, but he'll be storm chasing with us today. By the way, thank you, Weather Nerd, for the $4.99. What's Ohio's chances for severe weather? I will be going over the severe weather threat after this tornado warning across the board. And we'll also be talking about the timing, because we've yet to do that. Again, we literally went live with this PDS tornado, so we have had no time to really, you know, kind of lay out what's happening today, laying out the agenda of the severe weather potential here across the board. Again, it's a pretty large area today. Southern Ohio is actually in a marginal threat of severe weather now. Here's the latest radar scan, by the way. Again, we still have very broad rotation now. By no means, this is not on the ground right now. I mean, again, the correlation coefficient is not showing anything near Cottage Grove, but if you are in Cottage Grove, if you are in Whitlock or Puryear or Paris, or even back near Crossland, you still want to make sure you're in your safe place and away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, because there is a chance, again, that this could drop a tornado again sometime down the road. It could even happen in the next, like, 30 seconds. You never know. So you want to, again, make sure you're in your safe place. In your tornado shelter, your basement, whatever it might be. Interior room, like a bathroom or a closet. Why is it a PDS tornado warning instead of a regular tornado warning? I'm pretty sure it's just because they haven't updated it. Sometimes it takes a few minutes to update, but Yeah, I mean, this is definitely weakening out overall. Gotta check the other radar sites here. It's more of a damaging wind threat at this point. All right, let me go back over to Twitter and see if there's any other updates. Don't see any right now. This is the Memphis National Weather Service area, right? Northwest Tennessee. Pretty sure it is. Let me. Yeah, it is. All right. Let me just see if they posted anything. Yeah, they haven't posted anything. By the way, the population in this tornado warning is 38,000. If you know anybody, by the way, that lives in Dresden, Sharon, Greenfield, or even near Martin, Tennessee, make sure they're doing all right. Because, again, there was a strong tornado that rode through those areas within the last 20 minutes. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Again, the reflectivity still indicating a pretty decent supercell still ongoing. Again, we have a little bit of hail likely falling near Cottage Grove. It's probably pretty small, though. And then we also have some lightning, but the lightning is very minimal with this thunderstorm. It's a very minimal amount of lightning. Correlation coefficient, again, not detecting any tornado at this point. Here's the velocities. This is as of 12:16, so velocities update will come here in a second. And it's maybe trying to do something here. Again, this is the rotation. A little bit different from the last scan. Let's go back a scan here. It might be trying to recycle. We'll see. And this will be the area to watch for. So going toward Whitlock and as well as Puryear, Buchanan as well in Tennessee. All those areas should be on alert. Again, if you're in the pink polygon, you want to make sure you're in your shelter. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. That's entirely possible if this tries to recycle. Again, if you're wondering about other areas, we will be talking about other areas in a moment or two once the tornado warning either expires or is canceled. This is back down to a radar indicated tornado warning, by the way. So no longer PDS. As of a minute ago, it has been downgraded to a normal tornado warning for those in Paris, Tennessee, Dresden, Tennessee, and Gleason, Tennessee. So again, no longer on the ground, but I would still be mindful that there is a area of rotation back near Cottage Grove, and perhaps even another area maybe trying to develop back down near Midway. So two areas we'll have to watch for here with this supercell. One again going toward Puryear, and another one going toward Paris, Tennessee. So again, this is no longer on the ground, as I mentioned, 5 minutes ago. We gotta change the title, so. But again, this is no longer on the ground, but it was again on the ground for several minutes. If you know anybody near Sharon or Dresden, back near Greenfield, make sure that they are safe. Again, if you have any friends or family there, definitely make sure that they are safe and make sure you give them a call or text, because there was, again, a strong tornado there that happened moments ago. I'm going to see if we get any photos, by the way, of this tornado. I'm not sure if we'll have any, but if there are any, I'll definitely make sure to retweet it on Twitter. I might even show it on stream. Let's see if there is anything. Yeah, as of now, I don't see anything. If you end up finding any photos on Twitter, feel free to at me, at MaxVelocityWX, and I'll definitely make sure to retweet them. Yes, this was very unexpected. Again, I was not expecting, again, a PDS tornado at 12 o'clock today. All right, here's your new tornado warning. And that's going to go for the rotation. There's actually, again, two areas of rotation. The main one's going to be near Whitlock. This is, again, the new pocket of rotation. It's moving toward Buchanan. Seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. This includes Puryear, Whitlock, Buchanan, Crossland, near Hazel. Again, this is in northwest Tennessee. This is going towards State Route 140, and also going toward Route 79. Again, Paris, Tennessee is also included in this, so seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. This also includes Cottage Grove. I don't know if I mentioned that. Population of 26,757. Any hail with these? Yes, there is a little bit of hail with them. It's not much. The main area where there is hail is going to be back near Gleason. So this is a hail core right here back near Gleason. That's moving toward Midway and going toward Paris. That's at least quarter-sized hail. perhaps even closer to $half size hail. And then back up here near per year, there's probably at least a little bit of small hail embedded in these storms, but it's not much. Let's go back to the correlation coefficient here. And yeah, you can actually see the hail. It's definitely falling back down near Gleason. I'm not seeing nearly as much though near Cottage Grove. If there's any hail, it's definitely tiny. Let's zoom out just a little bit here. By the way, thank you Killjoy for becoming a 2-month moderate velocity member, and also thank you Dom for becoming a minimum velocity member. I appreciate that, and welcome to the velocities. All right, in a second, I will be going over the timing and the overall severe weather threat. We're going to wait one more scan and see if there's anything new on this storm, if it intensifies at all. If it does intensify, we'll probably stay with it. If it stays around the same or weakens, we'll do a quick little timing guide for you, because I know a lot of people are wondering about timing today, and as well as the overall threat of severe weather. So we'll do that here in a second. And again, for those that are just tuning in, again, there was a PDS tornado not too long ago. Again, there was a strong tornado on the ground back near the Dresden and Sharon area of Tennessee. Again, that's northwest Tennessee. On the ground for about 10 to 15 minutes. Likely produced some damage along the path. Again, we haven't had any photos or videos out of it yet, but it's a little bit more of a rural area, so we'll probably get some later today. And by the way, the other tornado warning just expired or was canceled there for Dresden and Martin. So that's no longer ongoing. Again, the only tornado warning now is for those in Paris, Buchanan, and per year. And here's the latest radar scan. Again, not really intensifying much. It's still staying around the same. Definitely stay in your safe place if you're in per year or Whitlock or Buchanan. Lightning is ongoing as well near the Cottage Grove and as well as Whitlock area as well. All right, let's talk a little bit more about the timing of the severe weather today and give you kind of a little bit of an analysis of what's happening right now. So right now across the board, we have about 5 severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing. That's stretching from about Evansville, Indiana, back into parts of Arkansas. So multiple severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing. Main concern again for today is damaging winds. That's the main concern. Even though there are going to be a few tornadoes, main concern across the board is damaging winds. Make sure you have a tornado action plan in place for today. Multiple ways to receive alerts. Also take the proper precautions. On the flip side of things, obviously, we are still watching for that tornado risk, as I just mentioned a moment ago, but the tornado risk is still a low to medium threat, so it's a 5% probability. Here's the overall severe weather threat across the board, though, today. So again, it goes from Ohio back toward the Gulf Coast, southern Indiana, southwest Ohio, all included in that marginal threat of severe weather. Mentioned it last night. I was kind of expecting that there would be some sort of extension up here to the north, and there has been. It's not really too concerning, in my opinion. Isolated large hail would really be the main concern, maybe some damaging winds. I wouldn't rule out a brief tornado that far up to the north, but it's a pretty low threat overall. Slight risk of severe weather is, again, the main area that we're watching for today for tornadic activity and as well as damaging winds. So if you're anywhere in the yellow shaded region, you definitely want to make sure for sure you're monitoring the weather very closely. Even if you're in the marginal threat, you should be doing the same thing. The threat level difference is not really that different. So make sure that you are taking the proper precautions, and again, make sure you're prepared for the severe weather today. All right, let me take off the severe weather overlay and let's go through the timing here. And this is the latest HRR model run, so it'll kind of give you a good idea what's happening. So this is right around 1 to 2 o'clock this afternoon. This is 2 o'clock. So again, notice storms will be ongoing across the board, stretching from about Louisville back into parts of eastern Arkansas. Main area that I'll be watching for around 2 o'clock this afternoon will be right in here. This will be the main area for tornadic activity. We might even see an isolated tornado kind of, pop out of one of those storms in eastern Arkansas. Back near Jackson and Clarksville, though, that would be probably the main area that I'd be watching for potentially a tornado or two. This is by around 3 to 4 o'clock. A linear line of storms will start to really materialize more. So again, the setup that was expected today, which is still expected, is a linear line of storms, though we could see a couple of semi-discrete supercells like we just saw, and that produced tornadoes. So that's entirely possible. But even in this linear line of storms, there will still be a chance for a tornado or two as this moves toward Nashville and goes toward Lexington and Richmond in Kentucky, and also going toward areas again in the Nashville suburbs around 4 to 5 o'clock this afternoon. This is by 5 to 6 o'clock, so again, notice the line of storms is going to be stretching across a very large area. A couple of thunderstorms possible back up near Ohio and northern Kentucky. This, again, is the main area to watch for, the circled area, right around 5 to 6 o'clock this evening. And then eventually, as we get closer to about 6 to 7 o'clock, storms are moving through Nashville, and as well as going through areas in Mississippi. Now, by 7 o'clock tonight, I think the severe weather threat will start to weaken and diminish as these storms go past Nashville. So as they go closer to like Knoxville and go through Lexington as well as Richmond, I think this threat overall will start to weaken as it moves off to the east. There will still probably at least be some damaging winds with this, maybe even an isolated tornado still remaining, but I think the threat will start to grow a little bit in parts of Mississippi and as well as Alabama right around 6, 7, 8 o'clock tonight. And there probably will be some sort of watch to go along with that, whether that's a tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm watch a little bit later. Obviously, it depends on what happens this afternoon with all the ingredients and kind of how it all plays out. This is by 9 o'clock tonight. Storms moving toward areas like Huntsville, going toward Birmingham, and also going through Jackson, Mississippi. By 10 to 11 o'clock, storms are rolling through Huntsville, going toward Birmingham, and as well as Tuscaloosa. And after midnight, most of these storms are not going to be severe by then. So if there are any severe storms remaining by midnight or after that, it'll be mostly a damaging wind threat up to 60 miles per hour. So that's what we're looking at again in terms of the overall threat of severe weather for tonight. Again, will there be an enhanced risk? I've been asked this multiple times, including last night's live stream and whatnot, but there's definitely a chance that we get enhanced risk, but it really depends on the trends over the next 2 hours. And again, the next Storm Prediction Center updates in an hour and a half. Regardless of there being an enhanced risk, you still want to make sure you have a tornado action plan in place and that you are prepared for the severe weather that is coming up. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, the tornado warning is currently ongoing in northwest Tennessee. This is near Paris, Tennessee. Again, broad rotation right now. This is no longer a PDS tornado. It was, again, about 20 minutes ago or so. We are getting damage photos, by the way, coming out of... Let me see if I can show you guys this. Thank you, by the way, Colton, for tagging me. Again, if you are on Twitter and you want to tag me in any damage photos that you find, feel free to. And I'll at least retweet them at the bare minimum. If not, I'll try to show them here on stream. There are some damage photos, though, coming out of the Rutherford area. A damaged park. Apparently a fire department pretty heavily damaged as well. Yeah, I'll show those photos hopefully in a second here. Also, we have a damage report coming out of Dresden. Trees and power lines down south of Dresden. That's, again, where there was a PDS tornado. That's just coming out of Dresden. On the east side of Dresden, large trees down along Chicken Road. That is in, again, this is Weakley County in northwest Tennessee. All right, here's the damage photos. So, again, we are just getting these damage photos. This is from Ethan Goad on Twitter. So this is the first of the damage photos. Again, nothing too crazy here. I'm seeing a few branches down. Looks like a fence in the background. I'm gonna try to zoom in here. That's the fence in the background right there. You can kind of see it back right. That's one of them. There's two other photos. The other two, I think, show a little bit more. Yeah, this one is of, I think he said this was the fire department. So you can see the damage here. Definitely a lot of damage in this area of Rutherford, again in Tennessee. Zoom in a little bit here. Again, you can see all the damage. I mean, this looks to be more of a maybe EF1 kind of damage. Again, just kind of looking at it, and it's a little bit of damage here in the creek as well, but this is all coming off that building there. And again, this is presumably a fire department. And then here's the other photo here. Oh, again, notice the damage. Overall, looks to be a lot of, like, roofing material and whatnot. Some wood planks as well, kind of mixing in there. That's some of the damage photos that we've gotten thus far. And if you see any photos on Twitter, feel free to at me in them or mention me in them at MaxVelocityWX, and I will try to retweet them at the bare minimum. If not, I'll also share them on stream. But Yeah, we'll see what the rating is officially, either later today or tomorrow. Again, if you're just tuning in, the tornado warning is ongoing currently in northwest Tennessee. Again, stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. For those that were wondering about Ohio, by the way, Ohio's chances of severe weather very low today. Main concern will be near the Cincinnati area for isolated damaging winds, perhaps some isolated large hail as well. Again, this is the tornado warning. It's near Paris, Tennessee right now, moving toward Buchanan. And your per year, make sure, again, you stay away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Rotation remains pretty broad on this. This was, again, the storm that did produce a PDS tornado, which was a strong tornado that rolled through the Dresden area. We have another damage report coming out, structural damage to the National Guard Armory in Dresden, Tennessee. I'm not exactly sure what that is, but I'm actually going to look this up and see what the building looks like. Yeah, it's a pretty structural building by the looks of it. A lot of made out of bricks and stuff. So there was damage to the National Guard Armory in Dresden. Again, that was on the PDS tornado that we had a little while ago. I want to show the, I know somebody was asking about the instability. Let me pull it up real quick. Quote unquote, the storm fuel, if you want to call it that. All right, here's the, this is the forecasted instability. Let me go to here real quick. This was the forecasted instability right around this time. About 2 o'clock. This is about 1 o'clock. And again, this is pretty close to what it is right now. I mean, we're looking at around 500 to 1,000 joules per kilogram, maybe up to 1,500 to 2,000. There's a good amount of instability out there. I mean, even upwards of 2,000. That's actually a pretty decent amount here for severe weather. So across the board, there's enough instability. And by the way, the instability goes all the way into Michigan. So there might be some storm activity that ends up ramping up there. So that'll be interesting to see what happens there. All right, let's go back to the radar and check this storm out again. Again, this tornado warning is in northwest Tennessee. If you're just tuning in near Buchanan and Paris, rotation still remains pretty broad right now. Again, I would stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible as the storm continues to roll off to the east-northeast. By the way, a friendly reminder, if you need a weather app that shows you what's happening in real time, you can get the Radar Omega app. It's on the iOS and Android store. You can download it with the top links in the description below on iOS or Android. It's also pinned in the chat. You can get features that you can't get on any other weather app, like live cameras. There are lots of live cameras. They are the cyclone ports here across Tennessee. We'll be using them frequently throughout this live stream because they are going to help us be able to see what's happening with these storms in real time. Again, you can customize the radar. You can use a satellite. You can use all sorts of computer models. It's a fantastic weather app. I cannot recommend it enough. Again, check it out. It's Radar Omega on iOS and Android. You can click at the top link in the description below. This was a PDS tornado at one point, yes. This was a PDS tornado back about half an hour ago now. No problem, Mars. Sorry I didn't show it sooner. Again, it's been very, obviously, busy in the first 45 minutes of this live stream. Thank you, Gregory, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. I appreciate that. Welcome to the Velocities. Appreciate your support. Let's get some hearts in the chat for Gregory. Really do appreciate that. PDS means particularly dangerous situation. It usually happens with just strong and large tornadoes. So it's more typical with that. And in this case, we had a pretty strong tornado there near Dresden. We've already had some damage photos come out of that storm. And again, if you're just tuning in and you missed it, this is some of the damage we've already seen with this particular storm. So again, this is back near the Rutherford, Tennessee area. And supposedly this is damage to a fire department. I don't 100% know if this is a fire department. I really can't tell. It probably is since it's red, but at the bare minimum, this is definitely some structural damage to the roofing and whatnot there. Again, we've already had 3 damage reports near Dresden of trees down and such, so there's obviously been some damage in that area. And if you know anybody in the Dresden, Tennessee area, just south of Martin, back near Greenfield or Sharon, make sure you give them a call or text, because again, there was a strong tornado there. Make sure they're doing all right. And the tornado warning has officially been canceled, so we no longer have any tornado warnings. New severe thunderstorm warning, though, for Dover. That'll be moving off to the east-northeast, going toward Clarksville. Yeah, this storm producing a pretty good amount of lightning right now, and also the potential for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour does exist as this continues to move off to the east-northeast. All right, let me try to eat a little bit here. I made shells and cheese. I literally have a full bowl of shells and cheese, and I've literally not eaten any of it. I literally went live kind of out of nowhere, so... Thank you, by the way, Davis. What's going to look like for Clarksville, Tennessee? Clarksville will be mainly a damaging wind threat, most likely. Again, you might see an isolated tornado in the area. It's going to depend on how these storms evolve. But since these storms are going to become a lot more linear over the next couple of hours, I do think the severe weather potential will be more focused toward damaging winds as we head over the next few hours. If there are any semi-discrete supercells, though, it's entirely possible that we get some tornadic activity, which we have a couple of them. I mean, we have a couple even back up in Kentucky right now. So I think the tornado threat really will be over the next few hours. Here's a better radar site. So, yeah, this is a bit more of a semi-discrete storm. Not a supercell yet. The one near Dixon is definitely semi-discrete. Near Dixon. Not really rotating, though. Looks like more of a hail threat. And again, the further north you go, there's a better chance for hail. I mean, if you're back up like near Ohio or in Indiana or even northern Kentucky, I know some of you might be concerned about a tornado threat, but I think it's going to be more of a hail threat, to be honest with you. Maybe some damaging winds to go along with that, but tornado threat, I think, overall will definitely be lower. By the way, another thing you can do with the Radar Omega app is you can watch live chasers on the app, wherever they are. It shows the exact location where they are and exactly on where they are. And again, you can watch them live on the app. They have all sorts of data that you can look at as well. So, yeah, if you want to download Radar Omega, it's a fantastic app you can get on the iOS and Android store. It's the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Very affordable. And it's, again, I really highly recommend it. It's the best radar app on the market with everything that you need. Possibly getting some rotation on the storm near Maury City. A little hook trying to develop on this one. We'll have to watch this one closely. Thanks, Davis. I appreciate that. Yes, we just hit 80,000 subscribers, by the way. I appreciate everybody supporting the channel. Again, it's kind of crazy to think that we're at 80,000 subscribers. I literally would have never imagined. By the way, Connor, the Storm Chaser at the bottom right of your screen, he is on this, I believe he's near the storm. I don't 100% know. I don't see his location thing on here, but I'm pretty sure he's basically going to be on this storm here near Maury City. So that'll be very useful. We also have a cyclone port, which is the live cameras on Radar Omega, and we'll be able to watch this as this storm approaches. So we'll keep this at the bottom right of your screen, and we will definitely be keeping a close eye on that. It's going to be a very useful live cam. How's it going, Isabel? Thanks, R2D2. Thank you. Hope C3PO is doing well. Well, anything happened to Louisville, Kentucky? Louisville, Kentucky will be mainly a damaging wind threat by the time the storms get there, but I'd still be ready for the potential for an isolated tornado threat or even some large hail, and take those proper precautions. But by no means is there a reason to panic. Again, there's a large tornado watch. There is a tornado threat today. I know a lot of you are going to be worried about that. And here's your tornado warning, by the way, in this storm. But again, it's kind of one of those things where you just got to make sure you're staying calm and take the proper precautions, have the plan in place, and you'll be all right. That's what I can tell you. There's no reason to be panicking. All right, new tornado warning. This includes areas north of Jackson, Tennessee. And this is the storm that we were just talking about that has a little bit of rotation. This is near the Tolan area, near Nutbush. This is moving off to the east-northeast. And seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. I'm not seeing anything here that says funnel cloud or anything like that. So this is just radar indicated rotation. Again, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are included in this warning. And this is moving off to the east northeast right now. So this is now the third tornado warning of the day, I believe. And here's your hook echo right here. Got pretty clean inflow, by the way. This is a discrete cell right here. I mean, there's no doubt about it. And then this would again be where your tornado would be located if we had a tornado, which at this current time, not a tornado, but there will be a possibility for that here soon. Live cam at the bottom left of your screen, by the way, is the live cam that is in this tornado warning. So we have a great view of this on Radar Omega. We'll have a pretty good view of that there. So we're going to keep that up here. Move it a little bit to the left. Actually, put it down here. That works a little bit better. There we go. So that's another live cam again. That is currently live in the Alamo. Yeah, that's Alamo. So that's Alamo, Tennessee. Again, this tornado warning is in western Tennessee right now. Madison, I use Radar Omega. And again, if you want to download it, it's the top link in the description. By the way, this includes a population of 51,000, including Trenton, Humboldt, Milan, Alamo, and Friendship and Gates, Tennessee. Those are the areas that are included in this tornado warning. Those are the main towns and cities. Maury City is also in the path of this. Yeah, this camera, you can see it here in the middle. I think I can go full screen. Let me just exit out of this and go full screen to it. This camera's shaking a lot right now in this tornado warning. There's definitely some wind gusts for sure. Granted, the camera itself is off the ground by at least a few hundred feet. And that live camera will be at the bottom right of your screen on, or actually I'm about to move it. Move down to the Radar Omega there. Again, here's your ongoing rotation. Doesn't look to be anything too crazy right now. Again, that's your rotation right there near Bethel. It's going to be going toward the Maury City area. But overall, I don't think the rotation's that crazy with this right now. Definitely stay in your safe place away from windows, the lowest floor possible. I'm going to have to keep moving this around because I have to actually use the stuff at the bottom of the screen. Let's see if there's any other radar sites in the area. This is the main one. Yeah, we'll stay with this one. I don't know if there's one of the closer up ones. New damage report coming out of Rutherford, Tennessee. Significant damage to the fire station north of Rutherford. That is actually, we had a photo of this where there was some damage there to a fire station. We have a photo of it. Let me pull it up. Again, this is the fire station that was damaged over in Rutherford, Tennessee from the tornado. This is a PDS tornado that rolled through this area. So again, you can notice the structural damage here to a fire station. Lots of scrap metal and whatnot around. Roofing damage. Definitely some damage in that area. And again, you want to make sure you have your tornado action plan in place today, just in case there are any tornadoes. Which obviously we've already had one tornado confirmed. We easily could get another one out of this if it ramps up. If you, by the way, if you find any photos or anything like that on Twitter and you want to @ me in it, feel free to. My handle is again @MaxVelocityWX. There's also links to that in the description. No problem, David. Yeah, this is currently an ongoing tornado warning. This is radar indicated rotation. It is not confirmed. This is going to be going toward Alamo in Tennessee. The live cam on the left side of your screen, that's again our cyclone port on Radar Omega. This is going to have a very good view of the storm once it approaches. So if there is any tornado, we probably will be able to see it with this cyclone port. So that's at least some good news there in terms of confirmation. We're still 13 miles out though from that live cam, from this tornado warning being there. You can see how elongated this tornado warning is. Again, these storms are moving pretty quickly. When we get these longer polygons, that's usually what that means. Otherwise, it's just a tornado that's likely going to be on the ground for a while. One of the two. Here's the latest radar scan. I'm not seeing nearly as much rotation on this, and there wasn't much to begin with. Yeah. Check on here. There's definitely some rotation, but we're looking at the... Yeah, rotation right now, it's not overly impressive. It's definitely still broad right now. I think more than anything, we're definitely looking at damaging winds, but this still could evolve. I mean, again, it is a discrete cell out here, and this is an area that is a favorable target for, you know, a tornado threat. There will likely be at least one tornado in this area down here. I mean, in northern Mississippi or southwest Tennessee, there's a good chance there will probably be at least one. So, you know, any cells that become semi-discrete or discrete will have that greatest likelihood of having that happen. Live cam will be on the left side of your screen. This is in western Tennessee if you're just tuning in. And let me just zoom out real quick so you get an idea of what's happening. So again, we have currently 5 severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing. We have 1 tornado warning. That stretches from Arkansas back into southern Kentucky. Overall, the tornado watch goes all the way from Arkansas back into central Kentucky. Again, the main concern today will be damaging winds, but any discrete or semi-discrete supercells that develop like this one will have a higher likelihood of producing a tornado threat. So definitely make sure, again, you have a tornado action plan in place, have multiple ways to receive alerts, and most importantly, make sure you're staying weather aware. That is very important. All right, let me go back over to Twitter and see if there's any updates. No updates as of right now. If there's any updates on this particular tornado warning here. Here's the latest radar scan. Definitely have a hail core starting to develop on this. I mean, this is a storm that is beginning to mature a bit in terms of the overall structure. And here's your hail up here. Got a hook, inflow. Again, tornado would be located here if we had one, which at this current time, it's not been confirmed, and the velocities are definitely not confirming it. By the way, hail damage is beginning to increase back up near the Paris area of Tennessee, so that PDS tornado that happened earlier up there, that storm is now producing hail. This tower cam that we're looking at right now on the left side of your screen, the cyclone port on Radar Omega, is located in Alamo, Tennessee. So it's about 10 miles or so away from Alamo. Let me go back over here. And I do plan on being live here for quite a while today, so make sure you're subscribed to the channel in case you have to go out for any reason and you're not in the risk zone at this time, but you will be later today. I'll probably be live for most of the event, so make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Keep posted with the latest. And again, this tornado warning right now is in western Tennessee. There are 3 storm chasers, by the way, on the way to this tornado warned storm, and you can watch them on the Radar Omega app. They are tilting the live cam. Let's go full screen here. This is the storm right here. So again, this is a tornado warned storm. This is a full cam live view of this storm. Again, I'm not seeing anything definitive here in terms of, you know, a fallen cloud or anything like that, but could become rain wrapped at some point too. Yeah, on the right side of your screen, furthest to the right there, that's where the looks the most ominous. Why is it shaking? That would be because of wind. The wind is picking up here. I mean, we do have some high winds. Not even, I mean, at the surface, they're not super high, but if you even go up like 100 feet off the ground, they're pretty strong today. Pretty strong low pressure system that we're dealing with. Again, I'm not really seeing much here in terms of rotation. It's overall, not that impressive, but obviously, granted that this is a discrete supercell and has a pretty strong area of inflow. I mean, it easily could drop a tornado at some point in the next 10 to 15 minutes if it's able to organize itself. Entirely possible. Go back to this live cam. I did not cover Mayfield when it happened. I was not doing nationwide weather on YouTube until like mid last year. The only events that I may have covered would have basically started back in like, you know, maybe April or May of 2022. So I've always been doing North Texas weather. I only started doing nationwide weather back mid last year. Thank you, Billy. Milan, gotcha. Or Milan. Milan? Yeah, this camera's shaking a lot. Here's the latest radar scan. Again, still a pretty definitive hook here. We have an inflow. And clearly, I mean, we clearly have an inflow. I mean, this is a pretty good-looking supercell when it comes to the reflectivity and whatnot. But it's not really rotating a whole lot right now. And this is going to be moving probably just off to the north of Alamo. I think the storm's going to just miss Alamo. But if you're in Alamo, stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. Trenton, Humboldt should be in your safe place. You are included in this tornado warning. Here's another live cam, by the way. This is out of the Trenton area. See the very dark and ominous clouds. Storm is down to the west-southwest. Milan. Okay, thank you. Pretty good live cam, by the way. This is Humboldt. Wow, look at this. This is Humboldt. Very dark clouds in the background. You can see, I don't know if you can see that. Let me check. Not. Let me take off the Storm Chaser real quick. Bottom right of your screen, look at the American flag down there. That is how windy it is right now. The trees don't do it justice in this picture. You can't really see them swaying at all. But that right there, that's how windy it is right now in this area. That's why the tornado threat is definitely up there. The surface-based winds are definitely strong. Go back to this live cam. Again, the storm is approaching. This is the tornadic supercell that's moving in western Tennessee. Connor is also has a very good view of this. Let's go to Connor.
You guys better be using the whale's mouth emoji. Members only whale's mouth emoji.
Connor has a pretty good view of it there. And then again, bottom right of your screen. Two very good views of the storm.
So like on the new stream, I just press a button.
Go back.
Go to the side cam.
This. And this is currently a tornado warned storm. Not confirmed as of right now that there's a tornado on the ground, but if there is one, we'll be able to see it pretty clearly because we have 3 different cyclone ports in this tornado warning, all on Radar Omega, which you can download at the top link in the description. This day feels like a 10%, not a 5%. Honestly, I mean, the tornado threat, to be honest with you, it's really close to being either way. Like, I could see a way that there would be a 10% tornado risk, and I also would see a way that there's a 5% tornado risk. I mean, like, even like what we've seen so far, it could still be either way. It's kind of on the cusp, in my opinion. Let's go back to Humboldt real quick. Yeah, and this storm's moving 50 miles per hour, so these clouds are going to be really changing a lot in the next several minutes. Here's Trenton. Then dark and ominous clouds here in Trenton. Let's go back to Connor real quick. Look at the clouds there. And very ominous skies. By the way, storm's at the bottom right of your screen here. This is over now in the Cario area, Shady Grove, Crockett Mills, near Alamo, Tennessee. And that is where this tornado warning is currently ongoing, so seek shelter. Away from windows in the lowest floor possible. This will be moving toward Trenton and Humboldt, Tennessee, in western Tennessee. Again, that's western Tennessee. It's the full cam of the storm. Here's the velocities, and again, there isn't really much rotation here, at least from what we're seeing on radar. It could develop into something. We very easily could get a tornado with this, since it is, again, a discrete supercell as of right now, but it is kind of struggling to maintain. Let's go back to the live cam. I mean, that's a great view right there. It's an ugly looking storm, that's for sure. Yeah, they're shifting the camera again. An impressive looking storm, that's for sure. Definitely gonna be some damaging winds with this. I do have to say that. There will definitely be damaging winds. Connor is closing in on the storm right now. Let's go back to Trenton real quick. So this is Trenton. Trenton's actually moving its live cam. We might get a better view of the storm. Let's see. I don't know how far left they're going to go. Wow, look at that. Look at the bottom left. Huge opening right there. Pretty impressive view of the storm as well in Trenton. Let's go to Humboldt. Again, very ominous skies in Humboldt, Tennessee. Let's go back to Alamo. Again, Alamo is the specific location on where the rotation is essentially near, at least. The winds are picking up. Obviously, again, the camera shaking is not just because it's unstable. It's because the wind is picking up. It means it's windy. So, in case you were wondering. I'll check it out in a second, Isabel. How can you determine if there's a tornado on the ground via radar? You have to use a couple of things. Velocities is the main thing, and if there's a tight and strong area of rotation, then like a very tight couplet, that would be one way to tell. But you also have to confirm it with the correlation coefficient. The correlation coefficient is used to basically determine the similarity of objects that are, in the atmosphere. So debris and whatnot would be on the lower side of the correlation coefficient spectrum. So that'd be like blue, yellow, sometimes green if it's a weaker tornado. But it can give you an idea of the debris being lifted up into the atmosphere. If there is a tornado, it can also determine hail, chaff, grapple, snow, rain. It literally can determine any weather phenomenon. But yeah, the correlation coefficient's a pretty fundamental weather tool that is used for determining, a tornado on the ground or whatnot. Any risk of severe weather in Nashville, Tennessee? Yes, there is a risk. It will probably not be, though, until a little bit later. Closer to like 4 to 5 o'clock would be my ETA that I would give you. Yeah, and this storm has a pretty intense inflow right now. Again, you got an inflow right here. You got a hook echo. And again, the surface winds are pretty strong, so that's going to intensify a storm regardless. And again, this could easily drop a tornado at any time. Let's go back to Alamo here. Again, Alamo, that's where the storm is right now going into. If you're in Alamo, Tennessee, Trenton, Tennessee, or Humboldt, Tennessee, make sure you're seeking shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. And this storm could easily drop a tornado at any time. The winds are very strong at the bare minimum in the storm. We're definitely looking at a damaging wind threat. Since it is, again, a semi-discrete, close to a discrete supercell, I mean, it easily could still drop a tornado. Here's Humboldt. Again, notice the very ominous skies. The dark clouds keep getting closer. The wind is pretty strong here, by the way. You can't see the American flag at the bottom right, but yeah, show that to you real quick. Bottom right of your screen, you see the American flag down there. That gives you an idea of the wind speeds right now. Even outside of the thunderstorm, they're pretty strong. Like Connor's filling up on gas at the bottom right as well. Go back to Trenton. Yeah, but I'm not able to. We're not partnered with them anymore. And here's the live cam again in Trenton. You're good, Dodge. Or Doge. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. He just stopped responding to me. So we're not with him anymore. Tornado warning has now been canceled, but it is still a tornado possible storm. Bare minimum. The rotation, again, has not been very strong with this by any means. Again, this entire time, it's been very weak on radar, but there's definitely some damaging winds with this as it continues to move to the east-northeast toward Humboldt, going through, Alamo area. We have some really good live cams, and we're going to continue to stick with them because, I mean, we're going to have very good shots of this storm. Let's go back to Alamo real quick. Alamo is now seeing the heavy rainfall. Look at the huge amount of rain. Just dumping buckets of rain here. You can just see it in the distance. We were able to see a lot more a minute ago. Rain is about to pick up pretty quickly, and the wind is also going to pick up very quickly here. Yeah, this is no longer a tornado warning. It was, but no longer is. Connor, by the way, is actually not on the storm. He's back up close. He's northeast of the storm. Wow, look at how quickly it just became blinded in rain here. Holy cow. That was quick. Yeah, Connor's back up here. He's going to be back up near the McKenzie area. So he'll have a pretty good view, or he'll have a pretty good intercept of the storm as it approaches him. Real quickly, I'm just going to kind of check and see if we have any other things that we have to be mindful of here. We have a storm going from Arkansas, and it's about to enter into northwest Mississippi. Doesn't look to be very intense when it comes to any rotation, but there is a lot of lightning and also some wind gusts with that. Then back up into Kentucky, we have a couple of storms here. One near Big Sandy in Dover. Some wind with that one. And we also have another storm near the Rosine area, near Dog Walk. Also some wind and lightning associated with that, but I don't see anything too concerning with either of those storms. I would say right now the most concerning storm is going to be this one. Again, it is semi-discrete and it has really the best environment to produce a tornado. Don't see nearly as much of an inflow either, but we have, again, 3 different Radar Omega cyclone ports on this, and if you want to view these for yourself and watch Storm Chasers on the app, you can do so by downloading the Radar Omega app on your iOS and Android device. The link is at the top of the description, and also I appreciate Radar Omega for sponsoring today's live stream. Does help the page out a lot. We also get to use these fantastic live cams. Are we looking at any real tornado threat tonight in Birmingham, Alabama? Yeah, if you're in northern Alabama, I would still be mindful of a tornado threat, but it's not going to be it won't be nearly as high as the northern Mississippi and Tennessee area. It's still going to be low, but it's definitely not 0. Tornado did touch down. Videos all over Facebook. If you have any videos, photos, anything like that, feel free to tweet me on Twitter or just send me the link to them. You can send me the link via Discord or Facebook or Twitter. All those links are in the description. What do I have to eat? I have shells and cheese that I made about an hour ago. Actually, it was over an hour ago. I literally made these an hour and 15 minutes ago. So here's the story behind it. So for those that have been here the entire time, we went live at just before 12 o'clock. There was a PDS tornado warning, and the PDS tornado began when I was literally making my shells and cheese. So I didn't really expect it, to be honest. I saw the storm. It had strong rotation. I didn't think it would go PDS and whatnot, but it happened, and I already had it on the stove. So I was like, well, I guess I got to go live, and I'm going to have a whole bowl of shells and cheese here. So basically, my meal I was not able to eat before going live. It was a pretty easy meal to make. I mean, it doesn't take that long. They're actually pretty good shells and cheese. They're pretty good. We currently have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing. Again, the one that we're on right now here in Tennessee is currently a tornado possible, meaning that there is still a chance that there could be a tornado with this. Here is the storm. This is from the perspective of Humboldt, Tennessee. This is looking more to the northwest. And notice the entire storm right here in the background. Really great circle. Here you go. Pretty good view of it. Yes, you can send me the link by messenger. That's fine. All right, let me look at this. We might have a video of the a possible tornado. Oh, is this the tornado from earlier? This guy had a trampoline out in his front yard that wasn't hatched down. Guys, the flying state bird of Texas is the trampoline. Make sure you hatch down your trampolines. I can't really tell if that's a tornado. I mean, I'm guessing inside that storm there's a tornado. I don't know exactly where this was, though. I don't see the location on here. Oh, this is in rougher third. Yeah, there was a tornado there. Yeah, that storm did produce a tornado. It's not even tossing trampolines on tall trees Thursday. We are on suspicious storms Saturday. It's actually technically scary storm Saturday. I kind of changed them. Here's the flying trampoline meter risk today, by the way. So, again, medium risk of flying trampolines today. It's not a high risk. It's definitely a medium risk. Not every storm is going to produce damaging winds, but the winds are high overall. I mean, once we go into Monday morning on the East Coast, the wind gusts are going to be crazy on the East Coast. Upwards of like 55 to 70 miles per hour across like a large chunk of the East Coast. I mean, we're talking like from like the Carolinas back into New England. It's going to be mainly right on the water. It's not going to be like inland really a whole lot. There will be wind gusts inland, but not nearly as high, but it's going to get crazy. Slinging swing sets on Sunday. Oh, I forgot about that one. That has to be the name. Here's the Alamo live cam, by the way. This is where it just dumped a bunch of rain. Humboldt will be our next great live cam. This storm is still trying, by the way. It's trying to organize itself. A little hail core, perhaps, at the bare minimum. Heavy rainfall. Some lightning. Inflow. Hook. Yeah, if there were to be a tornado, it would be here. It's not tornado warned right now, but it is going to be a storm to watch for perhaps a tornado threat. New severe thunderstorm warning for those in Clarksville, Tennessee. That is for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. No tornado risk right now with this storm. There could be one down the road, but for now, there's not really any rotation on that. So, a little update on the Clarksville, Tennessee storm. We will keep you posted if anything does change on that. Here's Humboldt. And this will probably be our best live cam on this storm. And you can see these live cams on the Radar Omega app. You can download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Not recommended enough. It is a fantastic weather radar. You can use a satellite imagery. You can customize your own radar. Look at all the cyclone ports, which are the live cams on the app and all that sort of stuff. If you download it with the top link in the description. $8.99 on iOS and Android. 100% recommended. Very, very worth the price. The next Storm Prediction Center update is in 45 minutes, for those wondering. Nashville will not see any severe weather or any storms until around 4 to 6 o'clock tonight, which is still about 3 to 5 hours from now. One of my computer specs, I'm using a laptop, it's not a computer. I actually recently, because of y'all's support, all the members that we have on the channel, we were able to get a new set a RAM into the laptop that I use. So we upgraded our RAM from 16 gigabytes to 32 gigabytes of RAM on the laptop. That's able to run everything a lot smoother, and it also limits the amount of buffering that's on the stream. We had an issue with buffering this summer, most notably on some of the... Oh, you see that cloud of ground lightning, by the way? If you go back like 5 seconds, there's cloud of ground lightning right here. So if you want to go back like 5 seconds on the stream, there was literally cloud of ground lightning there a second ago. But we were able to get new RAM, so basically the stream runs a lot better. Because I always have like dozens of tabs open, and that takes up a lot of RAM, aka memory. So, but I'll probably put something for my specs at some point on the website below. Yeah, it's by the water tower. It's a very good view of the storm, though. Let's go back to the radar here. Again, this is the storm that we're looking at. It is a pretty nasty looking supercell. It's near Humboldt and near Trenton, Tennessee. Atwood, Huntington, as well as McKenzie will be in the track of this over the next several minutes. It's another good view, by the way. There's a sheriff. Here's another good view of the storm, by the way. This is further south. This is actually a cyclone port that we have used in the past. When we had a severe weather event a few months ago, we actually used that one. I don't remember these other three, though. These ones might be newer. Got a shelf cloud going here. Go check Twitter to see if there's anything new. By the way, isolated flash flooding exists across Tennessee and Kentucky over the next few hours. Little heads up there. And Connor, again, is back up northeast of this particular storm. So he might get a better view of it at some point soon. But we will see. And a friendly reminder, if you're just tuning in for the first time, make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Click that red button down below and subscribe. We'll keep you posted with the latest today. And also, make sure to click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest. This is currently in Humboldt, Tennessee. Humboldt, Tennessee is the current location of this live cam. Let me actually take off Connor here for the moment. Because, again, if you look at the bottom right, that's the American flag, and you can see how strong the winds are right now. They're stronger than they look. Again, the trees are kind of a little bit of a... what I'm looking for. They're a little... not very helpful in this case, because you can't really see them very well. But that wind is pretty strong at the surface. You can see it with the American flag down there. It's definitely whipping. This camera's commonly on the local news. It might be. There's a lot of cameras out there that are. Trees are a buffer. Yeah, I mean, that's one way to put it. Here's the storm. Again, this is still a pretty impressive cell. I mean, again, if there is to be a tornado with this one, or out of any of the storms that we have right now, if there's to be a tornado, it would probably be out of that one. Maybe even the one near Brownsville. Brownsville storm's starting to get a little hook going as well. Not really much rotation on this one, but definitely a little hook there. A quick update on Kentucky. We have one severe storm in northern Kentucky. This is back near the Leachfield area. 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, quarter-sized hail. Not too concerned about this one right now in terms of a tornado threat. I think the main concern, basically north of this tornado watch, or even like on the north side of this tornado watch, will be mainly the damaging wind threat, but we could still get a tornado or two. And then this is back over near Oak Grove in the Clarksville area. We got multiple storms in here. These overall, again, I'm really not concerned about these ones either. It'll be mainly a damaging wind threat out of those. So there might be an isolated tornado that comes out of that. Where I think the tornado threat is really going to start to maximize over the next couple of hours will be out of these storms here. And the ones that are really going to develop in this corridor, stretching from about Paris, Tennessee, back into Clarksdale in Mississippi. That's where I think the main threat of tornadic activity will start to really ramp up, which it already has kind of begun here across southwest Tennessee. We obviously had a tornado warning on this storm that was near, or that is near Trenton, not too long ago. But here's the live cam again out of Humboldt. We are starting to lose the clouds. We're seeing now more of the big area of rain that's falling out in front of it. You really can't see like the ominous cumulus clouds there anymore. You missed it. Nice. It's always nice when you don't get severe weather. It can sometimes be a close call. It depends on where you are, but it can be a close call in some cases. Oh, there goes a bird flying across the screen. Bird is going kind of toward the storm, it looks like. Where's the snow that everybody was predicting? The snow's not going to fall until tomorrow night. The winter storm is going to be in the northeast, and that's not until tomorrow night. There will be actually some snow up in Ohio tomorrow morning, I believe. Won't be much, but it'll be a little bit. New severe thunderstorm warning for Brownsville, Humboldt, Alamo, and Bells. So a couple of different supercells right now moving out to the north and east. This one's going to produce the threat for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail. And this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, go back here and let me turn back on Connor here. Connor is approaching the storm now. He's back near Huntington, I believe. So he is going to be approaching this storm that's near Milan and the Humboldt area. The only rotation that we currently have with any storms are primarily in this area here. Again, just north and west of Jackson. Back near the Clarksville area, there really isn't much up here. It's primarily just damaging winds. Let me just verify this real quick. Near Indian Mound, there's a little bit here. Yeah, there's some pretty tight rotation right here near Indian Mound. This could be a tornado. A very small spot. Correlation coefficient isn't detecting anything, but that is very tight rotation right here. And that's just west of Clarksville in Tennessee. Yeah, this is an embedded, little embedded area here. We have an inflow right here. This is near Indian Mound. Again, your hook tornado gonna be more than likely rain wrapped, and that is just to the west of Clarksville, Tennessee. We'll have to see the next radar scan. This could be concerning if you're near Clarksville. Right here. That could be a tornado trying to develop. Wait for the next radar scan. This one's going to be interesting to look at. See if it actually does try to materialize into something. And this is near Clarksville, Tennessee. We could get a tornado on this one. This is 119, this radar scan, so we should have a new one here within the next 30 seconds. All right, there we go. New tornado warning now west of Clarksville. Seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. Again, this one will be heading toward Clarksville. Let me zoom in on this. It's hard to see on this radar scan, but you can see it right there. That red and blue that mixes there, that is a very strong area of rotation right now, moving off to the east. You'll be going toward Clarksville. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. And again, it's going to be embedded in this hook. Latest radar scan actually has it a little bit weaker. Yeah, again, this could drop a tornado at any time. Again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. This does not include Clarksville, Tennessee, but if you are in Clarksville, Tennessee, you should be monitoring this storm very closely. And right there in Indian Mound is where the rotation is located. The main location in the track of this is Woodlawn. That is the main area in this warning. This is likely, at least was likely on the ground moments ago. We have another tornado warning now. Further down to the south. So we now have 2 tornado warnings ongoing. This one is on the other storm that we were looking at earlier. It wasn't really doing much until now, but now there's another tornado warning. This is back near southwest of Memphis. So this is going to be located on the storm that's going toward Hernando. This is in northwest parts of Mississippi. Seek shelter immediately away from windows and lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. Looking to see if we have any better radar sites. So this is a good one right here. The rotation's going to be located near the West Helena area, so near Lexa. Don't really have a great view on this from velocity's perspective, but that right there will be your rotation. Again, seek shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. Go back to here real quick. Check this out. Yeah, correlation coefficient shows something, but we are very far away from radar sites, and it makes it hard to really confirm that there's actual tornado there. But if you, again, are in anywhere in this tornado warning in eastern Arkansas, northwest Mississippi, seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're included in this warning. Let me go back up to Indian Mound here. Go to the correlation coefficient. This is as of 122. That's CC. Let's go to the velocities. That's at 125. Yeah, there was a. This is confirmed. There has been a tornado with this storm back up in Tennessee. So this is a confirmed tornado moments ago. Right now, we're gonna see if there's still a tornado here. That's your rotation. That is a tornado. All right, we have a tornado on the ground right now. This is not confirmed by the National Weather Service, but that is definitely a tornado. Again, this is a tornado on the ground in Indian Mound, Tennessee. And seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. That is a confirmed tornado right now. Moving toward Oakwood. Right there, again, is your correlation coefficient drop near Indian Mound. Moving off to the east-northeast toward Oakwood and Woodlawn. Yeah, go back over to here. Check Twitter. And that is a tornado on the ground. It has not been confirmed on the oh, it hasn't. It has been actually been. All right, so this has now been confirmed by the National Weather Service. Again, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground. This is currently located just east now of Indian Mound. It's moving toward Oakwood and Woodlawn. This will be going close to the Clarksville area of Tennessee. So if you are in the Clarksville area of Tennessee, be mindful of this storm. Whether there's still a tornado with this, that far down the road is obviously to be determined. We don't know, but this is definitely a tornado on the ground. You can see the clear correlation coefficient drop right now that's moving toward Woodlawn. This is a definite tornado on the ground. It's not PDS as of now. Obviously, that could change, but this is definitely a tornado. Let's go back to the velocities. There you go. Yeah, it's still strong rotation. That's going again toward Woodlawn right now. Again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. If you're in a mobile home or a RV out in front of the storm, you want to make sure you have an alternate plan. Those are not safe places to be during severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings. Yeah, this is a confirmed tornado. Very definitive on radar. That is a correlation coefficient drop. And again, what we're looking at here is the correlation coefficient. Gives us an idea of the similarity of objects in the area. And usually when we have all this other colors, like, you know, red and kind of like gray, tan colors, that's basically rain. That's all we're looking at there. But when we start to get these like blue areas on tight areas of rotation, that would represent a tornado on the ground. In this case, there could even be a strong tornado with this, but thus far, this is about the width here of the correlation coefficient drop is about 1,200 yards. So it's under a mile in terms of the correlation coefficient picking up debris, but that doesn't really give us an accurate representation always of what the size of the tornado is. It just gives more an idea of the debris field. Beginning to ramp back up though, yeah, that's true. Yeah, we have another tornado warning ongoing back down in northwest Mississippi, but that is not a concern right now to Memphis, Tennessee. But we will keep a close eye on that storm. That one, as of now, I'm going to check on my phone. And the one that's down there is not really that strong when it comes to the rotation. It's still something to watch for, but it's not overly concerning. Connor is not in Texas. That is incorrect. My apologies. All right, we have now 3 tornado warnings ongoing. If you're just tuning in, there are now 3 tornado warnings. One of which is now going to be in central western Tennessee, the other one near Clarksville, and the other one that's south of Memphis. The one south of Memphis is not going toward Memphis right now, but this storm here that is going toward Huntington and as well as the Clarksburg area has a history of rotation. This is radar indicated rotation, so seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. We don't have very good views on this storm, unfortunately. I'm trying to go through all the radar sites, but the rotation itself is going to be located right here near Graball, and it's going to be moving off toward the Huntington and Brewston areas of Tennessee. Very intense cell here as well, so seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Again, the tornado that is on the ground is back west of Clarksville. Tornado is still on the ground, so it's going to be approaching 79, so Route 79. That is where the tornado will be approaching. This right here is a tornado. Right here. It's going toward Oakwood and Woodlawn. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit so you have a better idea of where we're at. And that right there is your tornado. Moving toward Woodlawn. It's moving more east-northeast. So it's not far from the Clarksville area. Huntington? What is it? Hunting done? Isn't it the same thing? See if there's any other updates here on Twitter. Again, the storm that's going toward Clarksburg and as well as Brewston, that's radar indicated rotation. It's not a confirmed tornado right now. That's back over in western central parts of Tennessee. That storm again has a history of producing rotation, but not a tornado to this point. This storm that is near Clarksville currently has a tornado on the ground. That hook that you see there, just west of Woodlawn. The next Storm Prediction Center update, by the way, is in about 27 minutes approximately. We might see a 10% tornado risk added to the threat today. I wouldn't rule it out. How it's been active so far. Our latest radar scan just came in. Correlation coefficient still shows debris near Oakwood, but it looks like the tornado is weakening. That's again near Oakwood and Woodlawn. So again, going to be going toward the Clarksville area, New Providence, State Route 374, also on the track of this. And stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, if you are included in this tornado warning. This is nowhere near Nashville right now. Nashville will not see storms until a little bit later. You have probably about 2 hours at least until you see anything. 2 to 3 hours. You're still a few hours out, but obviously be mindful, stay weather aware. These storms obviously look closer than they are. I mean, this storm's moving at about 50 miles per hour, 40 miles per hour, somewhere in that ballpark. So I can put a little track on this storm. This would be the one going toward Nashville. 40 miles per hour. And Nashville is about 2.5 hours out. So you still got a lot of time really until this is even close to you. All right, the tornado warning back up near Clarksville has just been updated. It is still a confirmed tornado on the ground. Obviously, the correlation coefficient still showing that right now near Oakwood. This will be, again, your tornado right here. That's moving off to the east, going toward Woodlawn. It's crossing over Route 79 as we speak. And it's west of Clarksville. Clarksville, Tennessee is not in the direct path of this. I think that this storm will weaken in terms of its rotation there over the next few minutes. We could see it recycle, though, as it gets closer to the Clarksville area. But the rotation itself is going a little bit more off to the north and east of Clarksville. Taking more of a path like this. Yes, this is now past Indian Mound. Indian Mound did have a tornado on the ground there for a few minutes, and it is still actively on the ground over Oakwood. Again, here's Clarksville. Right now moving more northeast, but we always could see something develop near Clarksville. You still want to be mindful here. Definitely stay weather aware. The other tornado in Tennessee is showing better looking rotation. We're talking about the one back to the west. I'll check it out after this radar scan. This one's coming in like right now. There are 3 tornado warnings. They are across technically 3 states. We have 2 in Tennessee, and then we have 1 back down in Mississippi and Arkansas. Northwest Arkansas to be specific. Yeah, all right, so this tornado is lifted at this point. We still have debris, though, in the atmosphere. Obviously, stay in your safe place. Let's go back to the radar here. Also have a little bit of a hail core back just southwest of Oak Grove. Go to the high-res velocities. Again, that's your area of rotation. More than anything, it looks to be more of a damaging wind threat now moving toward Clarksville and just to the north of there. Still stay in your safe place, though, for the next several minutes. Also, tornado watch for Nashville. Again, this is your tornado watch. Goes all the way back down to the south into Arkansas and northern Mississippi. Kentucky until 7 o'clock tonight. Let's go back to this other tornado warning. This is near Helena West. Again, this one's been ongoing for a little while, about 10 to 15 minutes, going toward the Tunica area in northwest Mississippi. It's going to be crossing over the Mississippi Valley, or Mississippi River, excuse me, over the next few minutes, going toward Route 61. This one is not on track to go toward Memphis, even though if you're in Memphis, you should still stay weather aware. There is still a chance that a storm back here to the west tries to develop into something. Again, this is a pretty favorable environment right now across western and northern Tennessee for there to be a tornado. Definitely want to stay weather aware. Let's go back to the storm over here. Again, this is the other one that's rotating. This is near the just west of Clarksburg. So again, this will be going toward Huntington. Make sure you're staying away from windows on the lowest floor possible. This storm also could produce a tornado at any time. However, the rotation is still on the weaker side of things, but we are far away from the radar site, so kind of makes it a little bit harder to see what's happening when we're that far away. And here's a widespread view of things. I'm just going to go wide, full screen here for a moment. So again, we have 3 tornado warnings, one near Clarksville, another one near Jackson, and another one south of Memphis. Those are the 3 different areas on where there is some tornadic activity happening right now. All right, let me go back over here. Yeah, there's a good amount of damage photos, by the way, coming out of the Rutherford area. We had a PDS tornado when we first went live, which means particularly dangerous situation, back up in northwest Tennessee. And that is, at this point, we've seen a lot of damage photos, but the fire department obviously saw some damage as well. Unfortunately, there's been a lot of damage up that direction. Thank you, Avery, for the 199. Is Louisville a concern at all? Louisville, in my opinion, will not be really too concerning. I think more than anything, damaging winds would be the main concern. Maybe some large hail as well. That's, again, if you really see anything, which most of that activity will probably just be, you know, ordinary thunderstorms. But there might be an isolated storm there that produces, you know, damaging winds or hail. All right, we have a damage report coming out of this tornadic storm that just produced a tornado back near Woodlawn. This is in Cumberland City, Tennessee, about 10 miles north of there. This is near Indian Mound. Power lines down and debris in the road on Red Top Road north of Indian Mound. Debris signature was noted by radar, which, again, we showed you. So this storm has now produced damage officially back near the Indian Mound area. So, unfortunately, at this point, we've had confirmed damage. The storm, again, has produced a tornado. I don't think there's one on the ground anymore. We've kind of looked at it. The rotation weakened. There is still some rotation here, though. Let's go to the reflectivity. Yeah, there's still some rotation. I wouldn't be surprised if a new tornado warning got issued. It's not much, but there's definitely still some rotation there. This is, again, just west-northwest of Clarksville. But definitely still concerning. This tornado warning will be canceled, or expires, excuse me, in 4 minutes. Here's the latest radar scan. And that area of rotation now moving over parts of northwest Clarksville. Again, that's moving off to the north and east. Thanks, Avery. I appreciate it. Florence, Alabama won't see anything until later tonight, Ice Cream. That'll be still hours from now. We'll see if there's a new tornado warning on this. Again, there isn't one right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if we got a new one. That rotation's still definitely there. Again, we still got a tornado warning ongoing back near the Clarksburg area here in parts of central western Tennessee. This is going toward Huntington and Brewston, Buena Vista, and Westport, all in the track of this storm. Again, this one could also produce a tornado as it continues to move to the east. So stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. Real quickly go full cam to, this is full cam on Connor Croft right now. I don't exactly know where he is, but I'm pretty sure he's on this storm.
Yeah, I can't get him completely out.
The ominous clouds in the background.
Once the lower half of this base comes over the tree.
Oh, he's actually looking at damage.
Be able to get an idea of what kind of stage the storm is.
There's some metal, some sort of metal scrap there in the background. He's on some sort of damage there.
Man, thunder's roaring. Thunder is roaring. You guys are just tuning in. About to intercept this tornado warning supercell. Make sure to hit that like button on the stream. Helps out the channel a ton. If you're not already subscribed to my channel, we do these live storm chases on pretty much every single event we travel.
So he's currently on the storm that's near Huntington.
We also make videos
So
out of our
you should have a
tornadoes.
pretty good view of that storm here in a minute. Again, this is a tornado warned
Coming at
cell.
us. Gotta check
Moving
radar
off
really
to
quick.
the east. This has not yet been confirmed, by the way. But obviously could drop a tornado at any time.
Waiting to potentially take shelter.
This is
if
live,
thing
yes.
comes towards their plant.
This is a live stream. Yeah, this is all live.
I'm taking I don't see anything too concerning just looking at
I think they're about to get back in their
But
car.
like,
Yeah, again, we're going to keep a close eye on this. Again, we have Connor with us. We're going to see what he does here. Obviously, he is on this storm right now that we're looking at in Huntington. All right, we have a new tornado warning on the Clarksville storm. So this is the new tornado warning on the Clarksville storm. This is just on the north side of Clarksville. Again, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This does not look pretty. That is a tornado on the ground. We have a possibility for a strong tornado here. Tornado is on the ground again. That's northwest of Clarksville. Very, very strong rotation right now appearing on radar. This is not good. Again, strong rotation, confirmed tornado again, northwest of Clarksville. This is now the second time we've had a tornado on this storm. This is moving north and east. Seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is not looking good. This is another tornado on the ground in the same area that we just had one go through. I mean, again, the tornado was on the ground back here near Indian Mound, rolled through Woodlawn, and is now back on the ground. That is intense looking rotation here on the velocities radar. And we have another tornado warning. This is a radar confirmed tornado. They've just confirmed it on this warning. Obviously, it's on the ground right now. This is definitely a dangerous storm that's moving off to the north and east. If you are currently on the north side of Clarksville, back near the Trenton area, seek shelter immediately. Again, this will be crossing into Kentucky. This is what we're looking at. Wide view of things. That's northwest of Nashville. This is going to be going into Kentucky. That is another tornado on the ground, and this one does not look pretty. This is definitely worse than the one we just had, just by the looks of it on the velocities. Again, the correlation coefficient confirming this tornado now. Next Storm Prediction Center update again is in 15 minutes approximately. I wouldn't be surprised with an enhanced risk at this point for tornadoes. But yeah, again, this is now a tornado that is on the ground moving off to the north and east. Definitely not looking good. Let me look at the velocities here. Yeah, I mean, the radar is estimating 105 miles per hour. Again, it might be around that. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes with the velocities, but this, again, probably, this could go PDS depending on what happens over the next few minutes. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the latest radar scan. Again, this is 243 Eastern, 143 Central. So the next radar scan will come in here in about 30 seconds, but depending on what happens in the next couple of scans could, you know, really determine what happens with this tornadic storm. Yeah, this is not looking good on this storm right now. Thank you for the $2, LIY. I'll check out Twitter in a bit. I'm kind of looking more at my feed because I'm getting some more stuff on there. Yeah, so this is apparently a pretty sizable tornado on the ground. Definitely not like a little rope. This is more, it looks to be a bit more cone shaped from what I'm seeing. I have a photo I can't show it, but there is a photo of it. Yeah, it definitely looks like a tornado that's at least a bit more cone shaped here. Let me see if I can find any photos on Twitter here. Find any photos on Twitter, I'll retweet it. Yeah, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground. Seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Here's the correlation coefficient, still indicating that tornado on the ground. This is very possibly a strong tornado right now on the ground. We could go PDS with this, we'll see. This is a public confirmed tornado. Obviously, there is a storm chaser in this area. I don't know what his name is. There is a storm chaser on this. Yeah, there is a cone tornado right now ongoing. This is a dangerous tornado moving off to the north and east. Again, a PDS tornado, definitely not out of the question with this, with how rotation looks on radar, obviously. And again, this will be moving toward Trenton, Guthrie, and Kentucky. It's right now in northern Tennessee. This is, again, just north of Clarksville. Strong tornado on the ground. This is a pretty populated area as well. This is rural areas of Clarksville. Unfortunately, there's a lot of streets in here. You can see it on the Radar Omega app here. This is near the Peaches Mill Road, going towards State Route 236 on Tiny Town Road and Allen Road. If you're anywhere in those areas, you need to get to the lowest floor interior room immediately. And it's a very dangerous storm right now moving up to the north and northeast. So we'll be going toward Interstate 24 as well here momentarily. Right here is your tornado. It's moving off to the north and east. This is confirmed. And by the way, Connor Croft at the bottom right of your screen, he is not on this storm. He is on the Huntington, Tennessee storm. That's back over in central western Tennessee, which is tornado warned. I have not even finished my mac and cheese. I am like maybe a fourth of the way done. I'm nowhere close. All right, no, nothing else on Twitter right now. Yeah, this is a ongoing tornado. Large tornado likely on the ground right now north of Clarksville. It's again moving off to the north and east. You need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible immediately. Let's take off the smoothing feature. It'll show you the storm a little bit better here. This is the hook right here. You can see it a lot clearer. That is your hook echo. That's the inflow going to the storm right here. Very strong and clean inflow. Again, tornado's located right there. That's near State Route 48, going toward Interstate 24. Again, that is your tornado on the ground. It's right here. Moving off to the north and east. That is some very high winds on the velocities. I wouldn't be surprised if this went PDS. Yeah, this is, again, not good. If you are anywhere north of Clarksville, it's about to cross into Kentucky in the next 5 minutes. Yes, the streets that this is near right now, I'm only going to name a few. There's a lot of them, but the main roads that it's near, Peaches Mill Road, that's the main road that it's right now on. Tiny Town Road, this is the rotation is like the tornado's likely over that road right now. It's about to be over Interstate 24, and it'll eventually be going toward Barker's Mill. Those are like the main roads in the area. This is just west of the Trenton Road, but obviously if you are along Trenton Road, you definitely want to make sure you're seeking shelter. Jack Miller Boulevard, just east of there. Fort Campbell Boulevard, it's also just east of that boulevard. And that's your tornado right here. This is moving off to the northeast. They issued a new tornado warning for the Deerville area back near Russellville. So they issued a tornado warning well out in front of the storm. This is going to be back near Russellville and Gordonsville. So if you're in those areas, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. But that is a little bit further out in front of the storm. Tornado warning has been canceled, by the way, for central Tennessee. We're down to 4 tornado warnings right now. Again, this is the storm right now that's producing a tornado. You can clearly see the hook echo. Clearly. Inflow going into the storm. That's your hook. That is your tornado right there. It's embedded in that basically debris ball that's showing up on radar right now. Again, a very intense area of rotation. Here's the latest correlation coefficient scan. Right there. That's your tornado. This is the velocities, which look very intense, obviously. This is one of the more intense views of the velocities I've seen in quite some time. This is going now over Tiny Town Road. It's moving off to the north and east, going toward Interstate 24. As we're speaking, this is probably crossing over Interstate 24, just for reference. All right, this is now a PDS tornado. Kind of figured it would go PDS. And this is a large and strong tornado that's moving off to the north and east. Seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. This tornado has obviously produced a lot of power flashes as well at the ground. I'm going to zoom out again. Again, this is the area right now in the impact zone. The tornado is located right here. That is a PDS tornado, meaning particularly dangerous situation, moving off to the north and east. It's going toward Trenton and the Guthrie area and Pincham in southern Kentucky. All right, this is going to be going toward Russellville and Gordonsville on the long term. Deerville should also be mindful of this storm. So those areas out in front of it should definitely be mindful of this storm as it moves off to the north and east. And again, that is in southern Kentucky. We are currently, the tornado itself is right now in northern Tennessee. All right, so this is again north of Clarksville. It's about to cross over into Kentucky in the next few minutes. And that is the tornado right there. It's just down to the south of Interstate 24. In the next radar scan, that would have already crossed over Interstate 24. This tornado will be basically over, if not just crossing over Interstate 24 in about a minute. Probably is as we speak, honestly. Now, by the way, this is our second PDS tornado of the day, just kind of for reference. And the next Storm Prediction Center update will be out in approximately 5 minutes. So we will see if there is some sort of upgrade to the risk, because I would not be surprised if there's a 10% tornado risk. Here's the tornado. Yeah, this is a very dangerous tornado, guys. Yeah, if you know anybody in this area, I mean, again, this is a large and strong tornado that's moving off to the north and east right now. Without a doubt, this is a large tornado and also a very strong one. Yeah, if you know anybody in this area, please make sure to give them a call or text. Make sure they're in their safe place. This is a very dangerous storm. And this could be on the ground for, you know, multiple more minutes to come. There's a debris ball even showing up on here. Again, that's your hook right here. This is the debris. That is the inflow. This right here, again, is your tornado. It's moving off to the north and east. That'll be going toward Pincham, Hammocksville, just west of Hampton Station, not far from the Guthrie area. And we're looking at all this here on the Radar Omega app. This is all, again, moving off to the north and east. 3 different tornado warnings on this storm, by the way. So this storm in particular all has 3 tornado warnings on it. The tornado warning that's back down in Mississippi has not been really doing much. So just kind of for reference, tornado watch has been canceled for parts of eastern Arkansas and western Tennessee, by the way. So just a little update there. Again, the biggest concern right now is this tornado warning storm that is right now near Interstate 24. This is, again, a large and strong tornado. This has now crossed over Interstate 24. It is about to cross into Kentucky. A lot of people live in this area. This is a very, I mean, look at all the roads. I mean, this is just really bad. I mean, look at all the roads in here. These are all homes in the Tylertown Road area, north of Clarksville. Just awful. And then as we go into Kentucky, it's a lot more rural there, but unfortunately, it's going through a very populated area right now in the Clarksville area. Again, this is your tornado right here. It's horrible. And this is a particularly dangerous situation. Moving off to the north and east. We do have a report. Tornado crossed over portions of Clarksville, Tennessee at 1:51 p.m. That's, again, on the far north side there of Clarksville. And again, if you're just tuning in, that is your tornado right there. That's going off to the north and east toward Pitcham. They'll be going toward Hermon, Allensville, Guthrie, Hammocksburg in Kentucky. This is again on the north side of Clarksville. It's about to cross into Tennessee. Or sorry, it's about to cross into Kentucky from Tennessee. Not what you want to see. Wow. This might be getting worse, to be honest. This is getting really bad. See the correlation coefficient. This could be a really dangerous tornado right now, moving off to the north and east. I mean, look at the velocities. This is a really bad storm. Let me look at the correlation coefficient. I think it just came in. Not yet. It should be in here in a second. This is really bad. I mean, this storm's getting worse by the second right now. Trying to get the correlation coefficient to update on here. Hasn't yet, but again, this is the area right now that we have a very large tornado on the ground. Very strong at the bare minimum, but a large tornado. Perhaps very strong, moving off to the north and east. It's an extremely dangerous storm, again, in southern Kentucky. Seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. By the way, if you see any photos of this on Twitter, feel free to mention me on them, at MaxVelocityWX on Twitter. I will be retweeting them on Twitter, at the bare minimum. So if you're on Twitter, feel free to do that. We do have a new tornado warning. This might be a tornado emergency. It's not a tornado emergency as of right now. There's a new tornado warning, though, that was just issued. Again, confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado 4 miles west of Guthrie, 8 miles northeast of Clarksville, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Again, this is a particularly dangerous situation. It's a damaging tornado, and again, this is confirmed by radar and has been confirmed in person as well. There's no doubt there's a tornado here, and it's very strong at this point. Again, seek shelter immediately if you're in this tornado warning, away from windows and lowest floor possible. This is moving off to the north and east. If you have pictures, my email's in the description below. Everything, like links and everything, are in the description. So if you have anything, socials, all that is down there. Let's see if we have any other photos on Twitter. And this is some serious tornado damage right now, tornado moving off to the north and east. Definitely going to be a very intense tornado as it continues to move to the north. Here's the latest radar scan. Here's the correlation coefficient. It did not update at the 157 on here, but it should update here in a second. That right there, again, is a strong tornado moving off to the north and east, going toward Anderson and Pitcham in Kentucky. This is no longer in Tennessee. However, if you are in the tornado warning down here in Tennessee, debris could still be getting lifted up and flying out for miles. So you do not want to be going outside at this point if you're down here like near Hampton Station. Yeah, there's some serious tornado damage to structures right now in the Clarksville area, from what I'm seeing. We are starting to get some structural damage. I have retweeted a photo on Twitter, by the way, of that. Tree, by the way, that is a fake photo that you tagged me in. Yeah, and this is me moving off to the north and east. Let me put a track on this, let me put like a little timing guide on this. Let me see what the speed is on here. 45 miles per hour. All right, let's do a little track on this. Okay, I'm going to do an ETA. This, again, this tornado could go a little bit further east and west in these pink polygons, but this is just an ETA over the next 25 minutes or so. Timestamps are on the top or on the left side of your screen. So just kind of a little timeline again on this strong tornado. Again, Russellville will be in about 25 to 30 minutes. Again, you should not wait until the timestamp on the left. You should be getting to your safe place immediately. This is a very fast moving tornado, and again, it's very strong. It could be lifting debris up from miles in front. So you definitely want to make sure if you're in this tornado warning that you are seeking shelter immediately. Do not wait. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Yeah, if you're in like a mobile home or something like that, you're gonna want to have a plan in place to get out of there or go to a safer place. Like if you're anywhere out in front of this. It's a very, very dangerous storm right now. Been on the ground for at least 10 minutes now and obviously is producing a lot of damage on its path. Guthrie, Trenton, and Allensville, Kentucky, you need to be in your safe place immediately. Here's the latest radar scan. This is now over Route 41 on Dixie Beeline Highway. This is going toward Guthrie Road and Anderson, near the Petcham Road area. If you're in Petcham, make sure you're seeking shelter immediately. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Did it just go tornado emergency? I don't see it on here. That okay. It's not updating on here, but did not. It's still PDS. I don't think it's tornado emergency though. Not okay. I say it didn't update on here. All right, let's go back to the correlation coefficient. I think it's updated now. So as of 202, yeah, again, strong tornado right now on the ground. That's the debris still being lifted up into the atmosphere. This is going toward Anderson, Kentucky, and Haydensville, Kentucky. By the way, an enhanced risk of severe weather is coming. So we will officially be on enhanced risk of severe weather momentarily. By no means is that a surprise right now because of what we've already seen today. Again, this is now our second PDS tornado. This one has been, I think this has been a lot worse than the first one we had this morning. This one is way worse. You can just see it on the velocities. It's way stronger. This is, again, the loop here over the last 15 to 20 minutes. Very intense tornado right now, moving off to the north and east. It's going to be going toward Allensville, eventually toward Cave Springs. Yeah, this tornado is about to go over 181 here momentarily. Next radar scan will be coming in here in a moment. Here's the latest radar scan. Again, tornado still on the ground here on the north side of Guthrie, moving off to the north and east. And this is still a particularly dangerous situation. Very strong tornado right now near Anderson, Kentucky. And you need to make sure you're in your safe place immediately, away from windows and lowest floor possible. This has, again, been on the ground for over 20 minutes now. It's been a pretty long track tornado thus far. I mean, this thing is just not getting any better. It just keeps getting worse. Horrible situation right now happening in Kentucky. Here's the radar, by the way. I haven't really showed this in a while, but this is your hook right here. Inflow going into the storm. That's your tornado right there. It's on the north side of Guthrie. Just horrible. Tornado warning is still ongoing, by the way, in northwest Mississippi. No tornado warnings in Tennessee right now. The tornado warnings are now into Kentucky. That's, again, where we have an ongoing PDS tornado. That's a particularly dangerous situation. That right there is your tornado. It's strong and large. Moving to the east-northeast. An enhanced risk of severe weather has just been added. So we officially have an enhanced risk of severe weather. This is the risk that has just been added. So that is for parts of southern Kentucky, much of Tennessee, and back into northern Mississippi for today. I will show it on the screen here in a better context in a minute once it all comes through. It has not updated officially on the website. Yeah, this is not good. All right, let's see what the update is here. The update should be coming in here in a second. I'm just waiting for it to refresh on the website. And again, if you're currently near a Deerville, Russellville, you want to make sure you're getting to your safe place here in the next couple of minutes. Again, this is a fast-moving tornado right now, moving to the east-northeast. Again, this is on the ground near Route 79. It's going to be moving toward the Russellville area in Kentucky. It's right now moving through Guthrie and Haydensville and Anderson. And yeah, this thing just keeps going. I mean, there's no signs of weakening right now in this tornado warning. Absolutely no signs of weakening. This right here is the tornado. Very, very strong velocities. These are winds going away from the radar. That's going toward the radar. That is your typical counterclockwise spin, otherwise known as cyclonic rotation, which is very typical for tornadoes, and this is obviously not a good sign as it continues to move to the north and east. This will again be going toward the Olmsted area, Lickskillet, Ferguson, Cave Springs, and Russellville in Kentucky. And let's go to the correlation coefficient. Wow. This has not gone any better. It looks as worse as it was when it was in Tennessee. But this looks absolutely awful. Let me, all right, so we have the update from the Storm Prediction Center on the Outlook. Actually, no, we don't. It's still not updated on the website. I'm pretty sure, though, it has gone to a 10% hatched area for tornadoes, just kind of for reference. Again, this is a very, very strong tornado, very clear on the correlation coefficient. This has gotten worse over the last several minutes. Again, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're in this tornado warning. I'm still waiting on this update. And this is possibly rain-wrapped, from what I'm seeing. But at the bare minimum, obviously, it's a very large tornado. Do not look outside if you're anywhere in this area. There's no reason to. It is not worth your life. Again, get to your safe place. Interior room of your home or building away from windows. Back to the correlation coefficient. Again, very definitive here on radar. Yeah, correlation coefficient values right now down near 0.48. That's, yeah, 0.48. That's on the stronger side of a tornado. No doubt. All right, let me go back up a little bit and just zoom out. Again, this is for perspective here. This is the 2 tornado warnings that we have. We technically have 3, but one is kind of inside of the other one. This is the area that we're looking at right now. So if you're over near Russellville in Kentucky, or Corinth, or Deerville, you want to make sure you're seeking shelter away from windows on the lowest floor possible right now. Do not wait. There's no reason to wait. If you're in the Cave Springs, Old Volney area, Olmsted, Lickskillet, any of those areas, Allensville, you should already be there. Haydensville, you should still be there. Darnell, you should also be there. Make sure you're getting to your safe place. Again, anywhere in the 2 pink polygons, you should be in your safe place immediately. This is a very strong tornado that's moving off to the north and east. This is the latest radar scan, and it does not look any better. It just continues to stay really bad. Again, this is moving off to the east-northeast. This is, I mean, like, literally, this is awful. This has been on the ground for, I think, about a half an hour now. Let me zoom back out here. This is the velocities. Again, undoubtedly, very strong tornado on the ground. I'm going to zoom out so you get the perspective of where it's heading. And this is in southern Kentucky right now. Seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible. I might sound like a broken record, but I bet a few people in this warning have not yet done that. And this is a very strong tornado. Yeah, I mean, this tornado, again, it's cone-shaped, it's large, it's not good. I'm seeing more photos on Twitter. If you want to see the photos of this tornado, you can check it out on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. I'm retweeting a bunch of photos on there. So the tornado risk, by the way, is now officially hatched. I'm going to zoom out really quickly. I think it's updated. Let me check. It's not yet updated. It just updated on the website, so it should be coming in here in a second. Yeah, we'll wait a second. So again, the tornado risk has been upgraded to a 10% hatched area. That includes areas from about Bowling Green, Kentucky, back into northern Mississippi. Yeah, it's officially a 10% hatched area. Again, we now officially have an enhanced risk of severe weather. Which, obviously, what we're looking at right here is just insane. This is on track to go toward Bowling Green, by the way, long term. Obviously, it's been on the ground for about almost a half an hour now. Could it make it to Bowling Green? It's entirely possible, but obviously the storm might be very different by then, so there's no reason to panic there, but you should stay weather aware for sure if you're up in that area. Again, the latest radar scan was 2:11 p.m. We'll have a new one here in about 3 minutes. Or, excuse me, in about 30 seconds. Been about 3 minutes since the latest scan. Again, this is southern Kentucky. Tornadoes in southern Kentucky. It's going to be going toward the Russellville area. That's really the most populated area in the current tornado warnings. Is this a tornado emergency? The last time I checked, it's not. It's still a PDS tornado. Yeah, it's still PDS right now. I'm glad I can help, Spider. Point of this channel. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Debris ball is now going to be going over Allensville. Pretty small town, not very many roads, but Allensville Road and the State Line Road. Those are the two roads right now that are basically right now over this tornado. Just about to be, at least. Here's the velocities. Again, still very strong rotation. The velocities are still showing upwards of 100-mile-per-hour winds going away from the radar. Obviously, it's very difficult to determine what the intensity is in terms of like an EF rating at this current time. It usually is when there's an active tornado, but we at least at the bare minimum can say that this is a strong tornado. That's usually an EF2 plus tornado that's ongoing right now, without a doubt. We have a lot of debris still being lifted up into the atmosphere. Again, this is in southern Kentucky, showing very minimal signs of weakening. It's really not shown any. It's stayed very intense for this entire time. Again, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in either tornado warning. Another update on the... I'm just looking at some of these older reports. So the tornado started, just for reference, about 1:43 p.m. That was about 33 minutes ago. This tornado has now been on the ground for 33 minutes. That is just insane. 33 minutes it's been on the ground, and it's still ongoing. The thinking is that this is going to be going on for a long time. There's a new tornado warning for Bowling Green. It's well out in front of where this storm is, but that just gives you an idea of the nature of this tornado warning right now. This storm could still be producing a tornado by the time it gets to Bowling Green. So if you're in Bowling Green, you don't have to seek shelter immediately, but you should be getting to your safe place relatively soon. The storm is still pretty far out from you, but it's obviously a very dangerous supercell right now that's moving off to the east-northeast. Again, seek shelter if you're in these 2 tornado warnings. Without a doubt, you have to be there now. This is, again, a strong tornado. If you're back near Auburn, you have a few minutes, but you should be getting there in the next, like, 3 to 4 minutes. If there's no reason for you to be upstairs, if it's like an emergency upstairs, for example, you got a few minutes, but otherwise, you should be going to your safe place immediately. And back up near Rockfield and Bowling Green, you still have a few minutes. But again, if you have nothing else to do, just go to your basement, your safe place, your shelter, if you're back up that direction. New tornado warning as well back down in Tennessee. This is back northeast of Jackson. You're going to want to seek shelter if you're in that tornado warning as well, away from windows, lowest floor possible. We have a little bit of range degradation here, or some range folding, so we don't really have a great view of that one. But this is radar indicated rotation back over in, or just northeast of Jackson. And here's your tornado. It's still ongoing near Allensville, moving to the east-northeast. And stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. This is going toward Oakville, Corinth, Dennis, Russellville, Auburn, Rockfield, Woodburn, excuse me, as well as Alvaton and Bowling Green, Kentucky. This is the entire area. That right there is your tornado. So, again, this is currently, let me get a mileage on this. Oops. I use this. This is currently 38 miles away from Bowling Green for perspective. 38 miles away. So the storm's moving at about 45 miles per hour, so it'll be there in probably about 30 to 45 minutes would be my guess. Which we can do a little track on this as well. But yeah, get a new estimated time here. This is 40 miles per hour still. I'm going to put it at 45. Here's all the timestamps on the left side of your screen. So if you notice your town on here, that's the ETA. But again, you should be in your safe place well before that. You should not be waiting until last minute in any of this situation, as again, this is a strong and large tornado. Bowling Green says 50 minutes, but again, it could be there much sooner than that. It's undoubtedly a strong tornado. I've mentioned this a couple times. This is undoubtedly a strong tornado in Allensville. This is a strong tornado. The velocities are indicating winds above 100 miles per hour. There's no doubt that this is a strong tornado at this point. Obviously, we do not know the EF category of this. That's just something you really can't determine in real time. It has to be, evaluated with the damage that we have with it. But maybe in the future, it'll become much easier to figure that out. But obviously, this is still a very dangerous situation. If you're anywhere in these areas, seek shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible. The tornado warning has been condensed on this, by the way. I believe it's shifted a little bit further up here to the north. I'll update here in a second. Here's the latest radar scan. Still rotating near Olmsted. Let's go to the correlation coefficient. The radar scan at 217, interestingly enough, it was about 4 minutes ago, shows a much smaller area here of debris. That might be good news, but obviously it's still strong tornado right now, but it might show a little bit of signs of weakening. This is the latest radar scan here. And it also might just be going through like a field or something like that, so just keep that in mind. Here's the loop. This was one of the strongest points of the storm, by the way. It was near Anderson and Haydensville. That was the very large nature of it. Went through Allensville. I saw somebody say in chat a few minutes ago that in Allensville, there's a lot of mobile homes. That's really bad because obviously mobile homes do not hold up well with any sort of wind damage at all. Damaging winds or, tornadoes. So that's really unfortunate, but again, if you know anybody in the Allensville area, make sure they're all right. If you know anybody that's been in the track of this tornado warned storm, again, this started all the way back here and has now gone all the way up to here. That's the track of this tornado at this point. So basically crossed over from Clarksville, Tennessee into Kentucky. And we can put a little track on this too. To get the distance. I keep clicking the wrong button. It's been on the ground for 25 miles. It feels like a lot longer, to be honest. It's been on the ground, though, for well over half an hour. We are approaching 40 minutes now. It's been on the ground for. So 40 minutes it's been on the ground for now. That's the definition of a long-tracked tornado. 40 minutes is just crazy. Usually a long-tracked tornado is like 10 minutes or longer. Yeah, we'll keep you posted with the latest on this storm as it continues to move to the east-northeast. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. We'll keep posted with the latest on this very strong tornado right now near Lickskillet, Kentucky. This is, again, near Olmsted. Moving off to the east-northeast, it'll be going toward Rockfield and Bowling Green. The correlation coefficient has not updated on the latest update. Let me see if we go. Oh, there we go. So yeah, it's still on the ground here. This is your correlation coefficient. It's not nearly as large and defined as before, but that is still a strong tornado right now, moving toward Oakville and Corinth in Kentucky. Bowling Green will be in the track of this again over the long term here, as this continues to move up to the east, northeast, and northeast. And that is your correlation coefficient drop. Let's go back to the velocities again. And that right there is your correlation coefficient drop. Up to 115 miles per hour showing on the velocities. Obviously, it's a stronger tornado than that, but just gives you an idea of the winds that are being estimated by the velocities. I'm seeing this in chat. I cannot confirm this. I've not yet seen it, but the fire rescue scanner just relayed that the chief of the Allensville fire department has confirmed a mass casualty event in Allensville. Again, I cannot confirm that. Just reading that in chat. I'll see if I can find more information on that. If you guys see any information, preferably on Twitter, if you see anything on there, feel free to @ me at MaxVelocityWX, and I'll try to relay that information. But from what I've heard, Allensville is it's all mobile homes for the most part. So, unfortunately, they got hit very hard, much harder than structural buildings would have got hit in this case. Again, this is the velocities right now. Tornado is still on the ground. It's going to be going through Oakville here momentarily. A lot of rural areas here, but obviously a lot of homes still in the path of this. Russellville would be the most populated area in the track of this over the next 5 minutes. Yeah, this is just awful. This has again been on the ground now for 42 minutes in counting. Does anybody know where Connor Croft is right now? Out of curiosity. I don't have a location tracker on him, so I'm not sure where he is. If anybody knows, let me know. Yes, this tornado's been on the ground for 42 minutes. I cannot confirm that number, but it's... I mean, obviously the tornado could have lifted at some very random time between radar scans, but it's pretty unlikely that even happened. I mean, this is... For those that have been watching for the entire 45 minutes, you know that this has been on the ground literally the entire time, at least on radar. And presumably this has been on the ground for 45 minutes. And that is why there's a tornado warning all the way up to Bowling Green right now. Even though the storm is still 30 miles out or so, it's very well in range to go there. This storm is not weakening. This is the latest radar scan as of 2:25 p.m. Still very strong rotation right now near Cave Springs and Russellville, moving off to the east-northeast. I mean, this is just insane. That's your tornado right there. This might not lift up for a while, guys. This might be on the ground for over an hour at this rate. If it keeps going the way it's going, this is going to be on the ground for over an hour. I mean, it's already been 43 minutes now that this has been on the ground. 43 minutes. Just insane. I'm retweeting a video. Somebody posted a video. I'm gonna see if I can show this on here. Computer's beginning to slow down a bit. There's a video, though, of a tornado ripping through the Montgomery County area. I'll try to show that here in a minute. Not sure what the tornado warning that is. All right, so Clarksdale is included in a new tornado warning. So back down in western and northwestern Mississippi, new tornado warning for Clarksdale. We'll keep a close eye on that one. That is radar indicated rotation. Again, we still have our ongoing PDS tornado, which is, again, a particularly dangerous situation near Cave Springs. Large and dangerous tornado moving off to the east-northeast. This will be going toward the Bowling Green area over the next several minutes. I'm going to see if I can relay that video. Again, I retweeted a video on Facebook, or not Facebook, sorry, on Twitter, of the tornado from earlier in Clarksville. If I get permission to show it, I will. There's a lot of power outages, by the way, that are beginning to ramp up right now in this area. Obviously, you know, that would make sense with how strong this tornado is. And we are talking about a very intense tornado right now. That is the tornado right there. It's near 1041. Bit of a more rural area of Kentucky, but obviously Russellville's pretty populated. Auburn, Bowling Green, unfortunately, is in the track of this. And this is the tornado right here, near 96. This is a very dangerous tornado. This has, again, been on the ground now for 46 minutes. That is not an exaggeration. That is an actual number. 46 minutes. Just unbelievable. This is still very intense. I mean, there's literally no words to describe how bad this is. It's been on the ground for such a long time. Still very strong rotation right now over Oakville. Still on the ground. There's really been very little signs of this even coming close to weakening. I mean, over the last, like, 10 minutes, there's been very, very small signs of weakening, but it's not been much. Like, the latest correlation coefficient picture here showing very small area of debris now, but this is still clearly a very strong area of rotation, and this tornado could recycle and just re-intensify again as it continues to move east-northeast. Just unbelievable. Again, if you're back near Bowling Green, Kentucky, you don't have to seek shelter immediately, but you should be there, like, whenever you can get there, right? If you have a safe place like a basement or whatnot, you should be getting there now just as a nice precaution, so you're there now instead of later. Don't waste the last second. I mean, it's still a good 15 to 20 minutes from you anyway, but you should be getting there just now. I mean, there's just no reason to, you know, not be in your safe place unless there's an emergency or something like that. You have a few minutes. Tornado warning has been condensed, by the way. So at this point, it's still, again, it's still a PDS tornado. Again, this is currently moving toward the Rockfield and Bowling Green area. This no longer includes those in Gordonsville or Deerville, for example. You are no longer in this tornado warning. You do not have to be in your safe place anymore. But if you are in Auburn, Russellville, Rockfield, Woodburn, Bowling Green, Blue Level, Appleton, you need to be in your safe place. Again, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Again, we're going to keep you posted with the latest. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. We'll be live again for the next probably several hours at this point. This event doesn't seem to be winding down anytime soon. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Again, very dangerous tornado still on the ground near Oakville, moving toward Corinth and Auburn, going toward Route 68. Stay in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is still an ongoing strong tornado. Still a particularly dangerous situation. Correlation coefficient should update here in a second. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so still clearly debris being lifted up into the atmosphere right now. This is not far from Route 100. This is going to be on the south side of Russellville. And debris, again, can be lifted up into the atmosphere away from where this area of debris is right now. So there could be debris that flies into Russellville, for example. It's entirely possible. So even if you're in Russellville, you should be taking this very seriously and staying away from windows, and again, on the lowest floor possible, even if the debris is down to your south and the tornado itself is south as well. Yeah, if you're in Auburn, you should be getting to your safe place now. Dennis, Corinth, you should all be getting to your safe place. Middletown, or Middleton, excuse me, as well as Turnertown, South Union, Petros, Browning, and Salmons. You should all be in your safe place. Again, Bowling Green, you got a few minutes, but again, if there's no reason for you to be upstairs doing whatever you're doing, then get to your basement, away from windows, lowest floor possible. There's still a tornado warning ongoing, by the way, for Clarksburg, Tennessee, Holiday, Brewston, and Huntington. We have a photo of the tornado from Clarksville, Tennessee. I just retweeted it on Twitter. Again, my Twitter is at MaxVelocityWX. That was from earlier. We are now officially at 50 minutes that this tornado has been on the ground. 50 minutes. So, again, this tornado has now been on the ground for almost an hour. Unbelievable. Again, I'm not like the dramatic type of person usually when it comes to weather and stuff, but I mean, this is just insane. I can't say that enough. This just doesn't happen very often. This is like a once every 2 years sort of thing where we have tornadoes on the ground for this long that are, you know, intense like this. It's just unbelievable. I mean, I've covered dozens of severe weather events this year, and we've not had anything that's been this long tracked by any means. So, again, if you're anywhere near Oakville, Corinth, Dennis, stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. And this will be going toward Bowling Green here momentarily as well. Yes, the tornado risk has been upgraded. Again, it's up to a 10% hatched area. I don't think the hatched area actually includes this parts of Kentucky, but obviously this is definitely a strong tornado. Latest update, this might be good news. The latest update here on the velocities, it's a little bit weaker on the rotation here. So a little bit weaker near Corinth and Dennis. And this will be moving toward Bowling Green eventually as well. But it's a little bit weaker. We'll kind of wait and see what happens on these on the trends, but the rotation on the latest scan is definitely weakened. Hopefully that continues, but obviously this could easily strengthen again. It's been in kind of an in and out sort of phase. And again, this tornado has now been on the ground for 52 minutes. 52 minutes. That is, again, not an exaggeration. That is literally how long this has been on the ground for. It's actually insane. Is this normal for December? In this part of the country, yes, this does happen, but I mean, like, if you remember 2 years ago, we had the Mayfield, Kentucky tornado 2 years ago. Literally 2 years ago. Like at this exact same time frame, December 10th and 11th, I believe it was, there was a large tornado through through Mayfield, Kentucky. And I mean, this is kind of like the same sort of thing right now, it feels like. It feels like deja vu. It's unbelievable. It's really unbelievable how we've had this long of a tornado, though. But the storm does seem to be weakening a bit. And this is 234 on the latest radar scan. Next one should be coming in here in a minute. The hope is that this continues to weaken, but obviously there's a chance that it just keeps going. You never know. It could very easily recycle here. Again, this is going to be heading toward Bowling Green, Kentucky. But we'll see what the next radar scan holds here in about a minute. I'll check Twitter to see if there's anything new. If you find any photos, by the way, or videos on Twitter, feel free to @me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I am going to be relaying a lot of that information on there. Again, from what I've heard, Allensville has experienced a lot of damage. There's a lot of mobile homes there in Allensville, Kentucky. And obviously, this has been a elongated tornado. It's been ongoing for a long time. It looks like we're getting a little bit more weakening on this storm. Latest radar scan just came in near Corinth. A lot less rotation at this point. We still have rotation, but it's definitely weakening. So let's hope this continues and hope that this tornado just weakens out as it goes toward Bowling Green. Again, this is near Corinth, moving to the east-northeast. It is still a particularly dangerous situation, so stay in your safe place regardless of where you are in this pink polygon. This entire area. Thank you, Steven, by the way. Saw your tweet. I'm gonna see if I can show you guys a photo. We have a photo of a tornado. This is over in West Creek High School in Clarksville, Tennessee. This is again from earlier. We've had a lot of photos from Clarksville. Should be able to show you guys that here in a second. Yeah, I'm doing a lot of multitasking right now. Again, this tornado is currently heading off to the north and east toward Bowling Green. If there is still a tornado on the ground, it's going to be located right here in Corinth. It's moving east-northeast. This tornado's been on the ground. If it is still on the ground right now, which there is some doubt it is still on the ground, if it is still on the ground, this has been on the ground for 56 minutes. If it is still on the ground right now. There is some doubt that it is still on the ground right now. Yeah, that's 56 minutes. That is not 15 minutes. That is 56. Big 5-6. That's just insane. If it is still on the ground, which again, it might not be right now, but it was. Even if it hasn't been 56 minutes, it's at least been about 50. So, it's undoubtedly been on the ground for about 50 minutes. Can anyone confirm if the tornado is still on the ground? We're going to look at the next correlation coefficient update and see if it is still on the ground. But for right now, it seems like it's weakening out. Correlation coefficient shows nothing anymore. So that might mean that this is weakened. This is 239. Here's the reflectivity. This has weakened substantially. I think the tornado is officially lifted. And again, this could recycle. It could drop a tornado again at some point down the road. So obviously do not just get out of your safe place. And stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. But again, this is definitely still a dangerous storm. It has been dangerous for quite a while. New tornado warning, by the way, for those in Waverly and McElwain in central parts of Tennessee. That's west of the national area. So new tornado warning there. We'll go to that here in a second. I have some photos of damage that I will probably show in a second. We have a lot of damage in Clarksville. I do have to say that. There's some serious damage coming out of Clarksville. Here is some damage coming out of Clarksville. That is really, really bad. I mean, this is when the tornado, I think, was a bit weaker, actually. But you can see the homes. Some homes are just leveled in terms of their roofs and stuff like that. Trees are down everywhere. Got stuff hanging in trees here. Fences obviously down. It's not even Flying Fences Friday. This is just unbelievable. But again, this is a damage photo out of Clarksville, Tennessee. And here's another photo. This is kind of a bit of a weird one. I can't really see much of what's happening here, but obviously a lot more damage there. But that in particular, just really, really bad to see. We have a photo of the tornado from earlier as well. That is the tornado in Clarksville. You can see the debris being lifted up into the atmosphere. This is from Jimmy Woolard on Twitter. And here is the damage. Again, roofs leveled. Luckily, the structures weren't, but the roofing there is all down. Power lines, some damage there as well. Or horrible damage. Again, this is over in... I'll zoom in a little bit so you can see better. This is over in Clarksville, I believe, as well. Their view of it. That's the damage to the roofing there. Again, this is the tornado right here in Clarksville. Just horrible stuff. This tornado warning is now back down to radar indicated, so it's no longer confirmed and on the ground. Correlation coefficient not indicating any debris at this current time. It might be trying to recycle, though. I see that rotation right there. We're going to keep a close eye on that. That is still rotating right there, so a tornado could still drop as this goes toward Bowling Green. By the way, thank you for everybody mentioning me and stuff. I appreciate it. It's the word across better. Connor Croft is the Storm Chaser with us at the bottom right of your screen. I don't know where he exactly is. I'm pretty sure he's still in Tennessee. I don't think he went after the storm. He might be in Waverly. Yeah, he isn't. Okay, so he's north of Waverly. There's another tornado warning in Waverly, Tennessee, just west of Nashville, so we're going to keep a close eye on that. Again, this is still the tornado-warned storm that we are going to be watching very closely as it goes toward Bowling Green. This has been again, this tornado was on the ground for approximately 55 minutes. 55, not 15, 55 minutes. And the circle there that you see just southwest of Auburn, there is still rotation there. This could recycle and develop back into a tornado again. So we still have to watch that potential very closely as this moves to the east-northeast. But as a friendly reminder, if you're new here and you want live coverage like this all the time, make sure you are subscribed to the channel. It's free to do. We're 37 subscribers from 81,000. Also, we've been using the Radar Omega app throughout the live stream. If you want to download it, is the top link in the description below. It's on iOS and Android. You can use this radar, the satellite imagery, the computer models. You can look at live cams. We have a lot of live cams, and you can even watch Storm Chasers on the app. You can download it again with the top link in the description below. All right, let's go back down to the south real quick. We're gonna go north, or we're gonna go south to north real quick for an update on the storm. So again, we have a tornado warning in Clarksdale, Mississippi. We've really not been looking at this much, but this storm has overall not been rotating too crazy. There's some rotation, but not a whole lot. Definitely looks like more of a hailstorm at this point. That's gonna be going through Jonestown. Another thunderstorm that is a tornado possible and is producing tennis ball sized hail is in northern Mississippi. It's this storm right here. Not rotating a whole lot, but there's definitely a hail threat with this one. This is an area that I'll be watching for very closely. Northern Mississippi is an area that has a pretty primed environment for a tornado or two. And back over near Nashville, we have multiple storms right now that'll be approaching Nashville over the next hour. These storms have overall been more semi-discrete than expected. We have multiple semi-discrete cells right here that are tornado warned, and both of which are radar indicated. Connor Croft is on one of them. He's on the Waverly storm, which is this one right here. That's right here, so you can see Waverly near 13. This one could also produce a tornado as it moves to the east. So Connor's on that storm for us. And then Bowling Green is again the storm that we had a PDS tornado for a little over 50 minutes. At this current time, it's no longer on the ground and is back to radar indicated rotation. We have 4 tornado warnings ongoing. No problem, Wish. Connor has tornado on the ground. Let's go full cam to him.
Rotation.
Have to put on his audio here.
Hey, it's on the. Hey. It might be on the ground.
It's spinning.
It might be on the ground. You see that vortice? It's about to. Oh, that's gonna drop. Big. That's gonna drop a big tornado. Drop a big tornado.
Oh yeah, look at the vortice starting to spin.
I might be on the ground already. I don't want to leave this spot because we have such a good view.
This is in Waverly, Tennessee.
That is spinning like crazy. There are vortices in there. This could
It's west of Nashville.
It's hard to tell. Yeah, a lot of vortices in there. Multi-vortex. Possibly on the ground.
Obviously, nothing clear that you can see here. It could be on the ground, though. Obviously, tornadoes you don't always see initially. Sometimes you only can see the debris at the ground, and then it starts building up into an actual, like, you know, shape, like a cone or something like that. But
the question is, where's the next good view?
and bottom right of your screen, that's the tornado warned cell. This is currently near Waverly, Tennessee.
All right, I think it's time to go.
Make sure you're hollering at
All
me
right.
so I can hear you. You ain't gonna hurt my feelings, I promise.
Yeah, this is ongoing, a possible tornado here. Put on the wrong thing. We'll be watching Connor closely again. He's on a tornado-warned cell right now.
Is the battery dead?
No. It's being weird.
And this could drop a tornado at any time near Waverly, Tennessee. Let me go back to here real quick. This is currently what we're looking at, by the way, in Kentucky. Again, Bowling Green, there is still a tornado warning here for about half an hour longer. That's the rotation. It is overall weaker than before. It's not nearly as intense, but as it moves to the east-northeast, again, if you're in Bowling Green, you're going to want to stay in your safe place. Again, there hasn't been a tornado for at least 5 minutes now, but this could still drop a tornado at some point here down the road. So stay in your safe place. Again, away from windows and lowest floor possible. Let's go back to Connor. Again on the Tennessee storm. One could drop a tornado at any time. How am I doing today? It's been an interesting day so far. It's been very interesting. Alright, we're gonna go back to here until he hands back out. Again, this is the tornado warned cell right here in Waverly, Tennessee. Let's go to the velocities are hard to see because we are not really in a good radar position. Bit of a radar hole, excuse me, here. There's a bit of a radar hole. Let's go to this one. This might be better. You can see it a little bit more. Definitely some high winds. Definitely some damaging winds near Waverly. Not seeing nearly really any tight areas of rotation with this storm, but obviously this could drop a tornado at any time. So, and if you're in the Waverly area of Tennessee, make sure that you are seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And this is, again, back up near Bowling Green. Strengthening area of rotation again near Auburn. We could see another tornado drop as this moves off to the east-northeast toward Rockfield and Bowling Green. We'll have to watch that very closely. Let's go back to Connor.
Shocked if it doesn't drop.
Thank you, by the way, MMS, for the $9.99. I appreciate your support. Thank you very much for your generosity. Also, anybody else that super chatted during the tornado warnings, I appreciate that a lot. I'm not going to be really able to get to them right now, but I do appreciate your support. And that's the tornadic part of the storm. I'm gonna real quickly take a bathroom break. I'll be back in 60 seconds.
Look at it rotating right here. I think so too, but dude, that's got so low.
It's not rotating. Look at that.
That's crazy.
It's definitely starting to feel that shear.
That south one still looks better.
Well, here you go. Rip stream.
My bad, Jet.
That northern tornado is still good.
Still?
Still.
You gotta be kidding me. South one looks stronger.
I don't think we should have handled this storm.
No, I'm not saying we should.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to turn this around a little bit.
It's fine. I don't care. Do what you gotta do.
This one's becoming elongated. You can definitely tell it's starting to feel the better shear, so I think this one's going to produce at some point.
It already did.
I mean, like,
Yeah, big
more than just like
a whisper.
Oh, we're back. Let's go back to the radar. So, a couple things. Back up near Bowling Green. This rotation still remains somewhat strong near Auburn. Again, this could still produce a tornado at any time. Again, this is back up near the Bowling Green area. Correlation coefficient not indicating anything on the ground, but obviously that could still drop a tornado. Also, back over in Olmsted, Kentucky, we're getting a report now that there has been reports of several homes and barns damaged in the area. Which, again, that tornado was on the ground for about 50 minutes. Multiple severe thunderstorm warnings in Mississippi. None of them are tornado warned. And then we have 3 tornado warnings overall, 2 of which are in Tennessee. All right, let's go back to Connor.
Back
That's what I'm looking at.
There's
right
a
there.
really good view of the storm now.
Doesn't look like it's moving very
It
much.
doesn't, but look at the structure. Look at the way it's structured.
Yeah.
That looks like it.
There's a crazy view of the storm.
I just checked it. It's not moving.
I had to do some jumping jacks. I've been sitting for the last 3 hours. Thank you, by the way, for everybody that's subscribed. If you're new here, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Keep you posted with the latest.
Yeah, it looks disconnected.
I don't know where to go from here.
And we are using the Radar Omega app on the live stream.
Crossing a river right here.
You just keep
But look.
We're on the Radar Omega app. You can download it with the top link in the description below. On iOS and Android, again, it's a fantastic weather app. It's an all-in-one weather app with computer models, the radar imagery. You can customize the radar. They have all sorts of storm chasers you can watch on here, and as well as live cameras across these states. You can download it, again, with the top link in the description below. Appreciate Radar Omega for sponsoring today's live stream. Let's go back to Con.
That road.
It's a dead end.
Is it?
Yeah.
No, I don't think it is.
Okay.
No, it's not. Look at radar scope. That's that road. It goes through Gorman, McEwen, Tennessee City, and then hits Dickinson, and then we can go north to Charlotte, and then look.
Also, I am retweeting a bunch of photos and videos on Twitter. A lot of damage photos on Twitter. So if you want to check that out, it's at Max Velocity WX.
It'll show up, I promise. Did you just fart?
No.
What do I smell?
Here's more damage photos. I have more damage photos coming in. Here's another one. So, again, pretty hefty structural damage. The door got blown out to this building, too, if you zoom in a bit. Can't really see it, but again, serious structural damage here to another building. That was in where the town went. That's from Rizzy or Kizzy Ray on Twitter from Clarksville, Tennessee. Been a lot of damage in Clarksville. North side of Clarksville specifically is where we've seen a lot of damage. More damage here. See some insulation even out here. Again, just a lot of roofing damage across this area. And a lot of trees and whatnot down as well. Really just a horrible event. I mean, again, that was an over 50-minute tornado on the ground. That's just insane. All right, let's go back to Connor again. Actually, I'm going to wait until he goes back to full screen. Again, if you're just tuning in, we have 3 tornado warnings ongoing, one of which is north of Lexington, Tennessee. We have another one west of Nashville. We also have one near Bowling Green, all 3 of which are tornado warned. The one near Rockfield that's going toward Bowling Green still has some rotation. They just issued a new tornado warning on this storm. This one's moving off to the east-northeast towards Smith's Grove. Here's the correlation coefficient. It's not indicating an ongoing tornado anymore, and we don't have any tornadoes on the ground at this time, but this tornado in particular, this tornado warned cell, could produce a tornado at some point. This has obviously been known to produce a tornado for over 50 minutes that was strong, and it's going to be going toward Bowling Green. So again, brand new tornado warning for Bowling Green, Smith's Grove, Glasgow, and near Cave City. So again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning as it continues to move off to the east-northeast. Again, this could easily drop another tornado as it continues to move out to the east-northeast. And on the flip side of things, we have 1 tornado warning remaining right now in Tennessee. The other one got canceled. We still have 1 ongoing, though, for those near the Waverly area, which that's the one that currently Connor Croft is on at the bottom right of your screen. We'll have another view of that here in a minute. Obviously, this has been the long track storm. This is moving toward Bowling Green, and it'll be going toward Smith's Grove. Could drop another tornado here at the next few minutes. By the way, thank you, Misty, for becoming a minimum velocity member earlier. Also, thank you, Bennett, for the $4 in super chats. Apologize I didn't see those earlier. And also, thank you, Chrisana, for the $4.99. And Amy for the $2. And I think that's all the notifications I missed. All right. Appreciate you guys all. Thank you. Chattanooga is not under a tornado warning. Again, this is Rockfield. Still have some rotation here. It's nothing crazy, but again, this could drop another tornado. That's what the storm looks like itself. Not nearly as organized as before. Obviously, earlier, this was a much crazier storm, but with the environment, we could still see at least an isolated tornado drop out of this as it continues to move to the east-northeast. And then again, this is the storm back near Waverly, which currently not a whole lot of rotation there, but there's some, as that continues to move to the east towards Charlotte and just west of Nashville. I have so many notifications on Twitter. Holy moly. There was a church leveled in Clarksville. There's a video of that on Twitter. I just retweeted it. I'm going to see if I can show this to you guys on the live stream. But there's now a video of an absolutely leveled church in Clarksville. See if I can show you guys that here in a second. Yeah, I mean, this tornado again was just unbelievable, and it was one of the longest. That's the longest tornado I believe I've ever covered. 50 minutes. A 50+ minute tornado. Definitely one of the longest. We've apparently gained over 100 followers on Twitter. That's incredible. I don't even use Twitter that often. I only use it for severe weather stuff. Any possibility of collaborating with Reed Timmer still in the works? We've really had nothing recently, but we'll see. It's hard to contact him. He's a very busy person, as you can imagine. He hasn't really gotten back to me at all recently. But nothing imminent, I'll say. Again, this is the current ongoing tornado warnings in Bowling Green. Next radar scan will be in about 30 seconds, so we'll stay on this here for a moment, and we'll go back to Connor once he's looking at the storm a bit closer. How's college? I have 3 final exams. I have one tomorrow, Monday, and Tuesday. And I'm live. So, that's kind of crazy. It's going to be a very busy next few days. So, depending on how the severe weather event goes, I mean, we're going to be at least live for the next hour or two, but I might have to cut it a little bit short, around like 5 or 6, so I can actually study a bit. But that's still a few hours from now. I can use that video on stream, did he? I have so many notifications. Yeah, okay. All right, so here's the damage from Clarksville. This is from Bill on Twitter. You can see the damage right there to the church. Basically leveled there. Again in Clarksville, Tennessee. And the entire church right there just leveled. Very, very little of that structure is still standing. Yeah, this is following that strong and long track tornado that went through Clarksville, Tennessee. Unbelievable. Appreciate everybody mentioning me and stuff on Twitter. I have so many notifications. It's actually insane. All right. Connor did have a perspective of the storm there a second ago, but he's still driving, so we'll keep you posted if anything changes there. Here's the Bowling Green storm that's heading toward Bowling Green. Still some rotation here. It's, again, not much at this point. It's pretty weak. We don't have any correlation coefficient drop anymore. We haven't for, again, 15 to 20 minutes now. But this storm, again, produced a long track tornado. It is moving to the east-northeast. It's going to be going toward areas like Cave City, Park City, Oil City, and Glasgow over the next several minutes. So, again, stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible in case this does end up dropping a tornado warning. Or dropping a tornado, excuse me. I'm typing something. I have to change my title. I forgot I didn't change it. I found a photo of the tornado. It was massive. I've seen a lot of photos of the tornado. I mean, we've also shown a few. I don't know when I don't know when the tornado was at its largest peak, but I mean, the tornado photos that I've seen for the most part have all been in the range of like a cone, sometimes even a bit more like a rope initially. So it's varied a lot from the photos I've seen. Obviously, tornadoes evolve and they change over time. It's not going to be the same thing the entire time, so. Thank you, Amy, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate that. Thank you. A very stressful time of the year. This is easily the most stressful week of the year. Finals and all that. Seeing a lot of injuries in Allensville. Yeah, I can only imagine. I can only imagine with how almost all those places are mobile homes. All right, we have a new tornado warning. This has now been issued for those in just west of Dixon. This is near New Johnsonville, Bakerville, Hurricane Mills, and Waverly. This is a different storm. The rotation's back here. Seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This storm looks to be evolving into something a bit more of a beast as well. Got a hook, you got the inflow. This again would be where the tornado would be located. This could easily drop a tornado as well, so seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This will continue to move off to the east-northeast over the next several minutes. Thank you, Vote, by the way. I appreciate your comment on Twitter. Cold Spring, Waverly, and New Johnsonville are the main locations in this new tornado warning. By the way, the Storm Prediction Center just came out with a mesoscale discussion. Also, tornado warning just canceled for the other Waverly storm. The new storm here is the one that now we're paying attention to. There is a new mesoscale discussion. I'll just pull it up on here. You guys can all see it. But this is a new mesoscale discussion. So basically, eastern Louisiana back into central and southern parts of Mississippi and back into western Alabama. The severe storm risk will increase during the next few hours. A tornado watch is likely in the next hour. So an 80% chance of that. If you really can't tell what we're looking at here, the map's at the bottom left as well. So again, Mississippi, western Alabama, and then back into Louisiana are the main areas included in this new tornado, or this upcoming tornado watch that'll likely be issued. Here's the latest radar scan on the storm near Bakerville and New Johnsonville. Again, that's the area of rotation right there. This could again drop a tornado at any time. Seems to be pretty strong, but again, we're pretty far away from the radar site, so it's kind of hard to really determine how strong the rotation actually is here. Granted, we are quite a ways away from the closest radar site. Just like the Mayfield tornado in 2021. I mean, yeah, it's unbelievable. I don't think it was nearly as strong from what I've seen so far, but obviously very unfortunate to say the least either way. And a lot of those areas were small towns and, again, a lot of mobile homes and such, RVs, stuff like that. It's just an unfortunate situation all around. Really unfortunate situation all around. Is this the 2-year anniversary of the Mayfield tornado? I think the Mayfield tornado was either December 10th. I think it was December 10th, was it not? Somebody could probably confirm with that. The Mayfield tornado was December 10th of 2021. I think. If it was, then we're like a day off. 13th? Was it the 13th? I thought it was either the 10th or 11th. December 10th. I was right. For whatever reason, I swear, like, I mean, a lot of, like, the larger tornado events seem to happen on the 10th of a given month. May 10th of 2010 is when there was 4 tornadoes on the ground simultaneously in Oklahoma. December 10th is when we had the Mayfield tornado. It must just be coincidental, but it's kind of crazy to think about. Let's go back to Bowling Green real quick. We haven't looked at this storm in a minute. Looks like the rotation's weakening out on this storm. Go to this radar site. Yeah, we still have a little bit, but it's pretty broad rotation south of Bowling Green. Again, by no means is this a PDS tornado at this point. This is still radar indicated rotation, meaning we don't have a tornado on the ground at this point. Just some indicated rotation on radar. This will continue to move off to the east. Again, Cave City, Glasgow, Smith Grove, and Bowling Green all included in this tornado warning. Still stay in your safe place just in case this does drop a tornado down the road, but for right now, it's so far not done so in the last several minutes. Let's go back to Nashville. That was on Friday night. That's even worse. Friday night's usually when a lot of people are out and about. Go back a little bit further down to the south real quick. Check out these storms. We had some tennis ball sized hail near Holly Springs, by the way, or just west of there. Yeah, look at this storm near Holly Springs. It's starting to develop possibly a little bit of rotation here. And that's the area of rotation that we're looking at near Holly Springs. This was as of 3:05. New radar scan in a second. This is a non-tornado warned cell here, but this one could also drop a tornado down the road. Yeah, it was on December 10th of 2021. It's almost a 2-year anniversary, believe it or not. Really crazy to think. Oh my goodness. Wow. There was a car flipped over in Clarksville, Tennessee. There's a lot of damage in Clarksville, Tennessee. Holy cow. I've retweeted a photo on Twitter. I'm going to see if I can show it on stream. If not, then I'll at least I'll put the link in the chat to it. Legitimately huge damage in Clarksville, Tennessee. I mean, we're talking buildings literally like almost leveled entirely. Like cars were flipped over even. This is easily the craziest tornado damage I've seen so far. I'll put the link to it in chat if you're curious, but if I can, I'll show you here in a minute. But literally, cars flipped over, buildings absolutely leveled. It's insane. Put the link to it in chat if you're curious. Let me go back to the other tornado warned cell. Connor's approaching, I believe, this tornado warned cell now, so should be soon. Yeah, I mean, it's just insane what these photos are showing, but yeah, if we get permission, I'll show it on the stream here in a second. Alright, latest radar scan. Again, still have some rotation near the New Johnsonville area and Bakersville. Again, we are in a bit of a radar hole right now, so it's pretty difficult to see what's actually happening in terms of the rotation, range degradation and whatnot, but again, near Bakersville, or Bakerville, and as well as Hurricane Mills, that's the area of rotation that we're currently looking at right now. That's going to be heading toward New Johnsonville and going through Waverly, and as well as Gorman. Again, Connor Croft at the bottom right of your screen, he is currently on, I'm pretty sure he's going toward the storm. Oh, my task manager real quick. My Google Chrome tabs are taking up over 5,000 megabytes of memory. Kind of crazy. All right. Yeah, photos don't always do it justice to what has happened. Unfortunately, it's sometimes much worse. You look at, ground level. Have some more tornado damage out of Clarksville, Tennessee. A lot of roofing damage from what I'm seeing. Like, a lot of the damage across the board has been damage to roofs. Roofing. I don't know what the plural name for that is. Just roofs in general. And trash cans tipped over, that sort of thing. Bricks taken off of homes in some cases. And there's been some pretty extreme cases of damage, though. I mean, the photos that I've seen on Twitter now, I mean, I'm seeing some new photos, and they're just cars flipped over and stuff like that. It's just insanity. There will not be a tornado watch in Southwest Ohio. By no means. Ohio right now is just looking at worst case scenario, an isolated strong storm. The Allensville fire department is saying that there's multiple people trapped in Allensville. Again, Allensville was hit hard by this tornadic supercell that was on the ground for a long time, over 50 minutes, and picked up a lot of debris along its path. A strong tornado Fortunately, it's really a bad situation. And Allensville, Kentucky is a lot of mobile homes, so it makes it just that much worse. I don't think I'm going to get permission on those photos. I think he has way too many comments now. But again, those photos are on Twitter, on my Twitter page, at MaxVelocityWX. Check them out there. And apparently we've hit 3,000 followers on Twitter. Okay. Everybody following us on Twitter. Yeah, Alabama, I don't think Central Alabama will get into a tornado watch, but there will be a tornado watch more likely than not into this area here. So it'll extend into parts of central Mississippi back into northwest Alabama. I appreciate everybody following us on Twitter. I don't really post much on there, to be honest, other than, again, just retweeting a bunch of stuff. Or I'll post something very random about the Patriots losing. It's good times over there. What about Evansville, Indiana? Evansville will not be, again, that bad. I don't think you'll see anything, honestly, at this point. It's mostly just rain. It's cooling down there. You're my first follower on Threads. I forgot about that platform. I kind of forgot I had an account on there. It's actually crazy. Something to brag about, at least. All right. Connor's still driving. I don't exactly know where he is, to be honest. I think he's going toward the storm. If anybody can update me on that, let me know. But again, this tornado warning still ongoing near Bakerville and going toward Waverly. Again, you can see you can watch these storm chasers literally on the app, with their exact location on the Radar Omega app, the top link in the description. Again, this storm right now moving off to the north and east toward Tennessee City. McElwain, I think it is, will be in the track of this here pretty soon. Dixon is in the long-term track of it. We have a couple of other storms behind this that are starting to develop. This one in particular, back east of Clarksburg, has a bit of a hook developing. This one could try to become tornadic at some point down the road. So that'll be something to watch out for. Again, we have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings across the board. Tornado warning is still ongoing for Bowling Green. The storm in particular still has a little bit of rotation, but again, it's been weakening overall, and it continues to move off to the east-northeast. That'll be going toward Cave City and Glasgow over the next several minutes. That's about it. We don't have any other tornado warnings. We have 2 right now. And we have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings across the board. Update on the warnings. I've had these shells and cheese sitting here for over 3.5 hours. Fun fact. I love weather too. That's why I do this stuff. I literally could care less about how many viewers we have or anything like that. I just love covering weather. Been my passion since I was, I think, 3 years old, maybe 4. Started watching the Weather Channel on TV. And then things went up from there. And we've been doing nationwide live streams now for almost 2 years, which is kind of crazy to think. It feels like yesterday we started doing that, but how's it going, Ro? Welcome back. Yes, I'm eating cold macaroni and cheese. Guys, I literally, okay, so here's a story real quick. I went live at about 12 o'clock this afternoon. I was in the midst of making shells and cheese, and there was a PDS tornado warning, and I had to rush back to my computer and set up my live stream while making shells and cheese. So it was just it was a mess, but everything went smoothly on stream. It was just the before stuff. I didn't expect there to be a PDS tornado warning so early. How's the trampoline scale? It's still at a medium risk today. I don't think I have it pulled up anymore. Again, we are currently on a tornado warning in central parts of Tennessee, west of Nashville. This is near Waverly. Make sure you're seeking shelter away from windows. Lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. It's not on the ground right now. It is, again, just radar indicated rotation. It could drop a tornado at some point, but to be honest with you, it's been struggling. It's very good. I hope they continue to struggle, and these tornado warnings kind of dwindle out a bit as we go later in the afternoon. Here's the trampoline meter for today. So again, medium risk of flying trampolines. Not at a high risk, even though there's a 10% hatched area. But by the way, this is the tornado risk. So again, the 10% hatched tornado risk does include areas like Nashville back near Florence, Alabama into Corinth. And that again includes much of central and southern Tennessee and back into northern Mississippi. Overall, for this hatched area, I mean, I'm going to be live probably at least for the next hour. And we'll see what happens from there. If things wind down a bit, we might end a little bit early, around maybe 4:15, 4:30. If things continue to stay active, we'll be live at least through 5. Again, I have 3 final exams over the next 3 days, so I do want to have some time to study for those. But we will be live for as long as needed, basically. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel, and we'll keep you posted with the latest. Never heard of the trampoline scale? I'm pretty sure I'm the first ever to make a trampoline scale. I could be wrong. Alright, we have a new tornado warning that has been issued for the storm that's going now toward... This is actually going to be on the south side now of Clarksville. Not far from there. Seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. This storm is rotating right here. That's near Van Leer. And I don't see anything definitive on the correlation coefficient, but there's definitely some strong rotation here. And I'm pretty sure Connor's on this storm. I could be wrong. That's moving up to the north and east. And northeast going towards south side, Cunningham, Cheap Hill. This hopefully will stay away from Clarksville. Looks like it will. It's going more east, northeast, but... obviously, another dangerous storm. Seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're included in that new tornado warning. Status on Bowling Green. Bowling Green is now clear from the storm that just went through. It's now off to your east. Rotation overall has been much weaker anyways over the last little while. How's it going, D? Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. As a friendly reminder, by the way, we will not know what the intensity of the tornado was that 50-minute tornado. 50, not 15. 50-minute tornado from Clarksville to almost Bowling Green. We will not know the intensity until the National Weather Service does a survey, and I am guessing that the survey will likely take at least 24 hours at the bare minimum. Possibly longer, due to how long track that was. Let me take off the severe risk here. Kind of overlapping. I just closed out of my live stream tab. I have to open it back up. 1 second. Alright, there we go. USPC update. Is there another one? Oh, yeah, there's a new tornado watch. I mean, that was kind of expected. We do have a new tornado watch now that has been issued for parts of northern Alabama, back into parts of central Tennessee, and as well as into southern Kentucky until 11 o'clock tonight. This is the tornado watch. Should pop up on Radar Omega here in a second. A few tornadoes possible. That stretches from about Danville, Kentucky, and Campbellville and Somerset back into northern Alabama. That's for a few tornadoes, isolated hail up to quarter size as possible, and scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. And here's your new tornado watch. It's now popping up on here. And brand new tornado watch in effect for parts of central Tennessee, northern Alabama, and back into Kentucky. Does not include parts of central Mississippi. It might later, we'll see. Bowling Green, by the way, no longer in that tornado warning. So if you're in Bowling Green, you are able to come out of your safe place if you so desire. Wall cloud, wall cloud. Where are we talking? Talking about Connor stream. Yes, there is a 10% hatched area. Look at that rotation right now. This is near Sladen, going toward Wood Valley. Some intensifying rotation right now in this storm. So again, heading. This is going to be just south of Clarksville, Tennessee, and northwest of Nashville. Possible tornado near Waverly. Yeah, there's two different areas. I mean, we got two areas of pretty strong rotation. The one near Sladen's strong. This one's hard to see, obviously, but at the ground level, it's definitely possible that we have a tornado there. We are pretty far away from the radar site in both instances. Thank you, by the way, Laura, for the $10 donation. I appreciate that a lot. Stay safe in Kentucky. Appreciate your support a lot. Thank you. Which storm will hit Nashville? The storms that are going to hit Nashville will be these ones back here. I mean, what's expected over the next couple hours is that this becomes more of a linear area of storms. So far, it's remained fairly semi-discrete, which was a bit surprising, to be honest. I mean, it was something that was possible, but since these have stayed more semi-discrete, that has allowed for more of a tornado threat to kind of materialize here. And so we have 2 tornado warnings still ongoing, and as these go toward Nashville, we'll have to watch them closely. Hopefully it becomes more linear, where we're looking at more of a damaging wind threat over, you know, tornadoes, but obviously right now it's definitely a situation where any of these storms here could, you know, drop a tornado between now and until they actually become linear. We have a new tornado warning on the storm near Tennessee City, McEwen, and as well as west of Dixon and Hurricane Mills. New tornado warning on the storm that has been producing rotation. Again, seek shelter away from windows, the lowest floor possible if you're included in this warning. This is moving off to the east. And rotation, just updating it a little bit, but the rotation's going to be located right here near 13. I have another pocket of rotation near the Cumberland surface area. Trying to get a better view of this. But again, the rotation right now located over Woods Valley. 2 different areas of rotation right now we're looking at. 2 different storms entirely. The one that's south of Waverly has a chance to produce a tornado. The one up near Sladen in the same boat could produce a tornado at any time. There's been some serious damage near Tiny Town Road in Clarksville, which we covered earlier, that specific road. There's apparently a Pizza Hut on that road, and that Pizza Hut got leveled. And cars are destroyed. Windows are destroyed. Wood and stuff is everywhere. It's a mess. And I retweeted a lot of that on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. We are getting intensifying rotation on the storm near Sladen. There might be a tornado on the ground. And we're pretty far away from radar sites here, but it's the velocities. Let me circle this area again. Let's go back to the correlation coefficient. Nothing definitive. I mean, maybe something here. Let me circle that and see. Kind of out in front of the storm too. If there were to be a tornado, it'd probably be right in here, a little bit further up to the north of that. So nothing definitive yet on this storm, but definitely some strong rotation. Bare minimum, we have some strong wind speeds moving up to the north and east, going towards South Side and Cheap Hill. That's the bare minimum. The tornado warning does continue near Glasgow, Kentucky. And the main tornado warnings right now are in Tennessee. Otherwise, no other updates on these 2 storms. New radar scan coming in about 30 seconds. And the radar's updating every about 30 seconds. FYI, this storm is rain-wrapped, so as it moves to the north and east, you're not going to be able to see it. Stay indoors if you're in Tennessee City or McEwen. If you're back near Van Leer, you should definitely still stay alert. This storm is going to be coming your direction as well. Tornado warning has been updated on this storm. Back up near Sladen. Not confirmed at this point. but it is still definitely in play to produce a tornado at some point in the next few minutes. Yeah, go back to here. Anything around Indian Mound, Tennessee? Not right now. There's nothing right now. I mean, I think Indian Mound is honestly pretty much done. The only storms that are left are these ones, and these are going to be pretty ordinary thunderstorms. So I'm not really concerned about that area anymore. The area that I'm the most concerned about from here on out would really just be anywhere that's, you know, in here. And even a little bit further south possibly as well. That's the most concerning area for the next several hours. For tornadoes and damaging winds, hail potential, all that sort of stuff. There's a funnel cloud north of Hurricane Mills. Thank you for the report. Nothing on the correlation coefficient right now, but there is definitely some stronger rotation. Again, we got two pockets of that. We have one near the Sladen area, and then another one right here. Both of which are pretty strong areas of rotation. Again, either one of these could produce tornadoes at any time. Entirely in play. Southeast Texas, I don't think will be that bad. There's a chance for severe weather, but I think the threat's going to be overall pretty low. And also on Twitter at this time. Clarksville, Tennessee. I think Clarksville is also close to being done. The only area that I'd be concerned about in Clarksville would really be down here on the southeast side of it with this particular tornado-warned cell. So if you're in the southeast side of Clarksville, definitely still stay very alert. On the backside, again, we're still looking at mostly ordinary showers and storms back here to the west. These shouldn't become severe. But this one in particular could still stay severe. I think it'll just stay to the south and east of Clarksville. Look in southern Mississippi. I don't think there's anything happening down there, is there? We got a couple of storms. These are going to be pretty ordinary thunderstorms as well. We might see an isolated tornado threat develop out of a couple of these, but I don't think the tornado risk will be substantial in southern or central Mississippi. The greatest threat should stay up here right in this tornado watch. There might be an extension to the tornado watch in central Mississippi, but I still think the greatest threat would be right there in northern parts of Mississippi. Yeah, the rotation right now, I mean, we have two different areas of rotation. The one near the Cumberland Furnace area is still seemingly pretty strong. The other one also near Gorman still has some rotation there. Both of these could easily produce a tornado at any time, especially with the environment that we're in. Vix, the radar is Radar Omega. You can download it with the top link in the description below. It's on iOS and Android. Highly recommend it. How's it going, Dylan? Anybody know where Connor is? I don't know where he's been driving. I need to get a location thing on him at some point. Not exactly sure where he is right now. Any chance that Clarksville will get a tornado? There's still a chance, but I'm going to say right now it's very low. The main activity of storms has already moved through Clarksville. The only thing that I'd be still watching for would be this storm in particular that's south of Clarksville, but that one's going to be moving northeast. So still stay alert for at least the next hour or so until this area of storms officially passes by, but that would be the one that would be most concerning at this point. I don't think there's a tornado on the ground in Waverly right now. There could be, but the rotation's not very strong. You can see it here. It's definitely broad. More of a wind threat, I would say, right now. And then the one near the Cumberland surface area really has been grabbing my attention more than anything. This one could easily produce a tornado. It's a little bit more discreet than the one further down to the south. Has a little bit better of a chance of producing something. All right, let me go back over to Twitter, see if there's anything new there. Don't see anything as of right now. So again, as of right now, these are the two main storms, both west of Nashville. Obviously, these are definitely concerning since Nashville, is not far from these storms at this point. Nashville's still a good hour or so out from these storms, maybe about an hour and a half. And these storms are all moving east at about 40 miles per hour, east-northeast. Yeah, other storm I'd be watching for would be this one also back near New Johnsonville. We have another storm with a hook. It's had a hook for quite a while, but obviously, if it gets a strong enough inflow and we get a bit more rotation in the lower levels, that could develop into something tornadic as well. Here's the latest radar scan. Again, two different tornado warnings right now ongoing. One near the Cumberland Furnace area, and the other which back west of the Tennessee City area. There might be a tornado on the ground. One second. Yeah, looks like there's a tornado on the ground. Let me confirm this, though. This is now confirmed. All right, so there's now a confirmed tornado on the ground. This is going to be near Cumberland Furnace. So seek shelter immediately away from windows at the lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. And that is a confirmed tornado. Moving off to the north and east, and Connor Croft apparently is heading toward the storm right now. Again, this is a confirmed tornado. This will be going towards South Side, Tennessee, and Cheap Hill. And seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Pleasant View will be in the track of this. Coopertown, Turnersville. Very far southeast of Clarksville might get clipped by this, but it probably won't. I think this will stay away from Clarksville. Still stay weather aware, though. It could always take a left-hand turn, but I don't think it will. Definitely stay mindful there. And this is now a confirmed tornado near the Cumberland Furnace area, moving to the north and east. Very strong rotation on this. This is your area of rotation. And again, this right here would be your tornado. On the ground. Somebody update me on what's happened over the last 2 hours. We had a tornado on the ground for 50-ish minutes from Clarksville, Tennessee, back into Bowling, or almost Bowling. It didn't hit Bowling Green, it was far west of it, but it went through parts of southern Kentucky. It's on the ground for 50 minutes. Otherwise, there hasn't really been much else other than that. We've had a lot of tornado warnings. That was the one that's mainly materialized. Now we have another tornado on the ground here that's near Cumberland Furnace. And yeah, still a correlation coefficient drop. Still a tornado on the ground right now. That is right now located near State Route 48, moving towards South Side and Cheap Hill. And seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. Tennessee City and McElwain are still in a tornado warning. That is still radar indicated rotation. And this is the tornado that is currently ongoing, moving toward Cheap Hill. Pleasant View will be the next in track of it. Let's get a speed check on this. So this is going 45 miles per hour to the northeast. Let's put a little timing guide on this one for those that are out in front of it. So this is the ETA. The timestamp's on the left side of your screen. This is the Radar Omega timing out tool that you can use. Again, Doddsville around 10 minutes from now. Neptune in about 11 minutes. Again, all these locations in Tennessee. Oak Plains, 17 minutes. Closer to Coopertown in about half an hour. And Springfield in about 40 minutes. Again, that's an estimated time of arrival. Obviously, you should be in shelter well before then, especially if you're included in a pink polygon, as in like a tornado warning. You're going to want to make sure you seek shelter well before that. But yeah, definitely some strong rotation right now near Cumberland Furnace. I don't think this will go PDS yet. I mean, we've only seen a couple of radar scans. It's definitely a tornado, but we'll see how long it lasts on the ground here if it keeps going. This is as of 3:35. Next radar scan will come in about 2 minutes. I have to pour myself some water real quick. There we go. Go back to Twitter and see if we have anything else on terms of updates. Connor, again, is going right toward the storm. I'm not sure how far away he is from it, but he's going toward the storm near Cumberland Furnace. And again, this will be moving toward Cheap Hill and South Side over the next several minutes. Going in this direction. Next radar scan will come in here in a second. Again, still clearly on the ground right now near Cumberland Furnace. Velocity scan just came in. If there's still a tornado, it's going to be located right here. So, still a confirmed tornado. They just issued a new tornado warning. This does include areas like Turnersville, Coopertown, Pleasant View, Interstate 24, back near Cheap Hill, Chapsman Borough, all included in this tornado warning. Again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. There is an ongoing tornado right now, just northeast of Cumberland Furnace in Tennessee. This is northwest of Nashville. That is your tornado. It's still on the ground right here. Just south of the McAllister's Crossroads and south of South Side. This is moving again northeast. So seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. And this is still actively on the ground, moving to the east. My plan is right now, I probably will not be live past 5 o'clock Central Time. So basically after probably about an hour-ish from now, I'll probably end the live stream because I have to study for a bunch of finals. Unless there's still ongoing, like, confirmed tornadoes. Because again, I didn't expect to be live this early today, honestly. So I went live around noon. Which, is this part of Tennessee still in Central Time Zone? I think it is, right? No, I'm gonna have to change this back. Yeah, so this part of Tennessee right now is in Central Time Zone. All right. Hey, thank you, Edwin, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I appreciate that. Welcome to the Velocities. Thank you. Again, this is currently an ongoing tornado. Right now, northeast of Cumberland Furnace. It is moving off to the east-northeast. Pleasant View, Coopertown, and Turnersville, Tennessee are in the track of this. This is, again, northwest of Nashville. Seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. Hendersonville, Tennessee. I think really, I've been saying this for a while now, but I think anywhere near and east of Nashville will most likely turn more into a damaging wind threat over a tornado threat. The area of storms right now is becoming a bit more linear. We still have a couple of semi-discrete cells back up in here, but I think over the next hour, this will evolve more into a line of storms. So, oh, let's go to Connor right now.
Give this lady a little breathing room.
Thought I saw something else. Never mind. Connor right now, again, is on this confirmed tornado. He's approaching it. That is his point of view. And he's currently heading toward this confirmed tornado on the ground. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure he's still a little bit of ways away.
Turned off.
That was a great view.
Yeah. I'm gonna get another one right here. Almost.
Yeah, you had a good view of it a minute ago. I kind of missed it. My apologies. I was talking, but yeah, again, this storm's still producing a tornado. It's going to be located right to the west of Fox Bluff, going toward Neptune, Bethel, and Cheap Hill. Yeah, that's northwest of Nashville, Tennessee. Did I see the posts I got mentioned in? I have no clue. I've gotten mentioned on Twitter at least 100 times in the last, like, hour, so I might have missed something. I probably have seen it, but No guarantees. I've seen a lot of different stuff. Anything I need to worry about? I mean, again, you should be prepared at least for damaging winds and obviously large hail. Those are both concerns that could end up happening. Also make sure you have a tornado action plan in place in case you do end up going under a tornado warning. Even though the likelihood of that is still, I would say, a little bit low the further east we go here, but it's definitely still possible. Tornado warning still ongoing, by the way, back near Glasgow, Kentucky. The storm itself has been weakening for quite a while. Not really any rotation left back up there in Kentucky, but that storm has been ongoing for quite a while. And that's the cell that produced the long-tracked 50-ish minute tornado. Crazy stuff. The tornado probabilities are 10%. This is the probabilities here. The 10% hatched area. It does technically include Hendersonville and Nashville. The tornado threat's still going to exist there. It's just going to be lower. But yeah, overall, these storms right here are the main ones that we're looking at. Dixon and whatnot. But I think this will become more linear as they get a little bit closer here to Nashville. So the tornado threat should gradually go down as this all moves to the east. We still have two different areas of rotation, one near Tennessee City, a little bit weaker overall, and then we have one more to the north. Again, that's the one that's confirmed as of right now, confirmed tornado. I think this one might have lifted, though, at this point. Still showing at least a little bit of a correlation coefficient drop, but I'm pretty sure this is weakening a little bit. Still a little bit of debris being lifted up into the atmosphere just to the west there of Fox Bluff. We have a new tornado warning now for the Tennessee City tornado warning. This one's just west of Nashville. So this is going to be going toward Dixon, White Bluff, Ashland City, Kingston Springs. That'll be basically beelining it toward Nashville. Again, if you're in this tornado warning, stay away from windows. Lowest floor possible. This will be one to watch for as it continues to go toward the Nashville, Tennessee area. Obviously concerning since we're going toward a pretty populated area here in Nashville. Additionally, Hendersonville is also in the track of this. Definitely concerning here. This is the satellite imagery, by the way. I don't think we're going to be able to get much of satellite imagery anymore. Because this is, the sun's actually setting already up here in Tennessee. Getting to some of the earliest sunsets of the year. See all the storms blowing up over the last several hours. See the tornadic storm going through Bowling Green, too. Crazy stuff. There are the storms, though. And this is on the Radar Omega satellite imagery. Good view of the storms over the last several hours. Again, a lot of these have been producing at least some level of thunderstorm activity. The most severe storms have fallen in the area that was kind of expected. Northern Mississippi back through southern Kentucky. And unfortunately now it's the storm activity has begun to ramp up a bit more here in parts of central Tennessee, and the tornadic threat is definitely going to start to increase a bit as we get closer to, or not really increase, but it's going to stay steady through Nashville probably, and then weaken after that. Also, a new damage report as of 3:32 p.m., so about 14 minutes ago, in Sladen, Tennessee. Damage reported in north part of Dixon County. Time and location estimated by radar. That is from the tornado that just went through those areas, which is still on the ground, by the way, as of a few minutes ago. Looks like it's still on the ground, but likely weakening out at this point. So again, if you're in Pleasant View, Coopertown, Turnersville, right here along Interstate 24, stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Connor has a pretty good view of it, by the way.
Now.
They just put it back up. He had a pretty good view of the storm there. Still driving. I mean, he's in the vicinity here of the confirmed tornado storm. Back up here near Pleasant View. Circle the area that was most concerned for Alabama. It would be primarily northern Alabama. It'd be back up in here. This is the main area to watch for. So basically just north of Birmingham. Even in Birmingham and Tuscaloosa, you should definitely still stay weather aware there and have multiple ways to receive alerts, because there will be some severe weather later, really tonight. Apparently there's been some baseball-sized hail, by the way, near Batesville, Mississippi. There's some pretty nasty hailstorms over here. We had tennis ball-sized hail as well. Crazy down here. Got surprised the hail is so large. All right, let's go back up closer to Nashville here. We still have 2 ongoing storms here that are tornado warned going toward the Nashville area. The one that's further up here to the north, been losing its structure a bit. But still a confirmed tornado as of right now, moving off to the north and east. Looks like the tornado is fizzled out here. This is your area of rotation. I'm pretty sure this tornado has now been lifted. And yeah, this tornado is lifted for the time being near Pleasant View, going toward Interstate 24, but obviously, again, this still could produce a tornado down the road with how intense this rotation still is. I mean, again, look at the velocities. Going toward the radar pretty strong, away from the radar, we still have pretty good rotation here. Again, that cyclonic rotation. Stay in your safe place if you're included in that tornado warning. There's a chance for a tornado in Hopkinsville. I don't know what state you're talking about. Give me a state on that one. But again, if you're anywhere in the severe weather threat, basically, again, stretching from Ohio back into Mississippi and Alabama, you technically have a threat of tornadoes today. Ohio, really not, but if you're basically Kentucky and southward, I would say. Another video on Twitter, by the way, of the tornado in Clarksville. I just retweeted it on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. If you want to check it out. Yeah, the tornado watch for Nashville goes until 7 o'clock tonight. The tornado watch that's a bit further out here to the east goes until 11 o'clock tonight. It's primarily for just east of Nashville, back through parts of central southern Kentucky and back into northern Alabama. More damage photos also coming out of Clarksville. Got a lot of homes destroyed. Again, I'm retweeting a lot of those photos on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. But yeah, just insane. The level amount of damage in Clarksville and back into parts of southern Kentucky. I've yet to see any photos out of like the Allensville area, but Allensville had a lot of mobile homes and tornado rolled right through there. Hopkinsville is pretty much done with severe weather. You're out of the tornado watch. Just ordinary showers moving through. You're done. Tornado warning will likely be canceled there or just let to expire back near Glasgow, by the way. This is basically the remnants of that storm that produced a tornado for about 50 minutes today. Crazy. Let's go back into Mississippi real quick. This is another area that we're going to have to watch for a tornado risk this afternoon. A couple storms with broad rotation. A lot of hail with these as well. We've had upwards of baseball-sized hail at Batesville. It's crazy. But we'll have to watch for that tornado threat as well down there. But obviously the most imminent tornado threat that's ongoing right now is currently across parts of central Tennessee, not far from Nashville. And Nashville will be in the track of some of these storms here pretty soon. I have that tornado action plan ready in case you go under a tornado warning, and obviously take the proper precautions ahead of time. These will be some pretty rough storms rolling through the Nashville area. Looks like Connor's going to be going to intercept the Nashville storm, the one that's going toward Nashville. Elizabethtown is... Wait, Elizabethtown, that's a different one. Elizabethtown. Elizabethtown, probably not going to see much. I mean, you'll see a couple of thunderstorms probably in your area, but again, really not a whole lot has materialized here in northern Kentucky. Threat's actually been, primarily centered across Tennessee and southern Kentucky. And a little bit, obviously, in Mississippi. And more of that is to come for those areas. But yeah, back up there, I mean, you'll probably see some storms in a couple hours, but it won't be anything too out of the ordinary. My thinking. No problem, Helen. Appreciate you tuning in. All right, let's go back to these storms again. Again, we still have 2 areas of rotation. Again, damaging winds is likely as this goes toward Pleasant View. The other storm back near Dixon and White Bluff, this one still has a possibility of producing a tornado as it goes toward Nashville. Again, we'll see if it, produces that. But for right now, this one back near Dixon, no confirmed tornadoes to this point, even though, again, it could still produce a tornado. The one near Pleasant View, on the other hand, again, still has the chance of producing a tornado. I'd say the rotation on that one's actually a bit stronger right now. Which, again, that one did produce a tornado for a few minutes back near the Cumberland Furnace area. That's going to be going toward Coopertown, and as well as Turnersville over the next several minutes. Wall cloud in Dixon. I'm not surprised by a wall cloud with the rotation on both these storms. Even I wouldn't be surprised if there was one back near Cheap Hill. But yeah, the one near Dixon, it's a little bit hard to see with the radar perspectives that we have, but there's definitely some rotation there for sure. Yeah, check my other radar here. Yeah, the rotation's kind of broad still on the one near Dixon near the surface, but there definitely is. If there's a wall cloud, I wouldn't be surprised. It's just that the surface is a bit weaker, which I think the thing that's going to be kind of hard to overcome for these storms over the next few hours will be the weaker surface winds. They're supposed to become a bit weaker over the next few hours, so. Hailing on Southside, Tennessee. Thank you for the report. Yeah, a lot of these storms have that hail potential with how cold the temperatures are aloft. A little bit of hail, perhaps, in some of these pink areas. That's what we'd be looking for there. Tornado warning is back down to radar indicated for those near Pleasant View, Coopertown, and Turnersville. Still some rotation there. It's been struggling a little bit to kind of maintain itself, but there's rotation there ongoing. Further down to the south, we do have storms ongoing. Again, a linear line of storms has begun to develop across this pretty large area. A lot of these have remained semi-discrete, which, with that being said, we've seen a bit more of a tornado risk kind of materialize. Storms are actually developing now down in parts of even southern Mississippi, back south of Jackson. And then back in Louisiana, we also have some storms developing down here as well. So, yeah, the next several hours are going to be pretty active. The peak of severe weather overall is yet to come. We've been mainly on that tornado risk for the last several hours, but damaging winds and hail will really start to ramp up a bit more as we go throughout the later half of this afternoon into the evening hours. Damaging winds, hail will become more frequent. Tornado threat will start to diminish, I think, a bit more later on. New tornado watch was just issued until 12 o'clock tonight. This does include areas in central Mississippi, western Alabama, and northeast Louisiana. This is for a few tornadoes, isolated hail up to ping pong size, and scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. So that is the latest on this new tornado watch until 12 o'clock tonight. Does include Tuscaloosa as well. We'll show it on the screen here as well in a few minutes once that pops up. And that was just issued by the Storm Prediction Center. Yeah, these are the 2 tornado warnings ongoing. One near Pleasant View, and again, another one near Nashville. Stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in either of these 2 tornado warnings. Still some hail, by the way, back up near Interstate 24. Any of these pink areas on the reflectivity will represent at least some level of hail. Also near Dixon, west of Dixon as well. And then this, again, is the velocities, which the storm back up near Pleasant View, broader rotation overall right now, could still produce a tornado down the road. And then the one near, or just west of Nashville, still has some rotation near Charlotte. That's, again, moving to the east right now. Yes, White Bluff is in a tornado warning. Yeah, this is not a confirmed tornado near White Bluff. It is still radar-indicated rotation. It could still drop a tornado, though, at any time. There has been reports of a wall cloud with this one. I believe Connor is not far from the storm. He's, I'm pretty sure, going toward it. The last several scans here. Still have 4 tornado warnings, so I'm going to put the counter down to 2. The one in Glasgow is about to expire. Same thing with the one west of Dixon, and both of those are pretty minimal right now. Let's go to Connor real quick.
I'm gonna keep it a buck with you, brother.
We're not making it.
This is Connor right now. He's going toward the tornadic storm that is approaching Nashville. No confirmation on a tornado on this one yet, but we'll keep with him if anything ends up happening there. Anything else is new on Twitter? By the way, here's a tornado watch that was just issued. So this one goes until 12 o'clock tonight. So again, pretty large area. Basically, this entire area here. New tornado watch. This goes until 12 a.m. The one further up here to the north goes until about 7 p.m. And then this would go until 11 p.m. That's Central Time, by the way. So those tornado watches go until, again, respectively, 7 p.m. across areas like Nashville, 12 a.m. for those in parts of Mississippi and Alabama, as well as Louisiana and Southeast Arkansas. Again, back near Nashville, we still have ongoing severe weather approaching Nashville. Both storms are definitely still concerning in their own regard. The one that's near Charlotte going toward White Bluff has reportedly had a wall cloud for some time. That could drop a tornado. And the one near Pleasant View still has some rotation as well. I just retweeted more photos, by the way, of the tornado that happened in Clarksville, Tennessee. So, in case you're curious, go to my Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX and you can check that out. All right. Let's go back up to the velocity, or we're on the velocities right now. Let's go to the correlation coefficient again. And nothing confirmed on either one of these storms. Velocities are updating right now. So we'll see if anything's really been developing with these two storms. Again, the one near Pleasant View produced a tornado about 10 to 15 minutes back. The one that's near Charlotte and White Bluff has been overall still in the broadside rotation. So we'll see what kind of materializes out of that as it goes toward Nashville. But so far, the rotation's been on the weaker side of things in the last few scans. We also have a closer up radar site that we can look at. Yeah, you can kind of see the rotation there. I mean, it's definitely there near Bellevue, just east of there. Right in here. So there's definitely rotation for sure. I mean, there's been no doubt about that. It's more of just how intense the rotation is. It's the bigger story. Here's a live view, by the way, out of just southeast of Nashville. Also, here's Connor. He's currently driving to the storm. I don't think he's very far from it. Probably within 10 miles or so of this supercell. You can see all the lightning flashes as well there in the background.
$5 Storm Chaser Brandon Payne.
Thanks, Brandon.
Thanks, Brandon.
Go here. Latest update on the tornado warning. It no longer includes Dixon. White Bluff still included. Ashland City, Kingston Springs, all included in this tornado warning. Pleasant View, Coopertown, Turnersville, all included in this tornado warning still. Again, we have 2 different tornado warnings ongoing. The one up here goes for 13 more minutes, and also the one just west of Nashville goes for 13 more minutes. We'll basically end up seeing whether they continue both tornado warnings or not. This one I don't think will continue. Rotation's a bit broader in this one. It could still redevelop. We'll see. It's becoming a little bit more congested with the other supercell here. The one that's going toward Nashville, it's still discrete, or semi-discrete, so it still has the potential to produce some sort of tornadic activity as this goes toward Nashville. So, we'll see what kind of happens here over the next several minutes. But by no means have we had any confirmation of any tornado on the storm near White Bluff Even though, again, it still has that possibility to produce a tornado. Turn smoothing off here. You got a better view of the hook shape here. So that's your hook, your inflow. There would be a tornado be located in that circle. And again, that's going toward Nashville right now. Is Central Kentucky going to get tornadoes? Central Kentucky could still get tornadoes, but it's a pretty low chance at this point. I think that main tornado risk will really be across Tennessee and then back into Mississippi and possibly northwest Alabama. Those are like the three main areas that I would say have the greatest tornado potential. Kentucky's on the lower side of things, in my opinion. Friendly reminder, by the way, if you're just tuning in for the first time, make sure to like the stream, subscribe to the channel as well. It's free to do. Click that red button down below. Again, today's live stream has been brought to you by Radar Omega. That's the radar app that we've been using throughout the live stream. You can watch storm chasers live on this app that are literally inside the storm. You can watch live cams. They have lots of them. They're called cyclone ports. They are really awesome. And also you can look at the live radar feed, the satellite imagery, the computer models. It's literally an all-in-one radar app. You can check it out. Again, top link in the description below. It's on iOS and Android. I cannot recommend it enough. Again, it's Radar Omega. Top link in the description below. Appreciate them sponsoring today's live stream. All right, latest radar scan just came in. Let's check out the velocities again. I'm going to zoom in a little bit on this. Wait for the velocities to update. Again, that's where the rotation is located. We also have a new tornado warning, I believe. Yes, we do. New tornado warning. This is going to include areas near Corinth in northern Mississippi and very far southwestern Tennessee. Not far from Middletown, Tennessee. This is near Walnut and Corinth in Mississippi. Seek shelter immediately away from windows and lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. It's primarily, the rotation itself is not overly intense here, but that would be the area of rotation. Could strengthen as it moves off to the east toward Corinth and Farmington. So again, if you're in this new tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And then back near Nashville, this is the area of rotation that we're still watching for. This again could drop a tornado as it moves east. Let's go to this storm near Coopertown. Yeah, this one also could actually develop a tornadic event as well. Back near Coopertown, there's still rotation there right now. Moving east-northeast. Springfield, Tennessee will be in the track of this as well. Cross Plains. Be alert if you're back up that direction. Two different areas of rotation right now. One northwest of Nashville and one that's just west of Nashville. Both of which could again drop tornadoes at any time. There's your new tornado warning. So again, brand new tornado warning now for Springfield, Greenbrier, and as well as going toward Cross Plains. All those areas included in this new tornado warning. And seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible if you are included in this tornado warning. And that rotation's right here. We got more rotation right here. Both storms have hooks on them. The one that's back down near White Bluff has a much more impressive hook echo. And now we have another tornado warning. We're now up to 3 more tornado warnings in the last, 2 minutes. So new tornado warning near Dixon. This is behind the White Bluff storm. Seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. Rotation itself can be located right there. That's just west of Dixon. Moving up to the east-northeast toward Nashville. Now, these are 3 separate supercells that are all ongoing going toward Nashville. The 2 that are really the most concerning right now are the ones that one near Pleasant View is pretty concerning. The one west of Nashville still has some pretty strong rotation on it. And again, that could drop a tornado at any time. Let's go back to this radar site here. This was the radar scan at 4:07 p.m. Or sorry, 4:05 p.m. It's 4:07 right now. That's the velocities. Correlation coefficient might be detecting something on that Nashville storm. Very tight rotation right now near White Bluff. We'll look at this next radar scan and see what's happening. This might not be good, though, for those in Nashville. Definitely becoming a bit more concerning here with how strong this rotation is right now near Nashville. Yes, this is the National Storm. We're going to be primarily focused on the National Storm here. Also the Pleasant View one. And also the Dixon one. Obviously, all three of them basically going toward National right now. These are two separate areas of rotation. Again, neither of which have been confirmed yet. The one that's north of White Bluff could get confirmed in the next radar scan if there's a clear correlation coefficient drop. Pretty strong rotation overall right now going toward Nashville. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Let's go to the correlation coefficient. Still some pretty strong rotation. That is a tornado, I believe. Let's just kind of confirm here. Yeah, that's a tornado on the ground. We have a tornado just west of Nashville right now. This is not good. A tornado is now on the ground, not far from Nashville. This is literally within 10 miles, I believe. Let me check the distance. It's actually about 20 miles, but regardless, tornado now on the ground near White Bluff. This is going to be heading toward Nashville over the next several minutes. Again, that is another tornado that is on the ground. This is at least, I think, the fourth tornado that we've had. And there you go. Nashville's now under the tornado warning. This is a particularly dangerous situation for Nashville. This is not good. This is a large tornado and strong tornado for Nashville, Tennessee. Yeah, this is a really bad situation. We have a particularly dangerous situation for those in Nashville, Tennessee. Large tornado right now north of White Bluff. This is also strong. Again, Connor is going to be pretty much on this storm. He is currently, again, at the bottom right of your screen. Again, this has now been confirmed as a large and strong tornado that's developing right now, heading toward the Nashville area. Unbelievable. This is now our third PDS tornado warning of the day. And we have not had very many confirmed tornadoes. And the ones that have been confirmed have all been PDS at this point. I think all of them, just about all of them. Majority at least have been. This includes Greenbrier, Goodlettsville, as well as Nashville, Ashland City, and White Bluff. Those are the locations included in this tornado warning. Again, this is now a PDS tornado. That means a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado is located right in that black circle back near State Route 250. Yeah, that's your rotation. It's very strong right now. Going toward Nashville. And this is the correlation coefficient. Again, this is the debris being lifted up into the atmosphere right now. It's right there, just off to the north of White Bluff. Really dangerous situation right now. But yeah, go back to the National radar site. Might have another view of this. We have a couple of different radar sites here. Yeah, again, this is your debris being lifted up into the atmosphere right now. That's the latest radar scan. We're going to go back up north because we'll get another radar scan here in a second. There you go. Still a tornado on the ground, no doubt about it. That's, again, going toward Ashland City. Nashville, obviously, in the track of this. If you are on the north side here of Nashville, you need to make sure you're seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is a mess right here, but that is your tornado on the ground right now, moving toward Nashville. This could easily turn into a very dangerous storm if you're caught in it near Nashville. This is, again, a strong and large tornado heading off to the east-northeast toward Nashville. There's a mess of tornado warnings, though. I mean, again, we got 5 tornado warnings ongoing in this area. And that is your strongest pocket of rotation right now. That is near State Route 250. Going toward Jolton, Ashland City, and Nashville. All on the track of this. And Connor Croft, again, is currently, I believe, heading toward the storm. I mean, the rotation field is huge. Let's go back to the correlation coefficient again. There it is. Let's go back to the national radar site. And we have the radar site that we have here. We have two that are pretty good right now. One that's just east of Nashville and one that's off to the north. So again, that's the correlation coefficient drop. That's the tornado on the ground. Very strong rotation right now, heading off to the east. Again, heading toward Nashville. That is your tornado. We'll have another radar scan in about 30 seconds. Storm is not in the track of Michigan, no. Just going to zoom out again real quick. This is, again, the multiple storms that we have ongoing right now. Tornado warning back near Dixon. This one right now, not really that concerning, in my opinion. It could become concerning in the long term. Back near Springfield, rotation up there. That is still rotation that is indicated by radar. We do not have a tornado with that one. The tornado that we have ongoing right now is west of Nashville. This is going to be approaching downtown Nashville and the north side of Nashville. Hopefully this stays a bit more off to the north of Nashville. This is the trajected track right now. Obviously, it could go toward Nashville, so keep that in mind. Again, make sure you're staying in your safe place. But again, this is a very dangerous storm right now. With a lot of people living in this area. Radar scan should be coming in here any moment. We got the latest radar scan on the reflectivity. Here's your velocity scan. Again, that right there is your tornado that's ongoing. And this is now approximately 15 miles away from Nashville. Hopefully it stays north of Nashville, but obviously it's going to be a close call here. That's your ongoing tornado. Again, this is still a large and strong tornado on the ground that is currently located just off to the west of Nashville. Connor's like on the storm, by the way. We're gonna go to him real quick.
I say you just freaking face the car towards the road.
Not sure exactly where he is in the storm.
If it makes a deviation, we can shoot far north, and then once it hits the road, we can start going back south. And see if we need to do search and rescue or anything like that.
Dangerous raid wrap tornado at night.
That is one thing. It is a possibility. This might turn into search and rescue here tonight.
Yeah, and he's pretty close to this PDS tornado, I'm pretty sure.
Circulation is to our south, heading for right.
Yeah, he's not far from it. He's back up near Ashland City.
That's a correlation coefficient, tornado debris signature. It's buried in rain. Buried in rain. This is a powerful storm. As soon as it's parallel with us, we can go.
There will not be a moderate risk, no. It's too late for that. In my opinion. I don't think they would issue that last second.
Tornado is somewhere directly to my southeast.
By the way, the tornado is still on the ground right now. This is the tornado near Griffintown. This is going toward Gravelot, going toward Scottsboro. And this is the ongoing tornado. It's going to be heading toward Nashville. And debris is still being lifted up into the atmosphere as we speak. And this will again be going toward the Nashville area, perhaps closer to Scottsboro. This probably will stay a little north of Nashville in terms of the downtown area, but it's obviously going to come close. If you are in Nashville, again, make sure you're seeking shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. It's in a particularly dangerous situation that is ongoing right now. This could easily go into Nashville and cause some damage. Really unfortunate situation here. Tornado warning has been canceled for Dixon, by the way. And Connor's pretty much inside of the storm in Ashland, but he's not directly near the tornado right now. Might be waiting this one out. And right here is that tornado. Very high winds as well out in front of it. I mean, this is going to be an intense supercell probably for at least a good 20 to 30 minutes all the way through Nashville is my presumption here. Very high velocities. I mean, let's go to the velocities real quick. Let's check out the wind speeds. I mean, oh my god. That's upwards of 130 miles per hour that the velocities is showing there, which is usually, the tornado intensity is usually higher than that. Correlation coefficient, again, still indicating debris that's near Lillimay and the Gravelot area. Again, this is moving off to the east. It'll be going towards Scottsboro. Again, stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. If you are anywhere in the track of this tornado warning, again, if you're in the pink polygon, get to your safe place. That includes Nashville. Definitely a dangerous storm right now. And it's also a rain-wrapped tornado, which makes it even worse. Much more concerning there. Tornado warning is still ongoing, by the way, up near Springfield. Let's check the correlation coefficient here. Looks like the rotation is starting to tighten a little bit up here. So if you're back up near Springfield, Cross Plains, be mindful. Clarksville is pretty much done with severe weather at this point. So that's where we're at now. Nashville is, again, the area in the track of this ongoing PDS tornado. And this is a life-threatening situation if you are in the Nashville area, again, in this pink polygon, so downtown Nashville and northward, you're going to want to make sure you're seeking shelter. This is, again, the debris being lifted up into the atmosphere back north of Kingston Springs. Thank you, Kale, by the way, for the $4 super chat. I appreciate the generosity. Thank you. The Dixon storm looks like a strong couplet now. Go back up to here. Yeah, we definitely have some rotation there. Yeah, it could develop into something, but it doesn't look like anything too crazy, in my opinion. Just kind of looking at the reflectivity. It's not a very organized supercell. It could develop into something, though, as it gets closer to Nashville. We'll have to watch that closely. All right, 419. This is the radar scan as of 2 minutes ago. Still have a correlation coefficient drop, but it's not nearly as definitive as before. And it's still going to be going toward the Nashville area. Could still be a tornado as it gets closer. So again, stay in your safe place as this continues to move off to the east-northeast. I hope this storm honestly weakens, and obviously everybody does. Hopefully this just weakens out and goes away. But unfortunately, it's been a very, very dangerous day. Again, this is our third PDS tornado. We still have a tornado warning down in Mississippi. We have a line of storms down here in Mississippi. It's unbelievable. I mean, this is kind of expected, obviously. We were expecting a lot of storms, but the severe weather's definitely been a bit more numerous than, honestly, expected. And here's the latest radar scan. This says at 4:17 p.m. The next one will come in here anytime now. We'll get a new correlation coefficient update. Here's the velocity. So again, the tornado is located right here. We have now a confirmed tornado. Another particularly dangerous situation, tornado back up near Springfield, Tennessee. This is now the fourth PDS tornado that we've had today. This is by Springfield. Unbelievable. Seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. This is, again, near Springfield in Tennessee. Another PDS tornado. This is radar confirmed. You can see it there is now dropped on the south side there of Springfield. That is your tornado. We still have one here near Gravelot. That is still an ongoing tornado that is going to be approaching the Nashville area over the next several minutes. This has been just insane. Back to the velocities again. Yeah, here's the velocities. We got our winds going toward the radar, going away. Again, typical cyclonic rotation. Strong tornado right now near 12. Again, here's your correlation coefficient. Right here, again, is the tornado right there. That's debris being lifted up into the atmosphere. We have at least 6 to 7 confirmed it'll be a tornado outbreak. Yes, this is considered a tornado outbreak if we have 6 tornadoes within 12 hours. Or more. And I'm pretty sure at this point we've at least had 5. 4 PDS, I think 2 regular. I think we've already had 6, to be honest. But obviously we won't know until tomorrow with all the, obviously the surveys and stuff that the National Weather Service does. But yeah, I mean, right now we have 2 active tornadoes. Again, PDS tornado right now south of Ashland City, and another one near Springfield. 2 different PDS tornadoes. These again are both moving off to the east. One going toward Nashville and the other one going toward Cross Plains and Portland in northern Tennessee. Yeah, and Connor's on the storm. I'm going to go to him real quick. See what he's saying here. Working through a lot of rain here on this PDS tornado. This is the one near Nashville, by the way, that he's on.
Not good. The storm's about to cycle and drop a new strong tornado.
I mean, I'm gaining visual on the backside.
Yeah, the backside.
So Connor's on the backside of the storm. He's going to be on the backside. He might be looking for like damage, possibly search and rescue, but he is on the backside of this PDS tornado warned cell. This is back to the correlation coefficient. It looks like, I mean, as you just said a second ago, it looks like it's probably trying to recycle here. This, again, the area of rotation. It's going to be going pretty much into the north side here of Nashville. And then back up here to the north, a PDS tornado is ongoing back near Springfield. Very definitive correlation coefficient drop up there. And that's moving off toward Cross Plains, Portland. And it'll eventually be moving toward other areas like Westmoreland down the road. I heard the beeping. I'm not sure where this is. Just an update on the tornado warning? Might have been. Look at Twitter real quick. Oh, we have a new tornado warning actually back up in Frankfort, Kentucky. This is actually outside of the tornado watch. Let's check this one out. Some rotation right now located near Hooper. This one could produce a tornado warning at any time. This is going toward Frankfort, Peaks Mills, Clay Village, Waddy. Those areas included in this tornado warning. Again, seek shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. This is going to be in northern parts of Kentucky. We have 4 active tornado warnings ongoing. Obviously, probably a dozen severe thunderstorm warnings is my guess. Back down here and zoom in. All right, let's go back to the velocity or the correlation coefficient. Tornado's still on the ground for the time being. I believe it's fizzled out, but it might recycle over Nashville. And then again, back up near Springfield, we have an ongoing tornado. Let's go back to the Nashville radar site. 424 on the latest radar scan. New one should be coming in here in about a minute. Okay, I'm going to circle the 2 PDS tornadoes. We got one up here near Springfield and another one just southeast of Ashland City. Yeah, the tornado warning up there is a bit surprising. It's pretty weak rotation, though, overall. Didn't look to be too concerning. Yeah, that rotation up there is very weak. I'm actually surprised they issued a tornado warning. But yeah, it's pretty weak stuff. Might have been because it was initially rotating a bit stronger, but it's definitely weak. So the main tornado warnings that we're focusing on, again, will be the one near Nashville and the one north of Nashville. Those are the 2 main ones that we're focusing on. As these continue to roll out to the east. The severe weather is all the way down into Louisiana. Technically, actually, near Texas, we have a couple of strong storms down there. So severe weather goes pretty far up to the north and south. Again, this is a huge storm that we're looking at. It's not just that. I mean, this storm stretches all the way from like Greenland into the Mexico area. I mean, it's a huge storm. Obviously, the severe weather is not stretching across the entire area, but severe weather is pretty much all the way from Kentucky and back down there to the Gulf Coast. Here's the latest radar scan. I do believe the tornado is lifted on the national storm now. I think that's pretty safe to say. It could recycle, so we're going to keep a close eye on that. It is still a PDS tornado for the time being, even though I think the tornado is lifted. Back up near the Cross Plains area, tornado still ongoing here. This is definitely on the ground still near Cross Plains. And that is continuing to move to the east-northeast toward Cross Plains and Portland. But again, both storms still concerning. If you are in Nashville, if you know any friends or family in Nashville, make sure that you give them a heads up. And then back up near Springfield, that storm obviously still producing a strong tornado undoubtedly. And that's where the tornado is there. This would be where the tornado is just west of Nashville. So we'll keep a close eye on, again, the storm over the next several minutes. Let's see if anything happens with it. Could recycle, though. Again, the one in Nashville, and particularly, is not nearly as concerning as 5 minutes ago, but obviously, again, the fact of the matter is we have a very potent environment where that could easily recycle and drop another tornado. That's the situation that we're in right now. Murfreesboro is still a little ways out from these storms. I mean, you're still probably a good 2 to 3 hours from now until you actually get hit. Maybe not 3 hours, but probably closer to about like an hour and a half, 2.5 hours until you actually get hit by storms. So, I mean, I'm not honestly that concerned right now for your area until, you know, the storms actually even get close to you. Because, I mean, there's still a lot of things that can happen in between now and then. And I honestly think this will all become pretty linear over the next hour or two, and we're going to see more of a damaging wind threat evolve as those storms get closer to your location. But it is in the path of severe weather tonight. But it's going to probably be more of a damaging wind threat by that point. Again, clearly a tornado on the ground near Springfield. Actually, let's zoom in on this. Pretty rural areas here, but obviously still some homes in the path of this in Green Valley, Eden Corner, going toward Cross Plains. Springfield, obviously very populated here in Tennessee. There's going to be a lot of damage photos, I'm guessing, out of that area with this tornado. Again, this is also a PDS tornado. So, again, we have multiple PDS tornado warnings ongoing. These are all currently moving off to the east. That correlation coefficient drop there. Again, this is your tornado moving toward Interstate 65 toward Portland. New radar scan will be coming in here momentarily, so I'll have a new update on the velocities and the correlation coefficient. Florence, Alabama should be mainly damaging winds. There could be a tornado threat, though, down there. There is a tornado watch, so I have a tornado action plan in place. Here's the latest velocity scan. Again, still very strong rotation near Nashville. It's not a confirmed tornado right now. The overall, rotation's weakened, but it is still, I mean, it's still very strong winds, I should say. That's what we're really looking at right now. On the north side of Nashville, that'll be going right over the interstate, and it'll begin going toward the north side of Nashville with some very high winds. Still a chance that that does drop a tornado. Again, we'll have to wait and see. Still a correlation coefficient drop east of Springfield as well. That rotation's been a bit weaker, but is still producing a tornado as of right now. And these are both PDS tornadoes. One near Nashville and the other one back up near Cross Plains. I hope for everybody, nobody sees severe weather, but obviously it's been very, very active. Again, this is really not expected. I did not expect any more than one PDS tornado today coming into the day, and obviously that has been well surpassed. We've had 4 PDS tornadoes to this point, and there's still a chance we have more. I mean, that's the nature of the weather right now that we're in. There's a chance that there are more to come. Hopefully there aren't, but the environment has set up to the point where, you know, this is something that It's not really. It was something that was being discussed, and I mean, this is always a possibility from like day one with this weather setup. Like back, I think 6 days ago or so, that's when the slight risk of severe weather got issued initially. And looking at this long term, it looked to be that kind of system where it will probably, produce multiple tornadoes. Then things started to change with where the low pressure system was centered, and a bunch of other factors changed. So things were kind of changing between, 6 days ago and now. And honestly, the threat didn't look nearly as concerning as 6 days ago, and it's come back to be way more concerning than it initially anticipated with the, again, multiple PDS tornadoes. And this will likely be this is a tornado outbreak, I believe. I'm pretty sure now we've officially had 6 or more tornadoes, and that would mean that we'd have at least a regional or small scale tornado outbreak across Tennessee and Kentucky. Obviously, that could grow further depending on what happens here from here on out. These tornado-warned storms are moving at 45 miles per hour, I believe, or about 40. They're ranging from 40 to 45 miles per hour, so they're pretty quick moving. But so with that being said, the tornadoes also would be moving fast. It would not be, slow-moving tornadoes. New radar scan will be out here in about a minute or so, if not less. I've barely had anything to eat today. I have not been able to eat. I literally made shells and cheese and I've eaten none of it. I'm too busy. A very busy live stream. The tornado warning in Louisville. There's no tornado warning in Louisville. If you're talking about Louisville, Kentucky. The one up here is not really concerning. I'll check it one more time. I have to find the radar site. This one didn't really have much rotation to begin with. And yeah, it's not really rotating. The one up there was it was issued a little while ago, but it really didn't have much, to be honest with you. Latest radar scans still have an ongoing tornado near Cross Plains as of 4:30. Correlation coefficient should update here in a second. On the flip side of things, though, the velocities still showing high winds near Nashville, but again, it's not nearly as intense as before. And the PDS tornado further up to the north. Still some rotation there, but it's, again, not nearly as strong as before. I do think the Nashville storm will be downgraded to a regular radar-indicated rotation. Max, I'm using Radar Omega. You can use the top link in the description below to download it. It's on iOS and Android. It's also on computer. No, we will not know the rating of any of these tornadoes until at least tomorrow. I highly doubt we'll have a rating on that Clarksville tornado until literally tomorrow or in the next day because of how long tracked it was. I'd be surprised if we had any surveys that were really extensive today. I think tomorrow it'll be more known. But yeah, again, this PDS tornado warning probably will be, my guess is, downgraded. The one back near Cross Plains still producing a tornado, but doesn't seem to be nearly as intense. But it still has a tornado ongoing there. PDS tornado warning has been extended through Hendersonville, Gallatin, LaGuardo as well. All those areas still included in that. And this is a radar confirmed tornado still. But again, the rotation's not nearly as strong. But we still, again, possibly have a tornado ongoing or could drop another one at any time. And stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. If you are included in this tornado warning, that right there will be where your tornado is located. It's on the north side of Nashville. Could still have a tornado on the ground with this. And really, really bad if this is on the ground when it goes through the radar site. Because this tornado, if it's on the ground, it is going to take a beeline right at the radar site there. Which would be extremely bad. I mean, I'm guessing that Clarksville tornado was like an EF2, if not higher, but I don't think it was like an EF4, EF5. I didn't see any damage, particularly that looked like that. But I'm not really going to, guess what it was ahead of time because there's really no point in that. More than anything, hopefully everybody was all right from that storm. And obviously I heard there were some injuries. Hopefully everybody recovers. And that was a devastating tornado. Again, that was on the ground for about 50 minutes. All right, here's the latest radar scan. As of 4:37, I believe we don't have any. Let's go back up to this real quick. Yeah, I think this tornado up here near Cross Plains has lifted. Rotation's definitely weaker. And I'm not really seeing anything on the correlation coefficient anymore. I believe that one's weakening. Again, stay in your safe place, though, just in case it drops a tornado again. And then the one near Nashville, again, has been on the weaker side for the last several minutes. It's more of a damaging wind threat right now. The PDS part of this tornado is definitely weakened out. But still stay in your safe place for the next several minutes. We definitely have damaging winds out of this. And additionally, there's still a chance this could recycle and produce a tornado down the road. But some of the good news that's coming out of this is that we are now becoming a more linear setup here. So it's a lot more linear. The only discrete cells that we still have are the ones that are right now rolling through the Nashville area. We still have a bit of a discrete cell west of Nashville, so that'll be something to watch for. But the one back up near Portland is also a bit more on the discrete side of things. These are both discrete. But after that goes away, then hopefully everything kind of chills out a bit. Springfield Emergency Management just reported that massive destruction to homes and people trapped west of Nashville from this tornadic storm. As of moments ago. Also, another report from Springfield, Tennessee. So that was Springfield, Tennessee. The Springfield, Tennessee storm. We also have massive structural damage. People injured and trapped on 17th Avenue and Memorial. Rescues are currently ongoing. It's according to WSMV. I believe that's a news channel. So that was a strong tornado. We had a very dark blue correlation coefficient drop back up there near Springfield. But again, massive structural damage and people injured and trapped within that storm. You know anybody in Springfield, make sure to give them a call or text, make sure they're okay. But unfortunately, that was a very strong tornado that rolled through those areas. All these storms that we've seen so far, for the most part, have gone quickly to intense tornadoes. We have 4 Storm Chasers, by the way, on Radar Omega that are all in the same area. All 4 of these Storm Chasers, all in the same area right now in Nashville. And you can watch Storm Chasers like this on the Radar Omega app. You can download it with the top link in the description below. I do have a video of the Springfield tornado. I'll be retweeting it on our Twitter page. If you want to check it out, you'll be able to see the tornado. Again, it's at MaxVelocityWX on Twitter to see that. Absolute insanity today. This is the latest radar scan. Again, if there's still a tornado on the ground, it's going to be located over the Belshire area. And it is still a PDS tornado warning for the time being. I haven't seen anything definitive on radar that is showing that there's still a tornado, but it's entirely possible that we have a tornado right now in Belshire, or Belshire. Yeah, that's on the north side of Nashville, Tennessee. Yeah, the Clarksville tornado ended a while ago. That was on the ground for about 50 minutes. And this is the main area of rotation right now. Let's go back a few scans here. Yeah, this is the main area of rotation. Again, this could still have a tornado on the ground over Belshire, or Belshire, and on the north side of Nashville. Shelbyville, Kentucky has had a tornado touchdown. Really? We're talking about this one up here? Or is that a different storm? Yeah, this is a Shelbyville one. It had to have happened earlier. I haven't really seen much rotation on this one. I'm guessing it was a smaller tornado. Thanks, Noah. Appreciate it. Power flashes near Belshire, by the way. Again, there's still actively a Likely still a tornado on the ground right now on the north side of Nashville. Power flashes near Waverly, Tennessee. That back here to the west. Waverly has already been done with storms. I'm guessing it's might have been one of the further south storms. I'm guessing any power flashes back here is wind damage because we don't really have much rotation back there. Next radar scan coming in here anytime. Should be in the next 30 seconds. Apparently we have a confirmed tornado. Yeah, it looks like there's a tornado ongoing right now. Still ongoing here on the north side of Nashville. This is, again, a pretty rain-wrapped tornado by the looks of it. But this is ongoing. In the north side of Nashville area. Again, the tornado is going to be located right here. It is actively happening right now. Tornado on the ground, north side of Nashville, and it's going to be moving toward Hendersonville. You are in Hendersonville. Seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Yeah, there's an active tornado ongoing. And this right here, that circle, that's where the tornado is. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. The storm back up near Portland, by the way, no longer producing a tornado. The one that's, again, on the north side here of Nashville, still actively producing a tornado. Yeah, this is going to be moving toward Hendersonville over the next several minutes. Really can't get anything definitive here. We're really close to the radar site, which makes it hard. The best thing we can look at right now is the reflectivity. There's a lot of congestion in there. You can also go down here to the south and look at the velocities. And you can see the rotation very tight there near the Belshire area going toward Hendersonville. It's a better look at the storm right now. And seek shelter if you're in Hendersonville immediately. Again, this is still an ongoing PDS tornado. Fall has been very quiet, and it's been very quiet with this El Nino transition. It's been very, very quiet. I have to agree with that. I haven't really seen a whole lot, other than a couple of big events, basically. What a turnaround. Yeah, I mean, December gets like this, though. I mean, this is kind of, I feel like, more winter more than anything. I mean, we're really close to winter. This happens more often than not, though. I mean, we have outbreaks like this. No, it's not unheard of. This one obviously was forecasted to not be a full-blown outbreak. We've seen a tornado outbreak. It's been a bit more small scale still, but yeah, I mean, again, we're getting close to winter. We're only like a week away, basically. Week and a half, maybe 2 weeks. We're about 12 days, I think. So it's not far. Here's the latest radar scan. Again, tornado is still located right here, going right into Hendersonville as we speak. This tornado does not care that you live in a very populated area. It's going to continue to go. So seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible. And I cannot stress that enough. And this is still a strong tornado and possibly violent. New tornado warning that has just been issued for those near Portland and Mitchellville, by the way. Yeah, that's a new tornado warning up there. We still have an ongoing large, potentially at least strong, but possibly large tornado right now on the ground. This is, again, moving off to the east-northeast. It's going through Hendersonville right now. Stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're included in this warning. See if there's any other updates on Twitter. Right now, I don't see any. And new tornado warning into southern Kentucky. This is going toward Franklin and Scottsville. Glasgow could be in the track of this long term. Again, the rotation on the storm not nearly as strong as before. It's been much weaker, but with the environment that we're in, we could see this strengthen pretty quickly. So if you're in southern Kentucky, definitely make sure that you're staying in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. And here's the very strong rotation right now located near Hendersonville. And this is a ongoing strong tornado near Hendersonville. It's going through a fairly populated area. And unfortunately, this is really bad. And this is another situation where we have a strong tornado. It's moving through another populated area here. And this is a very populated area near Hendersonville. That is very strong. Unbelievable. And this is a population of 260,000 people. This tornado has also been on the ground, by the way, for a good 5 minutes at least now, but this could also go long-tracked at this rate. I mean, this is another situation where we have a strong tornado on the ground, clearly. I mean, again, this is your hook gecko right here. This is your inflow going to the storm, and that is where your tornado is located. Just to the west of Hendersonville. And that is your tornado. That is a very high amount of velocities, too. Again, this could easily be another really strong tornado like we saw earlier today. It's currently a particularly dangerous situation. It is not a tornado emergency. We have not had any tornado emergencies, by the way, today, just for reference. But this one obviously is possibly on the brink of that. We'll see. I'll have a new radar scan coming in here in approximately 30 seconds, or not even that. It's actually already updated. Still an ongoing large destructive tornado right now near Hendersonville. Again, this is clearly on the ground, and it's, again, unfortunately in a very populated area, moving off to the east-northeast. Seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. If you're near Hendersonville, Point of View, or Avondale, you need to be in your safe place immediately, as well as Gallatin. This is a very strong tornado. The velocities right now that are being estimated are 78 with 120. That's just insane. This is probably, again, upwards of, you know, it's at least EF2 plus. I mean, there's no doubt about that. You need to be in your safe place again if you're in Hendersonville. And this is literally going to be over top of you. The only good news with this is that the radar site won't be hit, so we actually have something to look at here with this tornado. We also have a few other radar sites, which is nice, so in case that does go out. But again, this is a very, very, very strong tornado right now, moving through Nashville area, just on the northeast side of Nashville. Yeah, these are our only tornado warnings. We still have one back up in Kentucky. We're not really going to focus on that one. This is the main one we'll be focusing on from here on out. And this is Hendersonville. Very strong tornado. Going toward the Bluegrass Meadows, Cedar Grove, Gallatin, obviously seek shelter, Cario, Guardo. Again, your safe place immediately. Again, this is a strong tornado that is moving off to the east. Apparently, a chaser spotted a car in a tree with people inside. That's just crazy. I'm honestly, this storm is really bad. I mean, we're talking about a really bad tornado right now. This is, again, a very strong tornado with, again, a very ripe environment right now that's moving to the east. It's undoubtedly, again, a strong tornado. Correlation coefficient clearly depicting that debris, by the way. Just, it's horrible. And prayers to anybody in the path of this. Obviously, again, if you know anybody here in the Nashville area, make sure they're okay. Because again, this is just an unbelievable storm. I mean, we've had multiple tornadoes in the vicinity over the last 30 minutes. This is not a tornado emergency right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if it went to that point. This storm continues the way it's continuing. We now have a tornado emergency. This is a tornado emergency right now in the Henderson area. This is the first tornado emergency that we've had in quite a while. Large destructive tornado in Hendersonville. Again, this is a deadly tornado right now moving through Hendersonville. Going toward Bluegrass Meadows, Gallatin, Cedar Grove. Just horrible stuff. Awful. Again, this is a super populated area. I mean, we're talking over 250,000 people that are included in this tornado warning right now. If you know anybody in this tornado warning, make sure you give them a call or text. Make sure they're in their safe place. I mean, this is just a horrible situation. Again, right here is where the tornado is located. It's over Hendersonville. Again, this is going to be going toward Gallatin and eventually toward a little bit more rural areas. But this is a very populated area here on the northeast side of Nashville. I'm hearing there's a lot of damage right now across areas on the north side of Nashville. Not in Nashville, but like on the north side. So again, kind of on the little bit north. We have a cars flipped on I-65 as of 4:51 p.m. in Madison, Tennessee, out of this tornado. It's the latest there. And I'm hearing a lot of damage reports right now over on Twitter, and seen a couple in chat, I believe, as well. But again, a lot of damage reports coming out of this. This is, again, a particularly dangerous situation. Now a tornado emergency, which means you need to be in your safe place immediately. Again, this is a deadly tornado right now moving through Hendersonville, and the Gatlin area will be next in track of this. Again, really, really strong rotation. Very high wind speeds here, right over the Hendersonville area. Again, we have velocities over 100 miles per hour. This is undoubtedly a very dangerous storm. Here's the correlation coefficient. Still indicating debris being lifted up into the atmosphere as of 4:53 p.m. I believe this is our second ever tornado emergency that we've been live for, by the way. They don't happen often. They really don't. They happen maybe a couple times a year, I think. Maybe once a year. It's not very often. And as of 4:57 p.m., that's the current time. 4:53 is the latest radar scan that we've had. We have another one here in a second. Last one was Rolling Fork. I remember there being one in Northeast Texas. I don't know if that was... I think that might have been before that. That's the one I covered. It was near New Boston, I believe. I believe that one was a tornado emergency. Or it might have even been in southeast parts of... southeast Oklahoma. Man, this is just awful. Again, this is a tornado emergency right now near Avondale, moving off to the east-northeast. And seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Put a mattress on top of you if you're in a bath or wherever you might be. Again, get into your safe place. I cannot stress it enough. Again, if you're anywhere in this area, this is a very destructive tornado. And the amount of damage reports I'm seeing right now is just absurd. And near Hendersonville, the tornado's just gone through Hendersonville. It's going toward Gatlin now in Cedar Grove, Tennessee. There's definitely going to be a severe amount of tornado damage with this. One of the live cams, by the way, caught this. Here's one of the live cams. That's the tornado. Right in here. Again, that was the tornado. Obviously, it's still moving off here to the east. It's right now over the Bluegrass Meadows area. And Gatlin and as well as Cedar Grove, LaGuardo, all in the track of this. And that is the tornado right there. Here's the live radar. I mean, you can literally see the debris ball on radar. This is the hook echo. That's the debris ball. This is the inflow going to the storm right there. That's, again, your tornado. It's, again, moving off to the east towards Cedar Grove and as well as Gatlin. And if you're anywhere in this pink polygon, you need to seek shelter. It doesn't matter where you are because, again, this can change directions. Debris can be lifted up miles away in some cases, especially with a tornado like this that is this intense. Here's the latest radar scan. Again, your tornado is right here over the Avondale area and Bluegrass Meadows. I believe the radar is updating like every minute now, so that'll be helpful. Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, they're back in November. I actually do not have a tornado emergency thing, but I'll just rename it real quick. Believe it or not, I don't know why. I never got to it. Problem is, I don't know where it is. Really not that big of a deal. I just want to fix it. Yeah. Yeah. So again, this is a tornado emergency right now. Tornado is located over the Bluegrass Meadows area. Again, it's going toward Gallatin and as well as Cedar Grove. Truesdale also in the track of this. And the tornado is located right here over State Route 386. There are multiple storm chasers, by the way, in the area. They're all on the back side of this, though. I mean, it's really dangerous to be anywhere near this storm, to be honest. Here's Route 31. That's where the tornado is now. This is about to go into the downtown area of Gallatin, which could be really bad because that's a populated area. Again, this is a catastrophic tornado right now. And photos I'm seeing on Twitter right now, just awful. Yeah, this is still a tornado emergency ongoing. The warning's been condensed a little bit. Nashville is no longer included in it. Just quickly to zoom out here, again, notice this is really the only storm that we're looking at. The other ones are all mainly damaging winds, if that. This storm in particular near Gallatin, again, this is a very, very, very definitive hook. There's your inflow. Again, that right there is your tornado. It's actually a debris ball on radar. On the reflectivity, you can see that right here in Avondale. Again, that is the tornado that is currently on the ground. They're updating the radar much more frequently now. It's about every minute and a half. And this is in Tennessee right now. It says it in the title, by the way. It's going toward the Gallatin area, northeast side of Nashville. Next radar scan coming in momentarily. The tornado itself is going to be located right about here in a moment. Possibly even a bit closer to Gallatin. Yeah, if you know anybody in this tornado warning, again, it's on the northeast side of Nashville. Make sure you give them a call. Make sure you give them a text. Make sure they're all right. This is a really concerning storm right now. But there is some, again, major damage. Right now. I'm retweeting a video on Twitter. There's a video of the tornado literally plowing through Nashville. Huge power flashes with this. On the north side of Nashville. That's where it occurred. I mean, this thing is huge right now. It's going right into Gallatin. There's some serious damage that's coming out of this. Here's a video. This is from one of the traffic cams in the area. This is the tornado as it was ripping through. It's kind of hard to see with the pole in the way, but you can see it right. Obviously, it's right here. See the huge power flashes with it. This is from Vietnam Veterans Boulevard. Huge tornado. Producing a lot of damage. Again, it's a strong tornado on radar. And you can just see how large this thing is. Picking up tons of debris, and it's also moving very fast. Just awful. Awful stuff. Here's the latest radar scan. Let's go back to the correlation coefficient here. Or actually, let's go to the velocities. Here's again that tornado right now. It's going to be going into the Gallatin area momentarily. Yeah, we don't have a great view of the correlation coefficient purely due to the fact this is not a storm that really has... it's kind of in a poor position, honestly, in terms of the radar site. It's very close, so it can be hard to see. But this is, again, the tornado. This is your debris ball that's about to move right into Gallatin. And so the tornado right now is over just south of the National Pike. About to move into State Route 109 towards Cedar Grove, Water Avenue, Main Street, Maple Street. You all need to be in your safe place immediately. I am guessing a new tornado warning will be issued in the next minute or two for those out in front of it, because this is just such a destructive storm right now. Go back over to Twitter and see if we have any other updates. See any other updates as of right now. Yeah, this is the main tornado warning that we have ongoing. We have one other one that's back up closer to the north, but it's not nearly as concerning in Kentucky. This is, again, the main area. This is, again, your tornado. It's right here. It's moving into Gallatin. I would seek shelter if you're anywhere in this pink polygon, though. It doesn't matter where you are. You should be in your safe place, because, again, there can be debris that can be lifted up for miles, and that could obviously go right through your window. So you do not want to be in the, you know, thinking that you can go have a party or whatever. No, this is a situation where you need to be in your safe place, interior room of your home or building, away from windows. And if you have a bathroom or something like that, and you have a spare mattress that you can quickly grab, and if you're out in front of these storms, prepare with that, because, again, this is a tornado emergency. This is not your typical PDS tornado. I mean, we're talking about a potential EF3, EF4 tornado here. That's how strong this thing is. It is causing a lot of destruction. From the videos that I'm seeing, and I'm seeing a lot of damage reports right now on the north side of Nashville, back through Hendersonville. Again, this is a very dangerous storm. I've seen reports of cars being flipped over on the path of this storm. Apparently, there's been dead cattle, obvious building damage in this area. I'm telling you, this is just awful. Really, really bad. Tornado, by the way, right now located on the south side of Gallatin. This is your tornado right here. Hey, I'm doing some multitasking. I'm trying to post something to here real quick. All right. Yes, this is a deadly tornado. I mean, it literally says it in the text here. Go back to the tornado emergency. Yeah, it's a deadly tornado. And it's undoubtedly that, because, I mean, again, this is a very populated area, one. And 2, again, this is a very strong tornado. And here's the velocities. That's your tornado right there. Let's check the velocities here. I mean, it's still showing very high wind speeds. Obviously, still a debris ball here on radar. I thank you, Ice Cream, for the $20 super chat. I will get to your message here soon. Obviously, there's a lot of stuff happening right now. I do really appreciate your generosity. Yeah, this tornado, again, is still on the ground right now. This is just south of Gallatin. Does anybody know when this tornado began? It started about here, about 4... I think it was about 4:45-ish. I think this has been on the ground for about 25 minutes now. Now, that's approximate. Might have been, give or take 5 minutes on that. Oh, thank you. I did not know Connor entered the stream. Sorry. I don't really pay attention to that very often. I don't really look at my recording software, so appreciate it. Let me do it on this too. Go. Yeah, again, if you're in a mobile home, you do not want to be in a mobile home. They're not safe whatsoever. And there is some serious tornado damage right now coming out of this near Gallatin. And get to your safe place away from windows on the lowest floor possible if you are currently included in this tornado warning. And there is still a large tornado on the ground. There's a photo of it. I'll retweet it on Twitter. Again, there is a large tornado still on the ground. At Max Velocity WX, by the way, if you want to see a lot of the videos and photos that are coming out of these storms. I've retweeted probably about 24 plus things, so if you want to check anything like that out, it's on our Twitter page, at Max Velocity WX. Again, this is currently a tornado emergency in the Gallatin area. Hendersonville Emergency Management is reporting severe damage with people trapped and injuries at 101st Avenue. Okay, so that's another report that we just got. Again, I can't confirm it, but I'm assuming that's correct. That's in chat. Yes, there is a chance a locally higher tornado threat could develop in southern Tennessee and northern Alabama. That's entirely possible here. Here's the latest radar scan. Again, going right now through the Gallatin area. Still an ongoing large and strong tornado near Truesdale and Oakland. This is continuing to move to the east-northeast. And you need to make sure you're staying in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. I'm also seeing a report on Twitter. North Nashville is a catastrophic area. Can't get in the worst damaged areas. This place needs to get all the first responders they can get. That's out of North Nashville. Relaying the information I'm seeing right now on Twitter, as according to Brandon WX on Twitter. Really, really bad situation. Again, this is the tornado that is still on the ground right now. Moving through Truesdale, going toward Oakland. Unfortunately, I was hoping this storm would weaken out, and it really hasn't. So this storm is going to be back to a PDS tornado here in a moment. We are still in a tornado emergency as long as it is in this tornado emergency warning. So again, this is still actively a tornado emergency. There's another tornado warning now in Kentucky. The storm's been going for quite a while. Really not much rotation with that one, but it is still something to watch for because we have a very ripe environment. Yeah, we're primarily staying on the tornado emergency that's happening right now. This tornado is moving east at about 45 miles per hour. And the tornado is located right here on the southeast side of Gallatin. See if there's anything else on Twitter here. The new tornado warning includes a population of 55,000 people, just for reference. And that's going to include areas like Bethpage, Beech Grove, Hartsville, Castelline Springs, and Gallatin also included. Okay, that's it for that. All right, new radar scan coming in momentarily. Actually, a new one just came in. Let's check it out. Here are the velocities. Again, still have a tornado on the ground right there near Truesdale. Rotation might be weakening a little bit. Well, we'll see. It's still pretty intense right now. Definitely still a tornado. Yeah, this is a nighttime tornado as well. This is nocturnal, which are way more dangerous than daytime tornadoes because you can't see them. And sometimes people are sleeping. Luckily, we're not at the point where it's late, where people are all sleeping, like, you know, 1 in the morning or something like that, but it's still, you know, nighttime, sunset, all that sort of stuff. The storm is still ongoing. Again, tornado still on the ground near the Cario area, moving to the east. And stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. This is now moving out of the very populated areas, still populated in front of this, but it's definitely out of like the, you know, the Hendersonville area. Gatlin is still seeing this, or Gallatin, sorry, is still seeing this. Tornado emergency has just expired. Not canceled, just expired because time ran out on the warning. So we're back down to a PDS tornado warning. Back on the PDS tornado warning. And this still does include areas like Gallatin on the northeast side of Nashville, as well as Bethpage, Bransford, as well as back through Hartsville and Beech Grove, all included in this tornado warning. I do not have a cat. Damage is insane. Let me check it out. I've only seen a few photos on Twitter. Granted, there's obviously been, you know, a lot of damage with this storm. Oh, he's been on a low signal area for a while. Comes back up a look. Yeah, again, this is just a really unfortunate event all around. Again, this was definitely not in the playing cards to see a strong tornado like this go through right through a populated area. The velocities are weakening a little bit, but there's still a tornado on the ground near Cario. Hopefully that weakening trend continues. Obviously, it would have been much better if that weakening trend happened right from the start, but it never happened. But again, still an intense storm moving off to the east-northeast toward Lafayette. This would not be considered a high risk. I mean, at most, this would be considered a moderate risk with what we've seen so far, even though we've seen multiple tornadoes like this. But I would say this would probably be a moderate risk. I would be surprised if this was a high risk. There would have to be at least a few more tornadoes in there. When it's all said and done, I mean, you never know. But yeah, this area in particular, basically, like right in here, that would have probably been a moderate risk. If we knew this would happen ahead of time, it would have been. But just crazy stuff. We've been live for almost 6 hours, by the way. I was only planning on being live for like 3 to 5 hours because I have 3 finals coming up, but obviously this weather's been a lot more active than expected. There is a tornado video with an explosion in Nashville, Tennessee. If you want to see the video, I retweeted it on Twitter. Again, that's at MaxVelocityWX on Twitter. A lot of photos and videos on there of damage and stuff. Yeah, I mean, we already have an enhanced risk of severe weather. It's not a slight risk anymore. My thumbnail has not been changed. I went live when it was a slight risk, but yeah, it's technically enhanced risk. Tornado right now is northeast of Nashville by quite a bit. It's moving toward Hartsville, and again, it's still a PDS tornado as we speak. Still producing damage near State Route 25. Oh, I forgot about the super chat. Ice Cream, I don't know if you're still here. Real quickly, thank you for all you do, Max, being one person saves lives. I just want to ask when the storm is coming through Florence. The storms won't be going through Florence until probably after 8 or 9 o'clock tonight. That'd be the ETA. I really appreciate the $20 super chat and your generosity. It means a lot. Thank you so much. Sorry for not getting to that earlier. We had a tornado emergency, so. Yeah, when there's tornado emergencies, I try to avoid a lot of more lengthy questions and stuff and donations, but I really do appreciate it. Also in Hendersonville, Tennessee, there is some serious damage. There's literally homes that are completely collapsed. I retweeted a photo of that on Twitter. Again, there's a lot of photos and videos on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX if you want to check them out. I recommend you doing so. Again, there's a ton of stuff over there that I've been posting. Florence will likely be more damaging winds. There could be a tornado, but I think the threat will be overall low. The storm is starting to weaken out, by the way. We're not seeing nearly as much rotation. There is rotation. There's still a tornado on the ground, but it's definitely weakening, which is good news, but hopefully it stays that way. The storm's been unbelievable. This tornado has been on the ground for approximately 35 minutes. The other one we had earlier was on the ground for 50 minutes. So, almost 55. Insane. It's the first tornado emergency that I've witnessed through radar. Yeah, I mean, this is the third, at least third I've ever witnessed. I'm pretty sure I've witnessed more, but in the last, like, 2 years, this is the third one I've witnessed. Like, on hand, like, actually looking at a radar, not, like, after the fact. I've definitely seen more, though, in my past. Yeah, rotation, again, starting to weaken out on this storm. We still have a hook echo, so, again, this could still recycle. Fortunately, this was worst case scenario in the Nashville area, or almost worst case scenario. It would have been way worse if it went right through the downtown area and like something like this or something. But it was already bad enough going through Hendersonville, which is very populated. Just horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible. I think we all agree. I don't think really anybody expected the level of PDS tornadoes that we've seen today. This is, again, I believe the 4th one that we've had, if not the 5th. Just unreal. But this is definitely going to go down as a tornado outbreak. I mean, it's not even over. We still have severe storms all the way down into Mississippi. I mean, I've barely zoomed out in the last 45 minutes. This is all the storm activity that we have ongoing. It literally goes into Texas. It's insane. Just insane. Really, really bad stuff. Yeah, there's no doubt this is a tornado outbreak. Yeah, I'm fine, Helen. I'm nowhere near Tennessee. I am good. If I was in Tennessee, I might not even be live right now. So, how bad this has been. Obviously, depending on where I am in Tennessee. If I were to live in Tennessee. I think some people on my Facebook page posted about this a little bit. My friends were in the back of a, so this is somebody that was in the Nashville area. Somebody said, this person, Valerie, said, my friends are in the back of a restaurant. The tornado just went across the parking lot. That's just insane. I mean, like, being firsthand near or even within like 500 feet of the tornado has to be scary. I mean, there's just no doubt. Even if you're in the tornado warning in general and it's not near you, it's still scary. But, man. That's horrible. Sounds like they're okay. Sounds of it. I honestly think that this was, I mean, guys, I'm being honest. Like, I really thought this would only be a slight risk. I really didn't think it would get to the point where we would have, again, 4 or 5 PDS tornadoes. And obviously I was wrong on the forecast. I think a lot of people were overall, but like, you know, this was something where, you know, the setup was there 6 days ago that there would be a tornado outbreak here. Then things kind of downtrended with the trough being way further up to the north, the ingredients not being all in place, and obviously today things changed pretty rapidly in the morning. I mean, we saw a lot of increased trends in terms of the shear and whatnot, and yeah, it's insane how quickly weather can change with a, you know, snap of your finger. It can change very, very easily. And unfortunately, it changed way worse than what we were hoping for. I mean, I remember last year, I think it was, around April of last year, there was I think a moderate risk of severe weather. If not, it was the beginning of May. There's a moderate risk of severe weather in North Texas. And that never lived up to what it was supposed to be because of a cap. This kind of reminds me of that, but the exact opposite. The event was supposed to be a linear line of storms for the most part, with maybe a couple of semi-discrete supercells. This turned into more of a, let's have a lot of semi-discrete supercells for a long time, and then not really have any line of storms. I mean, now we have more of a line. It's more linear now, but previously we had multiple semi-discrete supercells going through National. They were not connected all together. That's what was expected, was that they were going to be all connected together. That didn't really happen until now. It's more connected, and that's been noticeable now over the last 20 minutes, where these storms are becoming a lot more of a damaging wind threat. I mean, this storm in particular, not really rotating as much as before either. It's becoming more linear, so. Supercell storms can be forecasted, but the mode of supercells that were expected today was not discrete. We were expecting more of a linear setup. Again, just insane, to say the least. That's the only word I can use for it, because again, it was something that was entirely possible, but it was not expected. Get this bad. Max's Twitter feed will be in an interesting review after the storm is over. There are a lot of posts on my Twitter feed. Again, if you want to check out the photos and videos from today, I retweeted a ton of them on Twitter. There's at least 50, I think. So again, at MaxVelocityWX on Twitter if you want to check those out. Make sure to follow me over there as well. And also make sure you're subscribed to our YouTube channel. Again, we'll keep posted with the latest on everything that's happening. Click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest videos and live streams. Again, we will keep you posted with the latest on literally everything. We do daily weather forecasts and all that, so there's all things to consider. This storm, I believe, is still PDS. Nope, it's back down to radar indicated. All right, so we're no longer on PDS. With that being said, the storm is weakened down to the point where could still produce a tornado down the road, but the odds of that seem to be a little bit lower. But still going to probably produce, it might produce another tornado down the road. What have you missed? You've missed a lot. There's a lot of stuff to recap, and yeah, this is just, again, an insane tornado event. Yeah, that's what we've seen so far, and obviously a very dangerous severe weather event overall. From here on out, we are still looking at a few tornadoes. Again, the tornado watch is still in effect from Louisiana back into Kentucky. Until, depending on where you are, it goes all the way until midnight for those in Mississippi and Alabama. Tennessee, for the most part, goes until about 7 p.m., if not 11 p.m. back over here. So that's the watch times. Damaging winds remains the main concern, which it has been this entire time. What we've seen, obviously, multiple tornadoes. Large hail, still a concern, especially in northern Mississippi, where we've seen upwards of baseball-sized hail. And then back over into parts of Tennessee and Kentucky, we still have a chance for a few tornadoes. And that will continue across Kentucky, Tennessee, back through Alabama and Mississippi for the next several hours. But overall, that tornado threat should start to go more on a decline now that we are now past daylight heating. And the fact of the matter is, the storms are now becoming much more linear. So that's what's expected for the rest of tonight. But that's going to do it for today's stream. I hate to end it when there's tornado warnings, but I have 3 final exams over the next 3 days, and I was not planning on being live for 5 hours. I really wanted to keep it to 3 to 4 hours, but obviously the weather became a lot more active. There are a lot more people live streaming this event right now, so if you need live coverage, just search up severe weather and you'll find plenty of live coverage is my assumption. I've seen a lot of people live streaming. But I appreciate everybody tuning in today. Again, really crazy stuff. I'll have a recap on this probably at some point. And I appreciate you guys all tuning in, really. From the bottom of my heart, I appreciate you guys all supporting the page. I love doing this, being able to help a lot of you. Again, obviously hate to see the destruction that we saw. I'll continue to retweet stuff that I see on Twitter, so follow me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Thank you, JD, as well, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that support a lot. I appreciate anybody that super chatted today, any new members, I really do appreciate it. And thank you again for Radar Omega for sponsoring today's live stream. I cannot thank them enough for their support as well. If you want to download Radar Omega, you can download it with the top link in the description below. Again, that is the top link in the description below if you want to check out Radar Omega. Again, you can look at the satellite imagery, the radar. That's what we're looking at right now. This is all Radar Omega. They have tons of Cyclone ports. You can look at live cameras across this entire area, including Storm Chasers. You can do all of that on the Radar Omega app. Top link in the description below on iOS and Android. It also has all the computer models. It's literally an all-in-one weather app that you can get on iOS and Android. Again, I appreciate you guys all tuning in. Thank you guys all so much for the support. I really do appreciate it. Again, stay safe tonight. Have multiple ways to receive alerts and have a tornado action plan in place. I will have a video tomorrow, most likely, so stay tuned for that, even though I have final exams up the wazoo. I've been doing daily weather forecasts regardless. So I'll have one tomorrow, most likely. Stay safe. Have a great, safe rest of your night, and we'll see you guys all again soon. And again, stay safe, have multiple ways to receive alerts, and have a tornado action plan in place. If you need another live stream, again, just search up severe weather on the YouTube search bar, and there will be plenty of them. All right, have a great night, guys. We'll see you guys all again soon.